Coming this morning. We look forward to this all-day event and are excited to hear from everybody. Dan, would you like to start us with the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Oh, that's right. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. A few housekeeping rules. Normally, we say no cell phones. If we can silence them, that would be good. Some people might have them out for calculators or things like that. I think it's appropriate during this meeting. We are going to allow the public to go up and comment, which is great. But what I'd like to ask is to let the board members go first. And then when you go up, just introduce yourself, and we'll be happy to hear from you. With that being said, we're going to start with the Danvers Public Schools.
Nope, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm going to do an overview first.
Sorry, the overview with the town manager first. Okay, I was excited for the schools. All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Jill Cahill, Town Manager. This is my first budget here in the town of Danvers, and I'm thrilled to be a part of this team. I want to thank Rodney, Nick, and the whole senior team and management team who you'll be hearing from later. They really gave me the history, walked me through the process, and how the budgets are typically handled in Danvers. So I was thrilled to be a part of that this year, and I learned a lot over the last 10 months. As outlined in the transmittal letter, this was a challenging budget season, but I am pleased to be presenting you with a balanced budget for fiscal year 2027. As the chair explained, we will be taking questions from obviously select board and the public. We're going to do our best to answer any questions that come our way, but obviously can't prepare for everything. So if we may ask for some time to follow up, post questions if we don't have the data here with us today. But we'll be sure to get to you before the FinCom budget hearing so that you have that further information. Okay, here we go. So the process, this just walks you through the steps. We did our departmental budget reviews between the end of November and the middle of December. The select board was working on their budget goals through that same time and finalized them in February. Today we are here at the budget review, select board budget review. Moving into April, the select board will review the warrant on April 7th and April 9th. And for those watching who might not have heard on Tuesday, the warrant will close on March 20th. Finance Committee will do their budget review on April 13th, 15th, and 16th. Finance Committee will review the warrant, and this is an update from what is posted online, and it'll be corrected on their agendas the 27th, the 28th, and the 29th if needed. And annual town meeting is scheduled for May 18th at 7:30 p.m. at Danvers High School. So I appreciate very much that Rodney and the team starts the budget presentation with this slide. The important things to take a look at here. Obviously, Danvers, we are the one in green. This is the average single family tax bill for the communities in our region. The three to the left of us, Salem, Burlington, and Peabody. Salem and Peabody both receive a significant amount more of state aid and federal aid than the town of Danvers does. And Burlington is the only community on this chart that has a larger commercial tax base than Danvers. So this is something to be incredibly proud of here in Danvers. One of my goals is to work very hard and diligently to increase our commercial tax base. Unlikely to change the factors that relate to additional state aid, but I think we can do some work related to commercial tax base. So that's a really great place to be, and this whole community deserves some credit for keeping us there. And one of the things to point out too is that this is that number where we balance the affordability of living here with the quality of services that we're able to provide. So this slide I want to spend a little time on. Member Bean had asked me in the email if we were going to explain kind of why we were in this larger gap than normal. And this slide essentially tells the whole story. You're going to hear about it all throughout the day, but these are some of the budget drivers in recent years that have been affecting the budget, the largest being healthcare. I want to note, so the highlighted piece on the bottom is probably the most important part. So for FY27, between the tax levy and new growth, we essentially have $3.1 million additional to work with. If you add up these 4 drivers, it's $5 million, almost $5 million alone. So going into February, when we all sit down with the budget heads and we're getting our numbers in, and Rodney's normally looking at like a six-figure number between what we have in the budget drivers. Here this year we were looking at the beginning when we first started, before we got our official numbers from the state, it was closer, it was over 3 million. By the time we get to February, we're at 2. This is before we do anything else in the budget. So I just want to pause there for a moment and make sure I'm looking at the select board. Make sure I'm answering that question. I know you were looking for me to point that out to you, and I can walk through them if you'd like me to.
No, I'm taking it in, and I'm taking this in that we got yesterday and trying to manage my blood pressure.
Don't worry, it's going to be a nice long day. We'll go slow.
Anytime you want to pump in the extra oxygen would be good.
I want to point out here, so healthcare, obviously a driver that's not unique to Danvers, that's not even unique to the public sector, that's affecting everyone across the country. Public schools, we are thrilled to be a partner with our public schools. You'll hear from Dan and the team later. The relationship and the budget, always, but particularly through budget, has been incredibly collaborative. But they too face budget drivers, which he'll get into, that put him on the screen. I actually had said to Rodney, I'm like, don't put the schools up here with with everybody else. But they face budget drivers that put them in this situation that are out of their control, that are state mandated as well. So we are thrilled to be able to bring them with a 4.05% increase this year and keep supporting the investment in special education from previous years. The Essex Tech assessment, the 3-year average is 6.3, but you will see that this year it went up over 12.5%. That is driven through the state formula, but continues to be a pressure on our budget, and then the retirement contribution. Budget key reserves. So as in past years, building and maintaining key reserves remains a priority. This slide gives an overview of what we hope to achieve in the FY 2027 budget. Obviously, free cash is not yet certified, but we anticipate another strong number based on the data available. And as a reminder, one of the other things, that I'll be reminding you of continuously, is that the way this team approaches budget is that this is the first of a few challenging years ahead of us. Free cash is going to be one of them. We had the presentation on the landfill and the revenue that's been brought in by the landfill. That is the last year of this current year. So we're going to start to see different numbers coming back in free cash in the coming years. But for this year, we expect a strong number. This is not unintentional. We use conservative budgeting techniques, which result in positive operating results and positive free cash numbers to build for the future and protect against the unexpected. In FY26, we are still conservative, but we're getting much, much closer to projecting the actuals than in previous years, and this continues in FY27. And that goes back to why we provided that quarter 2 report for FY26, where you can start to see that the actuals are coming in closer and closer to the projected. Debt stabilization. Debt stabilization is being utilized as expected as part of the debt peak reduction model for the Smith School, with an eye toward future projects. The number used in FY27 and the FY27 budget remains the same as FY26. Let's see, the OPEB trust fund, the policy is to go up at an additional $50,000 a year. You will see that we do make that contribution. This year you will see that the contribution will come out of free cash at a warrant article at town meeting. Okay. These are the select board budget goals. Thank you for working with us on these, and I just want to highlight one, as we talk about organizational alignment. We're going to work on our budget goals earlier in the season next year, but I want to highlight 2 that you're going to hear me talk about over and over again today, which are investments, strategic investments in economic development and finding efficiencies and alignment of technology investments across town. As we said, we had those drivers on that one screen that are driving the budget expenditures. We need to do what we can to control cost internally and increase commercial growth wherever possible. So you will see key strategic investments in both of those areas moving forward. Good morning. I asked Ronnie to put these pie charts in because I think it's just an easy way to visualize the revenue and expenditures. And as we just talked about, on the revenue side, so to the left of the screen, this goes back to that average single-family tax bill on the previous slide. The state aid here is represented in orange. The two communities that were below us in the average tax bill have a much larger orange slice than we do. So as I just talked about, we really need to focus on local receipts and new growth so that we can maintain and keep that property tax proportion under control. On the expenditure side, you will see the Danvers Public Schools, it looks like on this pie chart, represents 40.65%. The investment is actually much larger. The investment in any of the facilities, fields, all that kind of stuff falls within the general government fund. And the benefits and insurance, we have a slide that'll go into this more deeply, but while we said health insurance is 9.8%, that includes additional things like Medicare. Right, highlighting expenditures. As I talked about briefly, and you'll hear more from the superintendent, we are thrilled that we were able to bring them in at least a 4.05 and maintain our investment. The general government portion required multiple rounds of cuts to balance the budget, including a reduction in staffing of a net 3.5 positions. You'll hear more details about that as we move through the budget. And I'm sure from the department heads who move through this budget with us. The debt portion of this is related to, in the past few years, particularly the Smith School, we were able to take advantage of the great interest rates structured, and that allowed us to structure the new debt into shorter term in the schedule, so we were able to pay things off more quickly.
I'm sorry, did you say how many roles we lost, net people?
3.5.
Thank you.
Let's see, retirement is based on our funding schedule, which calls for roughly 8% increases annually until fully funded in 2035. Benefits, as we talked about, the 9.8% renewal. Essex Tech up almost 13%. Despite flat enrollment, it's predominantly driven by the Chapter 70 formula, and that's the minimum required contribution. Total expenditures include the capital outlay. And the total budget increase for this year is 3.54%. Goes back to the beginning of the discussion where under Proposition 2.5, our levy can only grow by 2.5%. You saw all the budget drivers that are coming in at double digits. We have to balance those double-digit increases with the 2.5%, and we are bringing you a balanced budget with a total expenditure increase of 3.54%. Revenues. These figures represent where we are at this point. The property tax is based on a conservative $600,000 in new growth and full use of our levy capacity. The state aid is based on the governor's budget. We're essentially funded at a minimum increase this year. Typically, we may see small increases through the budget process in the House and the Senate, but not likely. Local receipts continue to show, estimating them much closer to the projected. So we just talked about that, and you'll see that in your Q2 report too. We're getting much closer to our projected amounts, and other available funds is decreasing based on the utilization of less free cash for capital outlay. And I think with that, there's the overview. I don't know if you want to pause for questions, Madam Chair, on the overview, or wait till we get into the departments.
If anybody has any questions off the top of their head right now, we can ask questions. Mike?
Yeah, I'm just going to say the dirty word out loud. This screams override. right, with this budget?
No, we're not there yet.
No, it seems like we're going pretty quick.
That'll depend on what projects we want to undertake in the future and a lot of the work ahead of us with the, I will say one of the things, and I've shared this, I think, with all the select board members, our team is incredibly engaged after these budget discussions on how we can make changes moving forward. I think everybody's realizing that their goals for FY27 are all about finding operating efficiencies because all of us love the work that we do and we want to continue to do that kind of work. And in order to be able to do that, first we need to look internally. So we're not there.
You mentioned commercial growth. How much could that possibly impact? I know it's a crazy
That's an impossible question, but
Just look at Rodney, make him answer it.
No. This is mine. Like this. So this is one of the reasons. I hope this is one of the reasons you brought me here. Right. This is my wheelhouse, economic development. Danvers. One of the reasons I chose to come here is because you are located in the most incredible spot for commercial growth. We have everything we need. To really redevelop some of the commercial sites around us. We know that Liberty Tree Mall is one of them, Route 1. We have all the tools here. We have an industrial park that's growing of their own volition. We're not even working with them yet, so wait till we get out there and start working with them and talking with them. Some of the money, I think it's on the Q2 sheet, some of the building permits that were pulled, one of them is Abiomed, they're continuing to expand. So we have, so that brings in money on the permitting end, and then growth on the other side. So there's a ton of potential. If I was sitting in a different community, I probably wouldn't be quite so optimistic. But here in Danvers, we have some true opportunity out there, and I'm looking forward to being a part of that.
We're going to have to include in the budget some new sneakers then. You.
I'm okay. I like them.
Yep, and Gardner, did you
Well,
have?
if Mike's done.
Mike,
Yeah,
you had?
yep,
Okay.
thank you.
Gardner, do you have questions now, or
Yep.
you want to wait for?
I have a couple of
Okay,
questions.
Sure.
One is, to whomever, what percentage of the budget represents human cost, which is to say salaries, health care, retirement, things we're committed to based on, our union negotiations, our ability to give our hardworking team members an appropriate salary, sustainable and commensurate with the area in some cases, But how much of the total budget actually goes to just that human factor?
I'm going to give you a rough estimate. while
Rough.
Rodney
It doesn't have
pulls
to be
up.
exact.
Okay. We'll give them a minute. I'm going to tell you the rough estimate is between 85 and 95%. Some budgets are 99%, depending on
Right.
the department.
Yeah. Some departments obviously are not consumable heavy. DPW needs sand and tar and
Yeah.
salt and whatever it is, whereas accounting,
If you look at, Rodney's team
tools
is
they need,
is
but
all
it's not.
people, right?
Yeah.
And as also included in the select board's budget goals is that recruitment and retainment. So as we were going through budgets, we have educational initiatives, we have professional development, and we worked really hard not to cut those. And if they are cut, we made sure we worked with the team to say who's really intending to do this year. We don't want to fund something just for the sake of funding it. So that was a key factor that we brought with us throughout the discussion. And now I'm looking at you guys, either one of you have a more specific
85 to
number?
90 is fine for me.
Okay.
And then the other thing I wanted to say is I'm glad that there's the realization that we are losing ground, in fact. And I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm just suggesting that the potential of an override or a debt exclusion, I know many people have crowed about how Danvers is one of the two communities out of 351, only two haven't had a debt exclusion or an override. That's to the detriment of this town, frankly. And this is not you. This is a general statement. We are losing ground on quality of life issues. We languish on LaBelle's Grove. We languish on Sandy Beach rehabs. We languish and are way behind on parks and recreation issues. We don't have the money to afford it. We're losing people at this point for our services, and I don't think anybody would argue that we don't get appropriate services for the taxes we pay, but we are losing ground. And I know we have some a very large issue coming up that's not reflected yet in the sewer and SESD coming up. or even a $500,000 increase by the Essex Tech. Well, those may be appropriate for, and I don't want an override, I want a debt exclusion in some cases. I want people to start thinking about that those may be appropriate for a debt exclusion to relieve the pressure and allow us to grow, not just to maintain, but to excel. We're losing ground on a lot of the quality of life issues we have here in town because people think it's a wonderful thing we've never had a debt exclusion override. And I'll tell you right now, it actually hurts us in our bond rating. The fact that we don't utilize the appropriate amount of borrowing and fiscal management that would include that we're losing bond rating points because of that, which then in turn costs us money because we have to pay higher interest rates on loans we do need. So I'm glad that there's some recognition that we are now not only just at the cut to the bone, we're actually cutting into the bone right now and losing people. So I appreciate that you have a very hard task. You've walked into a historic issue, and it's time that we have to start thinking about if we want this town to flourish, if we want to evolve, if we want to grow, we're going to have to start looking at solutions that bring in money to do that, or at least alleviate the pain of consuming every tax dollar and still losing those services. So, thank you. I'm all set.
Yeah, no, that's great. Yeah, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chairwoman, just because I think it's a point worth hitting on. We did this study back when we had the Budget Conference Committee 2 or 3 years ago, but essentially 74 cents of every tax dollar we spend is people. That's their salaries, their health care, their retirement, their professional development. Another 19 cents of every dollar is fixed costs. That's our debt service, our Essex Tech assessment, utilities, transportation, equipment, technology. 5 cents of every dollar is contracted services, so essentially an extension of our personnel, contracting out services. And then that leaves 2 cents of every dollar for what I guess you could call discretionary, but in that discretionary, we're talking about school books, office supplies, the FinCom reserve, so.
I'm sorry, when did you say that was done?
The Budget Conference, it might still be on the website, it's still on the website.
Okay.
The Budget Conference Committee we had 2 or 3 years ago.
Thank you.
Yep.
Excellent, great. Thank you. Dan, did you have anything, or you want to hold it?
No, thanks, I'll hold it.
Okay, Dee?
I'll hold it for now.
Okay, I want to thank you for the questions, and yes, Jill, you have jumped into a position, but that was why we hired you, for the economic growth and development, but thank you. I'll hold some questions for later, too. All right.
School team, if you invite the superintendent and your team, I don't know if you want to work from the podium or, okay, wherever you're comfortable. Let me get
Next
those.
week, we have the pleasure of having the Danvers Public Schools. The library after that. Dan and his team.
Good, how are you?
Do you want to run?
Get the actual privilege of moving.
All right, this is my bed, my messy.
Takes so much sense.
I write my notes, yeah.
Is this on? Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you for having us. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Mike Shannon, President Chair of the Danvers Public School Committee, and it is in that capacity that I have the privilege to come before this honorable board for the purpose of delivering, or being part of the effort to deliver, a proposed budget for Danvers, the Danvers School Department for fiscal '27. I'd like to start off by sharing a passage from the Massachusetts Constitution that was written in 1780. For those of you that keep track, it's Chapter 5, Section 2, Clause 8. Wisdom and knowledge, as well as virtue, diffuse generally among the body of the people, being necessary for the preservation of their rights and liberties. And as these depend on spreading the opportunities and advantages of education in the various parts of the country. And among the different orders of people, it shall be the duty of the legislatures and magistrates in all future periods of this Commonwealth to cherish the interests of literature and the sciences in all seminaries of them, especially at the University of Cambridge, we all know who that is, public schools and grammar schools in the towns, to encourage private societies and public institutions, rewards, and immunities for the promotion of agriculture, arts, sciences, commerce, trades, manufactures, in a natural history of the country, to countenance and inculcate the principles of humanity, and general benevolence, public and private charity, industry, frugality, honesty, and punctuality in their dealings, sincerity, good humor, and all social affections, and generous sentiments among the people. The primary author of the Massachusetts Constitution in this particular clause was John Adams. This provision establishes education as a fundamental duty of the state. Unlike the U.S. Constitution, which does not even mention education, the Massachusetts Constitution contains this explicit education clause, which mandates the government to cherish and spread educational opportunities. This position is foundational to what our very talented and dedicated educators do every day. Why? Because a free and comprehensive public education is utilitarian. It levels the playing field for the vast majority. When I reflect on my own situation, and you have to bear with me, I think of those that came before me. My grandfather was from a poor Italian family. He came home one day and said to his parents, "I'm going to go to college." This was in 1931. His parents didn't laugh at him, but they said, "You can't go to college. We don't have any money." Luckily, he happened to be good at school, with his academics and playing football. He was recruited to go to Fordham University, where he played football there for 4 years. He actually played with Vince Lombardi, for those of you that like the sport. Why do I mention that? Because I was the third generation of our family to graduate from Fordham. My daughter, a graduate of DHS, was the fourth generation. That set our family on a course. My father-in-law, a poor man from eastern Pennsylvania, made a deal with the Moravian Church back in the day so he could attend Moravian University. You may not have heard of it. It's actually the sixth oldest school in this country. It ran an infirmary during the Civil War for both sides of the war. That's why their school colors are blue and gray. He was afforded the right to earn a degree in chemistry, which set his family on a path to enter the middle class. That's what education and opportunity can do for someone. Moravian was founded under the guiding principles of a gentleman named John Amos Comenius, who was actually known as the father of modern education. Comenius died 108 years before the Massachusetts Constitution was written. One of Comenius's famous quotes states, "Not the children of the rich or of the powerful only, but of all alike, boys and girls, both noble and ignoble, rich and poor, in all cities and towns, villages and hamlets, should be sent to school." Again, educators agree that this philosophy is foundational for what must occur in all school districts, because we must educate every student who comes to us. We believe it. Because we believe, we actually know that every student is special and has unique needs, skills, and potential. In a moment, Dr. Bauer will update you on all the programmatic changes that have been developed to support our diverse student population. That began 2 budgets ago, thankfully to all of you. Changes are possible because of this town's investment in education, in our young people. Since joining the committee, and as a career educator myself, I am very proud of the accomplishments of the Danvers Public Schools to meet the charges put forth by Comenius and by our state constitution. However, we continually strive to be better. The school committee is very thankful for the positive partnerships that the district has with all of the various stakeholders, Jill Cahill and Rodney Conley, to the finance committee, and to this honorable board. Your commitment to our young people and their education is greatly appreciated, I'm sure, by all the families in this great town. We'd also like to thank our educators, administrative assistants, custodians, food service personnel, bus drivers, and SROs for the work they do on a daily basis with our young people. Thank you. The committee would like to thank Dan Bauer and Assistant Superintendent Kristen Anderson for heading up this huge undertaking, as well as all of the directors and principals for their contribution to this process. A special recognition has to be given to Pam Crum for her expertise and tireless dedication to getting this budget done. And personally, I'd like to thank my colleagues on the committee for their collaboration and critical eye while going through the budget. They charged this team with making cuts, and they rose to that occasion. and also their ongoing commitment to providing an educational experience that supports them as our students navigate a world that is vastly different from ours. And it is changing at a rapid pace. And lastly, most importantly, I'd like to thank my wife, Susan, for tolerating all of the meetings that I have to, that takes me away from home, although I would submit to you that I think she really does like her alone time. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to turn it over to Dan Bauer unless you have questions directly for me.
Any questions? Board? Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dan, welcome.
That was a mic drop moment, so I'm not sure I can follow those inspirational words. I think we all have individual journeys, so thank you. All right, well, thank you for having us here. We appreciate all the support. I want to thank Pam Crum. Thank you for pointing out the work that she has done, because it's tireless. She's not only doing the budgetary work, but she's also doing the operations. In order for us to move the district forward, we have to be very, very careful with all of our resources. We know that our people are our most important resource. And to the question earlier in terms of percentages of budgetary, personnel makes up, over 85% of our budget, about 83.5, I believe. But more importantly, those are the people that face our students. So we know that, this was a very challenging task, but we also know that we are one entity in an awesome town. We also know in order to have a great town, we have to have all great services for all of our families. And we know that we're in partnership not only with the town, and we appreciate the work of Jill and Rodney to provide support, but also the other entities that keep us safe, fire, police, the DPW that keeps our schools to be pristine. And when people walk in our schools, they are just amazed, even at our schools that are aging and need to be replaced at some point. And also town IT and everybody across. So we realize and recognize that we have an enormous responsibility, because we do make up over 40% of the town budget, but we also know that having strong schools is essential for a great town. So I just want to thank the support of the Select Board as always. I've also brought along, and this is her first foray into this, is Christina Ryan. She's a Director of Student Services, because there's been a lot of investment and efforts and partnerships with other entities such as CPAC that are here today, and Pam is here as well to answer questions. So I'll move on. I know I have a number of slides, and I'll do my best to expedite, but also provide the narrative to this. And also want to thank the school committee for their tireless support. So the order of presentation, I'll just give a quick overview and focus of our design. It's an ongoing process. This process began well in November, and obviously working with the town for the goal through the Select Board. I'll just put in front this time the actual budget, what we're looking for, and then work backwards to tell you the story, how we arrived at that particular juncture. But I will say this, that the town does so much amazing work and support for our schools, and it was said earlier, we are getting to a point where, any cut is a tough cut, particularly when you're dealing with people in front of students. But this is a bigger picture than just this town. So I have some legislative pieces at the end that the North Shore superintendents, we meet frequently, and I'll cover that at the end and have questions at the end. So the next slide. So the town goal, as you read, is really to balance the progress that has been made, not only in special education, but also advance academic achievement. And I think that's important, because we need to bring these goals together. These can't be standalone on either side, because this isn't about one versus the other. What is good for one is good for all. So we're moving, obviously, to sustain special education and programming. We've done tons of audits, because when you bring change and ask, we want to ensure that we're building to the foundation. Because I'll be honest with you, my findings coming in was that, and no fault or no blame, it's just a different philosophy. There's a lot of structural pieces that needed to be addressed, particularly in student services. And we're addressing that, right? And so we're trying to catch up. But also, we have great schools. There's lots of innovation that's happening, and a lot of things to be recognized. So we want to bring this together and just call this specialized programming. Let's get away from one bucket versus the other, because frankly, it's good for all of our students. And we also understand the fiscal responsibility of bringing a budget that allows us to move forward, but also works in partnership with the town. So this is the big picture. So we know what our obligations are. We know that's salary and non-salary. We know that that is set. We have to take care of this. We know that's starting out, coming out of the gate, that's 8.8%, right? When you look at and I'll break it down in some slides after this. So we know that's significant, right? And I know that I could never come forward with just that ask because we have so many other things to do. The offsets or alternate funding, we have to look inside, like how can we bring down that 8.8% to make it work? So that comes down to personnel, which is a larger driver of our budget. Circuit breaker, which is reimbursement for our students that are placed out in terms of transportation, tuition, and then other non-salary lines. What can we look for? The charge the school committee gave us is to find as many non-facing ways to reduce the budget. And we did a lot of that, and I appreciate that charge. But we know that we need to continue building specialized programming. And Christina will talk about the progress we've made. We've made a lot of progress. And honestly, we can't stop now because we're at a point where we're stabilizing where we are with student services, but all specialized programming. It would be foolish, in my opinion, to go backwards. We have to keep moving forward. And at the end, you can see the increase, and that's a recommendation. But I want to go in and tell you the story, like how did we arrive here? And I think it's important to note that. Excuse me. So I wanted to show the enrollment trends because I know there's a narrative out there that students are fleeing our schools, they're going to other places. And sure, there are students, there are more choices today. We know that COVID really opened up the doors for opportunities for families to explore other educational opportunities. We are also in a tremendous location with arguably one of the best private Catholic schools, right, St. John's Prep. We're also arguably in the backyard of one of the best tech schools in the state, which is awesome. So families have options. But if you look at just our enrollment trend over the last 5 years, we've actually picked up students. We actually have students coming back from Essex Tech. We have families making decisions to stay in our schools. And it's not a competition, but it's also making sure that our story is out there to show the value in our educational process within our district. And certainly, you know, from last year, picking up 139 students is great. That does tie into student aid from the state. But also, I think it really shows, you know, where we're sitting. The McKinney-Vento students are students that are homeless or foster. Those do not count into numbers. The bottom one was important to me because I heard this since I've arrived that, you know, students are fleeing at great rates. So I said, let's take a look at a data point that would be comparable. How many students live, or student age live in Danvers? And how many actually come to our schools? And you can see roughly over the last 5 years, it's hovering around 80%, right? And I know back in 2016, that number was a little higher, but I also know that Essex Tech's enrollment picked up at that point, and I know other points that are out there. So we also know that demographics are shifting for school-age children. So I think these are comparable points to make, right? Our schools are healthy, students are staying, we're retaining students, but also we have students coming back. Next. Pardon me if I grab a water. Wally, I might need an extra one. Okay. Sorry. The grant funding is really critical, right? We receive a good amount of money from the state, but also really from the federal grants. So the entitlement grants at the top service everything from our Title I services, which is providing help for low income, and we have a number of pockets of that within our community. We also have Title II, III, and IV, which is everything from professional development, supporting students at risk, and also the IDA grant, which goes to helping offset costs with out-of-district tuitions. So we have an early college program, which you may not be aware of. We partner with North Shore Community College. So that's a pretty big number there that helps offset the budget. And competitive grants, which, again, every year we're working to find whatever grants we can obtain to provide programming, not the expense of adding a burden to our budget or adding a burden into our programming, but to enhance our programming and take pressure off. We do not have a full-time grant writer, nor are we asking for one. We have people from within that are doing this work. Largely, Kristen did a ton of this work, our assistant superintendent. Student services, our curriculum directors, our athletic director, we find ways to bring in grants, we will do that. And you can see a lot of these are huge. The early literacy high dosage tutoring came from the state. That allows us to close gaps for our youngest learners to get them to grade level, which I think is huge. So we know the budget pressures, Chapter 70 funding, which is an antiquated formula that I don't believe has truly been updated, at least since education reform. I know there's been effort in the legislature to review the formula. I think maybe 2016 or 2019 was the last time they looked to tweak it. The bottom line is we're at foundational, which means we receive the minimum. But so are 270 other districts within our Commonwealth, and we know that that can't be possible. That's a huge legislation piece that we would like support on. But the bottom line is the Chapter 70 funding, if it truly reflected our needs, would take a huge pressure off the town. Federal grant uncertainty. This year we faced some uncertainty with Title II, 3, and 4 grants, which was over $200,000 worth of grants that we already had allocated to fund programming that was being held up, that we had to scramble to move money around, but then at the end it was released to us. We also got word recently that Title I, which is a huge piece for improving teaching and learning, probably will be reduced about 10% next year based upon the census data from the state, which goes into the federal formula. At this time, we understand that the federal grants are level funded and the allocations are going forward, which shows that the money is there. So these are things that we juggle with to ensure we're very careful with being judicious with our grant funding because we know we need it. Transportation costs keep going up, although our transportation director has done an outstanding job finding great opportunities to save money. The contract, which we're very proud of that. We settled that contract, and we want our teachers and our instructional assistants, our administrative assistants, and our food service to be compensated to keep them here. That's the strength of our schools. And then last but not least, all the inflationary increases that we're seeing. We certainly know that our numbers show students going out for out-of-district placements has come down, but we know the cost of business is going up, meaning tuition rates that are placed by private placements are well over double digits. Our partner with the North Shore Consortium it's close to 10%, which is unheard of, but they are struggling too. So the cost of doing business is going up. The alternate funding is circuit breaker, grant funding, personnel. We're trying to move contracted services into our budget if we can. Contracted services at a higher rate than if they were our own employee. And school choice tuition, which we started this year in a small piece, been very successful. We have students from other communities coming to our schools because they're excellent. And then we are trying to save money with the collaboration of the North Shore Collaborative. Actually, I need to take a pause for a second. All right. Revenue possibilities. Now, public schools are not in the business of making money. We're not a financial enterprise. We're here to educate students and improve society. But we also have to have an eye, like how can we offset, like we talked about grants, what are things that we can do as a school district to bring in revenue that allows us to continue some programming and take pressure off the town. So our choice tuition was about $74,000, which actually allowed us to seed a well-needed position that wasn't in the budget last year. We were able to bring it in, a reading interventionist, which was critical. Tuition in, meaning with our programs, specialized programs are at a point where there's a possibility we could tuition students from other districts. The North Shore superintendents were looking really hard at, like, can we develop our special education programs and cost share with other districts? We're working really hard, and that's a narrative that's true. And we feel that our programming actually could be better than a placement in a private setting. But we would never bring tuition in at the expense of jeopardizing the program itself. But there's possibilities with that. I was in a previous district that did fund positions. User fee increases, which were very sensitive of this. But we know that user fees haven't been increased with transportation and athletics for 12 years. We also know that costs keep going up associated with that. We do not want to deter families that are strapped, that are stretched from their children not participating, because that's an important element of school life, but we have to find a balance, right? So we're trying to be reasonable, but we also know that the costs keep going up, and that impacts other programming. Chapter 74 funding, which is if we bring on vocational pathways into our district, we can receive state money, $5,000 per student, and we have plans to do that more next year than this year. which is awesome because that provides more relevant experiences for our students. And last but not least, we are working with the town closely to have an early retirement incentive, which is, it probably would take another discussion. I don't want to bear down, but it's something that districts are looking at. We have 65% of our staff at the very top step, which is awesome. We have an experienced, outstanding staff. But we also know that in order to make things move and look down the road, you know, some teachers are close to retirement, and they would take us up on an incentive if it is feasible. So this will be discussed more at school committee on Monday night. We're very close to moving forward with this. That would not, these items right now aren't factored into our budget because those are what ifs. But those are, I just want you to understand as a board that we're trying to think outside the box as much as possible. So our priorities, DHS 2030, which aligns with our strategic plan. We've done a lot of work at the high school to move forward. And if you attended the open house earlier in the fall, you would have an opportunity to see that we are expanding not only our curriculum, we offer 22 advanced placement courses, which is a top-level course where students can receive college credit. We're moving that to 26 this year. Without adding any cost into the budget, we do have some cost with training teachers, but we can absorb that through grant funding. We will offer an AP diploma next year, which is one of the, there's not one around this area that will set us apart as a school. We're also bringing department chairs into place, not at a cost, but looking at scheduling so that we can improve and enhance teacher leadership within our buildings. Distributive leadership is something that I believe in. Everybody has a stake in this, and it can't just be the administration and the teachers. We are coming together, and that's going to move our schools forward. Interventions, we're looking at a work-study program, which is a program, we know we have a pocket of students that struggle for various reasons. That may not necessarily be on an IEP where they have other services, struggle coming in. This is not just Danvers, this is everywhere. I was back when I was a principal, Marblehead, and assistant principal in Beverly. Students struggle for various reasons. So if we can provide creative programming to keep them in district, that also may keep them from being under the umbrella of special education as well, walk away with a high school diploma, which they deserve, and also an opportunity to improve their outlook for post-high school life. The ACE program is also another opportunity to develop a program for students, not necessarily special education, but those that are struggling with social emotional and such, that if we create this programming, again, not looking to add, but to look at our current staffing that could house students, provide more support, they'll have more success in their classes. The pathways, which are essentially opportunities for students to gain experience so when they graduate, they may pursue that particular field, go into that field, or go to college with an eye to that. We have a manufacturing engineering pathway. Students take their basic courses, but then towards their electives, they take the accelerated courses in engineering, manufacturing, and we're looking to add further pathways. We've been doing this work for a couple of years, and I've probably talked about this last year and the year before, but you need somebody to champion this work in order to move it across the finish line. So by us looking for a way to create a pathways director, again, reallocating resources, we have people on our staff that are very, very experienced that can move pathways forward by making collaborations. We have economic opportunities with joining various companies within town. We have an internship program, but we can dig into that further. But we need people to do that work. We also need somebody that can help lead the innovation that we see. And I think that's important. The EMT certification pathway will be coming in the following year, where students can graduate and have that certification. They can go work right away as an EMT, which is outstanding. Early childhood education pathway, that would allow students to, we need to train and to really motivate our young to be teachers. It's tough. It's a tough profession, but we need strong teachers, and we have students interested. So by creating an early childhood pathway program, we would actually put a child care center within our school that would be for our staff, employees, or teachers. This would not be affiliated with the budget, right? Other districts have done this. We've already gone through the process of examining this, but what it would allow us to do is during the day, our students can actually go and work in the childhood center. so they can gain real-world experience to move them closer to becoming a teacher. Excuse me. And then the other associated pathways, medical assisting, cybersecurity, criminal justice, these are things that we're looking at to bring into play. Chapter 74 would allow us to receive funding from the state, as we talked about earlier, $5,000 per student involved, and that money can be helped to offset development of these programs. Early college, we already have an early college program, but we're looking to create an associate's degree pathway, which many states around the country have this, where students can attend school and receive enough credits to walk out in graduation, not only with their high school diploma, but also an opportunity to have an associate's degree or enough credits towards that. I know that happens. Both my nephews in Indiana graduated, and they both have enough credits. They went on to great schools and utilized that to offset the cost of college and take further programming. I'm visiting in Indiana in March on my dime to visit and work with that school. So will be March 20th. I'll report back to that. Right? So put a pause on that DHS 20. When we talk about reductions, we are so mindful about reductions that would not impact programming like that not to go off, because we need to keep our schools competitive. For our students, we owe it to our students, but also those making decisions about high school. Okay? Thank you. Specialized programming, which this is the investment that gratefully the town, with the support of entities throughout town, that have allowed us to build special education programming. The Embark, Stride, Rise, SOAR, those are programs that have been developed. You may not know what these words, these programs mean. This is everything from our social emotional to our autism strand, as well as to language-based programming that we've developed. We talked about year one, and that 6.41 increase allowed us to start work. We are really in year two of this, because year one was just to stabilize. That was the first ask. Last year was year one, where we did add a BCBA, school psychologist, educators, and team chairs, which I talked about in terms of a structural piece that has been missing in our system to ensure that those that are receiving special education services are receiving with fidelity. There are no issues with compliance that have cost us because we did not have such oversight. In addition, those that may be pursuing evaluations, coming to meetings where students will receive the proper accommodations that they deserve, that by law they are to have. So that is a role that has to be very trained. That's the team chairs. We've started that and adding that. So you can see year two, which is the shaded one, and the fancy check boxes. That's about all I can do technologically wise. You can see that by adding some of these critical program components will strengthen, and almost to the point where the programs can stand alone, and we can look forward to looking at other specialized programming in the next year or two. Thank you. Specialized programming, we know, and we made it a point, and I'm so proud of our administrative team and our staff that have developed a budget. They all spoke to our school committee at our workshop in January and discussed the needs that they have. We can't cover all the needs, nor would I be able to come in front of you to ask for all these things, because I understand we have to balance, and we have to look at a systematic program to implement over the course of time. We know that there are no assistant principals at our elementary schools. What is the impact of that? And this came out a lot in FinCom meeting last year. Our principals, I want them to be instructional leaders. They want to be instructional leaders. But as you know, the challenges of being a principal, that the immediate needs that have to occur each day can pull you away from doing a lot of that work. But can we creatively create an assistant principal / team chair in the elementaries to basically serve a dual purpose? Of course we can. We're not there yet, but that need is there, and that is something that we really need to do. That will strengthen our elementary schools, which is the base, the bedrock, moving forward to middle and the high school. Programming, we've talked about those areas. Personnel, we're looking for ways to add lunch and recess monitors that may fall under food services. We've added some. This takes pressure off our instructional assistants, which are really the bedrock of making things happen in our schools. They assist the teachers. They work directly with students. We, unfortunately, do not have a system where they have to do lunch duty as well as recess duty. So they're away from our students. So by adding monitors, which we've started that process, that can take pressure off of that. Math specialists, we're looking for ways to bring that in the future, maybe through grant funding, and we need this. School psychologists, the high school to continue the strand to work with our transitional programming. We already have the .5 Smith nurse. If you remember, 2 years ago, we reorganized our student specialized programming in our elementaries. Smith houses some of our most vulnerable students with a need for increased nurse presence. So we actually have, out of a substitute line budget, we have a .5 nurse working there, but it's a substitute system. We'd like to add that into the budget, but not quite yet. We can get by another year by having that be in the subsystem. And then digital literacy specialists at the elementary level. These are things we need, and I write the word deferred because we can't forget about the needs. They're not going to change. All right, I'm going to step back because you've heard way too much from me. Christina is up. She's going to talk about our programming and our improvements.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. A question we often hear is, how do we know our investment in special education is working? We're seeing results in stronger programs, improved student outcomes, and smarter long-term cost management. Our specialized programs improved by 18% on independent quality measures. We also redesigned programs to better match our student needs and are beginning to transition our systems from consultant support to district expertise. Students with significant behavioral needs are stabilizing faster and re-engaging in learning. And across programs, unsafe behavior indicators have decreased by 26% since October. From a budget perspective, this matters. Supporting students successfully in district helps avoid costly out-of-district placements while building capacity of our own staff. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a graph just to show. Last year at this point, I'll say by February, we had extended evaluation referrals. And so an extended evaluation is when a student typically undergoes a 40-day assessment period that can occur in district or it can occur at a separate setting. Last year, because we didn't have our specialized programs where we needed them to be, all of these referrals had to be at outside settings. When that happens, the cost is at least $50,000, often more when you include transportation. So typically, students are at a placement for 40 days, and what often happens at the end of that 40 days is students make progress, and then the recommendation is for those students to stay. What we want to do is use our own specialized programs to do that in district. And so we have the capacity to do that, and other surrounding districts are also looking for ways to tuition students in for potentially 40-day periods to see really what the level of programming is required. Last year, we also had 10 out-of-district placements by February, and by this February, we're down to 4. Why that's important is because a lot of these pieces that have been happening are due to compliance. And so when we talk about the potential of team chairs, we really need to have some more oversight, because if there is a procedural violation, we are automatically responsible for rectifying that, which automatically means potentially another placement. And so there are pieces that are happening that we can control as long as we have more oversight and the training to be able to do that. Thank you.
And before I begin this piece, I can give, we're always careful to protect student rights and certainly cannot share specifics, but I will say anecdotally, I have observed our own evaluation, extended evaluation within our district, that the student has successfully stayed in our district and will stay in our district, which I think is outstanding for the work that we've done to build this capacity, but also it's a credit to our staff and the families for keeping the faith and trusting us. I saw this happen. If that student went for an out-of-district extended evaluation, at that point, will the student stay in that out-of-district? Will they come back? But we have now built the capacity in. So that's a major success. By just dropping down the amount of external evaluations, that's a huge savings already. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump on that, but that's important to know. So going into our obligations, as we know, it's broken down. That 8.8 is broken down. We have our contractual steps and increases. That covers all of our units. Non-salary student services, so our district tuition and transportation. And as I said earlier, our numbers are down, but the tuition rates are going up. And the privates are working around, they're going way above the rate of inflation. The consortium, which is a great partner and provides great programming, and we are on the board, all the superintendents, they're moving forward with a budget that is close to 10%, which is a lot. We've accounted for that in our budget, to be sure. We've brought curriculum in. We've adopted new curriculum to move math, science, and social studies. Yellow bus contract, we're up this year, which we're anticipating an increase depending on how many bids. That's another story. AEDs, which we had to replace, which we need them, as well as vape detectors at the middle school. That gives us the 8.8%, right? So the offsets, the alternate funding. So we did find one placement adjustment, and then non-salary other, right? That is important because that was a charge the school committee said, find whatever, bless you, whatever cuts you can make in your budget that's not student-facing, which we agree with. And we worked really hard we're not renewing the Chromebook lease at the middle school. That doesn't mean we're not going to have a one-to-one program. We're going to re-image that program, but also bring in, I think, a higher level of technology to our schools, right? We're still on the same platform from 2016, which is great, but a lot has happened in the last 10 years. So the bus fee is going to go up. We're increasing that modestly. And then we also dug in. Our transportation director has found through the routing, can we take another bus off the contract? That's about the equivalent of a teacher's salary, if you look at that, on the low end. Curriculum increases, moved to Title I, right? So we took off, the math and some of the other curriculum into our grant. That takes pressure off of us. The voluntary PD, I'm going to have to change that. There's some contractual restrictions, and I'm working with the union on that. So it's incumbent on me to find a $75,000 savings in other areas, which we will. I can do that. And it's good faith working with our union. And PD is important, and you have to be careful with that because you have to develop your staff. But the operating line reductions, this is where we went through many of the lines. You might see 2,000 off here, 5,000 off here. We looked at previous expenditures on the lines and what can we reduce. One of the lines is conferences. I'm not going to go to the conference this summer. That's not the end of the world. I'd rather stay in district anyway. There's more to do. But that itself is substantial. So that started to bring down some more to get us closer to the 4.05. The next piece is the toughest one, right? And staff reallocation is important to note. And I want the select board and the public to know, we review our personnel, right? And the elementary to the middle to the high school is different in terms of enrollment patterns, but more importantly, how we organize teacher loads, how we organize classes. The elementary is a little more linear, teacher per class. Middle school, we have teams. In the high school, we have a huge matrix. And if you look through it, right now at 10.6, that's Unit A. So there is some reductions at the elementary, and some of that is due to some enrollment changes, going from 3 classrooms to 2 classrooms, which will not impact class size. Also at the middle school, we do have some teachers not coming back. We're not replacing. We have retirement. I do have to make a key correction. Last year, we had a math reduction at the high school. That didn't happen through a late change. So that is happening this year. So it may look like we continue to cut in that area, but we're being very careful because I know in order to provide programming, we know, we review at the high school, how many classes are running, what's the enrollment in the classes, a 3-year analysis of what's the enrollment in some of our classes, particularly electives. If they're not highly enrolled, then we need to move on and put our resources other places. At the IABT, we looked across the board at a 7% or 7 position reduction, which is always tough because these are critical roles in our schools. These are not program related though, and I can't identify them now, but the principals are looking for ways, and we're also reviewing IEPs to see where we can maybe group students and take a reliance off a one-to-one if possible. And we also, the other 2 will be, and we're changing some of the mode with the specialists, the specialty courses, the digital media at 2 of the elementary schools, right? So moving in our teachers, we looked at their teaching load to be able to cover those classes. And then at central office, there's 2 significant cuts there. But in my opinion, we're all in this together, and one cut over the other, they're all tough. But I'm also looking at not just this year, I'm also looking at how can we ensure that our programming stays strong Where can we make some adjustments through attrition? Where can we move resources? But we need to look 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road. We know it's going to be a tough budget season. And honestly, we've been having discussions. Some of these, we can't identify individuals because some of these may change. We may have retirements, we may have some resignations. But these are tough because this creates, we are working hard to keep positive morale with our staff, but those are items that really create some negativity that we all know, though, we are not in a bubble in Danvers. Unfortunately, when you look at the other towns around us, we're all faced with this. And if you look at the positions we've been adding over the last couple of years, they are in positions that we need to help students directly. So I'm very mindful of this and very sensitive to this. That was it's a lot of hard work to get to this point, but we're on a balancing point. If we keep going further, that'll be a different discussion. Salary obligations, which is a line that's used for any things that pop up, which invariably pop up with staffing and such. We've cut that cushion down. Preschool tuition, we received a little bit more money. We've gone over a 2-year increase. Stipends, that stipend comes out because we're developing team chairs. So there's no need to support those stipends because we're building it in within the schedule. And circuit breaker, we're going high on this because this is offsets that we're receiving to keep the obligations down. So I think I'm very proud of this work in terms of getting to this point. And I'm not saying disappointed because, I know we have a financial responsibility, and across the board, we have to be very judicious, but I also know we're dealing with people, right? And we bring in good people, we want to keep good people, but unfortunately, there are some cuts that we have to make, and we're going to make them. Next page. Sorry. I need another sip here. The ask that we are, because we need to keep moving forward with our specialized programming. Through our Embark Stride program, which is our autism strand through, we have IAs that are already working that we've been able to bring in under grant funding. That grant funding is going away. We still have money this year to help bring it across the finish line. But these are positions that are critical. Those are positions, if you lose one, you may then not be in compliance with the student, and you therefore may need to review, will we keep the student in district? That's how critical those are. We also need to add a speech language pathologist because there are communication components that are really essential with that strand. In the RISE program, which is our social emotional, we have these people here, but we want to keep them and move them through the budget as well. And that program itself, we know, is very demanding, and you need to have the proper staffing, not only to be in compliance, all right, but for the safety and welfare of students and staff. And add a team chair at the high school. Currently, we have one at the middle school. It's paying dividends. And we need one at the high school because we need to keep an eye on the continuum of services. We want families to understand and really appreciate the fact that when their student stays in district, it's not just at the elementary. What will it look like for them at the middle school? What will it look like for them in high school, their child? What will the 18 to 22-year-old transitional piece look like? So we need that team chair to provide that and develop and work on that to strengthen that. So, there are more asks that we could have come forward with, but we know that these are the ones that have dug down. We've worked with our team, and this is where we're at. So the pie chart, which just breaks down not only the percentages of salaries and non-teaching salaries, which are contracted services, but certainly, as we said, it's 83.9. I was off a little bit. That actually came down a little bit. Special education costs, and we can't equate that with, we really look at that as the tuition rates and transportation rates keep going up. But 95.9% of our budget really is fixed. We know that. That hasn't changed. And a small percentage, 4.1, really goes towards curriculum, supplies, and equipment. Okay? So our expenditure, that number hasn't come out yet for FY25. It's a little behind. We're a little behind the state funding, but anyway. Next slide. And I also want the public and as well as the select board to realize that over 15 years, you can see the projections in terms of the asks. And certainly if you look at the 14-year ask before the 4.05, hopefully my math is all added up correctly. I know it has. But the 15-year average by adding the 4.05 in, keeps us, I think, in a responsible range, and one, knowing that we're working very closely with the town. I still can't share my gratitude and our gratitude for that work, right? We've had great support, and when I talk with colleagues, it's not always the case with support at the high level of the town support throughout, and as well the school committee. So I put this on here. I'm not going to go into great detail, but I said earlier, we need help. It's not just Danvers, but the state really needs to take a good hard look at some major areas. The NSRT is the North Shore Superintendent's Roundtable. We had a legislative luncheon a week ago to advocate for our schools. And the legislators, and by the way, Sally Cairns and Joan Lovely are outstanding. They're huge advocates for our schools and for our community. And we do communicate regularly with them. But Chapter 70 funding needs to be evaluated, right? And one of the state senators agrees, and they're looking, if they could push that to 150 as a minimum, that would double our Chapter 70 funding, which ultimately would take pressure off the town. Special education cost and stability, so we received 75% reimbursement. Through advocacy last year, they restored transportation reimbursement to 75%. It was 44%, which is about $300,000 plus that we received back in circuit breaker to help the funding go along. There's a lot of discussion about moving that to 90%. They're asking schools and towns to do more with less. I really truly believe you either go up or you go down. There's no staying level. Level is down. And then the next piece of cost-sharing models, we have obligations to residential placements, right? Which, by law, we have to provide the least restrictive environment. And there are situations where students require residential placement, which is 24/7 care, which involves education, the medical, all that wrapped in. And we have a few that have popped up that we have obligations for. A residential placement is over $300,000 tuition per person placement. There is legislation proposed looking for how can there be a cost share. How can there be a cost share? How can, looking with the state and sharing part of that cost, where if we, the districts and towns, take care of the educational piece, and in my rough estimates, if that's a third of that, that would be more in line with our district placements. Because if you have 4, 5, 6 placements, sometimes these pop up out of our control. We have to navigate that. And that's a challenge. And the legislature, our opinion, they really can help us with this, but it's a matter of like, how can this occur? But I know the legislation and a lot of discussion about this is coming. Hi, come on in. Welcome.
In case you need, yeah.
Transportation. So we're out for bid for a bus contract. There aren't many competitors. So there's not the oversight of bids in terms of on our end we have a procedure we follow. But on the other end, if you have one bid, what is the rate of increase? Is there a cap? Is there any type of protection so that, quite frankly, people aren't gouged? And that's happening. So the state needs to step in. Can they put a ceiling on an increase from one year to the next contract? That just makes sense to me. Aid coming into towns and the UGA, and this is way beyond mine. That's more in Rodney and Jill's expertise. But it's stagnant. The funding is really the same. So the example here, 2007 to today, the $1.3 billion, we know that $1 isn't going to buy you what it bought you in 2007. Like, I'm lucky to get a black coffee for $1.92 at McDonald's. I don't know if I can go anywhere else and get that. So my point is this. There's a lot of great things that the legislators helped us. They brought the circuit breaker up. Universal meals is huge. It helps all of our students, which is great. The supplemental Chapter 70 has helped. There's been some adjustment. Again, this isn't me complaining. This is me just talking that this is an issue that we all, as not only residents of Danvers, but throughout the Commonwealth, really need to grapple with, because these are issues that are really putting a lot of strains not only on the schools, but the towns. And we're going to do more with less, but there will be a line at some point that will be a critical mass. So I hopefully didn't go over too much. I apologize. So I'll pause there and end my comments.
Well, with that being said, Dan, that was a great presentation. I am going to open up questions to the board members. Dee?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Bauer, for the presentation. I'll preface by saying I, like many people, moved to Danvers because of the schools. And this is a great community because of the schools and the work that I always say I hope every parent in this community experience the same thing that I experienced because of Danvers Public Schools. All my kids went to Danvers Public Schools, and it was one of the best decisions that I made to move into Danvers. First things first, and I don't know if this is semantics or if I'm just not getting it right. When we talk about specialized programming, is it what we call special need, like IAP, or is it something, because there's this perception that everything is all about special and then everybody else has nothing. I just want to clarify, when we talk about specialized programming, it involves AP classes and things like that. Is that correct?
That is correct. So we're looking to change the narrative. The realization is that under the umbrella of specialized programming, there are special education programs, such as the Embark, SOAR, STRIDE, and RISE. But there's also programming that we have always had that we're looking to enhance, such as the advanced placement. But we're also looking that we need to meet more of the students in the middle, and that's where the pathways come into play.
Okay.
We have those, but we need to increase them as well. That's where the early college is, although we receive grant funding to help support that. But we also know that our students that maybe special education receive services also participate in the other programming as well. So we just can't go with silos. It's just, and I know the initial charge we had was to develop and agreed with special education programming, and that will continue, but we need to really have an eye for all programming for all students. I hope that clears that.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Now, if I go on the pie chart, and the presentation you had was different than the package that we had, so the order, so it's A11 on the package I have. The Danvers Public School expenditure is about $21,000 per student, with the state average of $23,000. When we do out of placement, is it last year it was something like what, 100,000?
Yeah, so yes, and that is actually upwards of 100,000. So this may not have been adjusted from the slide because this has been evolving in terms of the state expenditure. The slide may not have been updated. But so the out-of-district placement itself, that is separate. That is, depending on whatever the tuition is and the associated transportation and support costs.
Okay.
Yeah, so that could range, as we know, maybe 80,000 depending on, but typically over 100,000.
Okay. And last year, I think we added a position for someone to help with transportation within
Yes.
within the superintendent office or something like that. And we were very optimistic that with that, it would help curve and kind of get things a little more organized. Do you have any numbers on that? How is that going? And how is that reflected here?
Well, that is reflecting this year. So going backward last year. So his name is David Pulsifer. He's our transportation coordinator. A specific savings from last year was taking a bus that was on our contracted. We don't have enough buses in our fleet to, and nor necessarily should we. So we partner with another entity. That's the bus contract. I believe last year it may have been 7 buses, or I apologize for not that specific. But the bottom line is he was able to reduce one bus because he reviewed all the routes. And how can he consolidate routes? So taking a bus off the contract is about a $75,000 savings. He also is reviewing, he always reviews, so this year he's looking to remove another bus, which again would be about a $75,000 savings. which is important. Also to note, we're, in this budget, and I apologize if I didn't say it, we are bringing a van driver in because if we can provide out-of-district transportation through in-district, such as the town has been great supporting us with vans. I believe they converted an Explorer that was used by the fire department, but we need people to drive them. And the rate that we, by hiring our own, is way less expensive than by private contracting. There's also another piece that we anticipated a larger savings through a collaboration with the North Shore Educational Collaborative, which comprises, I believe, 17 districts. And we all have struggled with transportation costs because not only do we need to ensure that students transported safely, but there may be additional needs on that run, right? And we also know that if we could work together, if we have 6 students of ours going to a specific out-of-district placement, well, we should make sure that we're consolidating and maximizing that out. But if we have 2 going to one, Peabody has 2, and Beverly has 2, why can't we use the same transport? The cost is the same, but the cost per student would decrease. So the consortium hired a transportation, kind of the equivalent of what we have. They have the software. They went through a contract last year, so we're in the first year of this. We anticipated some more savings, but we're not getting quite as much there, but we see a huge future in the savings because they've made changes within that, updating the software as well as understanding and possibly bringing in some that chose to join the membership. Not all the districts in the consortium joined it, but we are looking to bring in more. So our projection hopefully will at least stabilize that piece. And our transportation director is outstanding because a lot of our field trips are done by our people inside in our buses. So instead of leasing a bus out for the day, it's a lot less expensive to use ours. Athletic transport, which is very expensive. We utilize as many of our buses as possible. We received 2 vans through the DPW 2 years ago. And for our specialized program during the day that may require going to job sites, we're able to use that vans because the requirements will allow a staff member to drive. And that saved us considerably. And I can give you more specific data on that if you like.
Okay, no, that's fine. The add-on, team chairs. Do we have department chairs within the high school?
So we have lead teachers that are paid a stipend, but they are not administrative. So outside of their normal teaching load, they also do things such as regular meetings with the department, ordering supplies and equipment, any specific needs that connect with the school in general. But we are adding department chairs this year, taking that lead teacher role, but organizing their schedule where they have more time built in where they can actually interface all the departments together, including special education, work with the administrative team. It's really tough to be a lead teacher on a full teaching load with all the responsibilities and then do the leadership piece. Mm-hmm. But we are not asking for any more money on that, so we're developing that, and the union has agreed to that. And we're actually going through the process of determining who will fill those roles next year. So we're very excited about that.
Just to clarify, are you talking about team chairs or department chairs?
Department chairs.
That's different from team chair.
Completely different, yes.
Okay.
The team chair is special education. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, no, that's what I wanted to ask. So
Yeah.
the team chair is different.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, that is when we arrived. If I can elaborate a little bit more. It's important to know. That is the person that's charge is to not only ensure the IEPs and related services are being fully developed, but also implemented correctly, compliance, but also they're meeting with families, going through the evaluation process and having these meetings. So they're trained specifically for that. The individuals doing that work before we've added team chairs were typically our school psychologists who, they do a phenomenal job, but they didn't go to school and they weren't trained for that. They've developed that over time, and I'm not negating the work they've done, but that's not their expertise. We'd rather them be working more with evaluations and forward-facing students. So the compliance, as Christina said, that can be very costly. Having an administrator in charge of that, which most districts have, is critical. And that in itself would know that whatever services we're providing, it wasn't a compliance mistake or something that we did not necessarily need to provide. So that, and it also develops relationships with families, most importantly.
Okay, thank you. Well, I watch all the school committee meetings, so I watched the last one as well. And I saw some of the discussions and some of the comments from some residents. My last question is, I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh boy, where do we get 4.05% if we want to count the dollar? And I look to it, I'm like, what can we cut and where do we cut? Help me out here. What can we cut from this budget if we don't want to go to 4.05? Is there anything that you see we can reduce?
So are you asking any additional or?
No, anything that we can reduce from the budget without impacting what the school has to offer to the students?
I think, we've worked so closely with the town to realize, like, what can we get into and what can be feasible to move forward. In terms of this year, we have items to navigate. We have some residentials that we're going to have to navigate and close that budget down. I put on there very carefully the deferred things that we need, but I just know that right. So we have to prioritize. So I know that the investment in our programming, specialized for special education for Embark, SOAR, RISE, those positions are already there. They're coming off grant. We need to keep them because of compliance. We're making decisions if we add this IA, or do we send a student out of district. That's how tight it is. So, ideally would I like everything? Of course, but I also know that that's not responsible. And I'm also trying to keep an eye for 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road. And I know that the needs of our students have changed since 2016, since 2010, since we all went to school, right? And we're making a significant cut in central office, right? But at the end of the day, we're making it work because we're asking, I don't like any cuts, but there is a responsibility that we have to make sure that we are financially responsible, and certainly we try to minimize the student-facing ones. So if it's at central office, then we have a skilled group that I'm looking at reorganizing responsibilities, and we will make that work. Yep.
Thank you for all you do, and thanks to the teachers and the schools. I think we have one of the best schools in the North Shore from my perspective.
Thank you.
Having had all
That
my
means a
kids
lot.
go to the Danvers Public Schools. And one last thing, which may not be on this budget, that I'll be asking from now on until the next year or whatever, we need to do something about the gym. It's the part of the school that was never renovated. The gym at the school, the court.
Are we talking the field house or the Vi gym?
Well, I think we should actually move the volleyball and basketball to the Vi gym. So I'll be looking forward to having us find a way to put some bleachers in the Vi gym, because those courts are just not good for the kids. A lot of injuries, and whereas if they play on the hardwood floor, it might be better. Now, this is me adding more money to the budget, but I said I had to throw it out there as something, make it public that's something I'll be asking you every time you come up here.
Okay.
I'll be like, what's the plan for the Vi gym, being the new place where the kids can play volleyball, basketball, and things like that? It comes down to safety. And I think if we have bleachers there and add the camera, it'd be much cheaper than to go fix the old one, because that one already has a hardwood floor. Mm-hmm. And if we have a plan in place, there's even a possibility that we can get some grant money to get that done. So I just want to put that on your radar.
Duly noted.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dee.
You
Dan?
need a timeout.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bauer, for your presentation. When I went through the budget and noticed that you had like 22 line items that you were reducing, I was concerned. Are our students getting the education and the tools they need to succeed in life when they move on? But listening to your presentation, I have a sense that you and your school committee are concerned about the educational process and seeing that the kids get what they do need. Obviously, you have some deferred items, but we all have deferred items at home, in the schools, town government. We just can't have all we want. But as long as we have what we need to succeed for the kids, I'm happy with this budget.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Mike? Oh, do you want to go last?
No, I'll go
Okay.
now. We'll get it over with. Thank you all. Awesome presentation. I learned a bunch of stuff today, so that was really great. Bunch of questions, if you don't mind. It said we have 3,935 kids that live in town, and 3,113 go to public schools. Is that right?
Yes.
So there's 822 kids, and 260 of them go to the Essex Tech. Is that right?
It's actually, yeah, somewhere in that vicinity. Because we
Okay.
have students that are at the Prep, Essex Tech, Fenwick,
Private
Governors, and then some, about 63 have choiced out of our district that may attend Masco, Beverly, Peabody, Manchester, Essex.
And we pay for that still, right?
We pay per student, correct?
Right.
That's why we, if I may.
Yes, please.
That's why, part of the reason we looked at, like, we have great schools. So we joined the choice program this past spring, and we were able to bring in students. And I can tell you this year, the 63 number stayed stagnant in terms of students going out on choice, which I think is great news. I probably should reflect that.
So is there any way to try to reel anybody back in? Because if we're paying, it would probably be better that they're here, because we're busing them too, right?
No, choice provides transportation themselves.
Oh, okay, good.
And students have returned from Essex Tech.
Yeah.
And I don't know about the choice districts, because there may be factors with that. For example, if a parent may work in that particular community, sometimes parents may choose to have their child go to school there
Right,
as
right.
well. I think one of the areas that public schools generally haven't done a great job with is marketing. Like, what are all the great things we have so families know? I can give you a quick anecdotal piece of that if you don't mind.
Yes,
It's related
please.
to what you said. So we had the open house this fall, right? And by that, families got to see an opportunity like, wow, my child can go to Danvers High School and become an engineer. They do not necessarily have to go to Essex Tech. This isn't bashing Essex Tech, by the way. It's the realization of our upper level courses that they can have. They can still have that same trajectory if they choose to study that in college. In fact, they may at a higher success, possibly rate of that. So I was talking with a student outside the middle school in the fall. I said, hey, you're coming to the open house? He said, I might. What are you doing next year? I'm going to Essex Tech. Why? I want to be an engineer. I said, do you know you can do that at the high school? I didn't know that. So that's just one story of us getting that word out there that you can do what you need to do in our schools to go on the pathway. Essex Tech provides an awesome education. They provide awesome programming for those specific areas. But we need to do a better job of marketing and saying this is what we have.
The pathways that you brought up sounds awesome, that they can graduate high school with certifications. That's incredible. Right out into the workforce, which is always looking for people, and the boost of the self-esteem for a young person to be able to step right out having that's awesome. The Chapter 74 you talked about, next year, there's some funding possibly because of trade things. The trade got my
Sure.
attention there. That's awesome. What else here? What's the maximum class size that a teacher can deal with, still get the message across without it being a problem?
Well, studies show between 18 and 22, although, closer to 18 is probably best in a lot of ways. We do have class maximums built into our contracts for elementary, middle, and high school. And at the high school, it does vary by electives or like gym class, for example. We try very carefully to balance those. And that was part of our review at the high school, knowing that we may have some classes that over the last 3 years may not have been highly enrolled, that if we can transition and move those resources and have the classes. So, typically between 18 and 22. Some may argue on the lower side. But we also contractually have, and we were mindful of when we looked at the high school where these things would go in the middle and the elementary to keep them within reasonable levels.
And is the teacher by themselves, or do they have an assistant?
So it depends. So at the kindergarten level, we have an instructional assistant. That's for every kindergarten class, which they should have. I've been in there. They definitely sometimes they need more than one.
Yeah.
And depending on a student's need, they may need a one-to-one to accompany them to class or a grouping of students. We do have some co-taught classes at the high school, which will pair a general educator and a special educator together. That provides certainly much more coverage, breadth, and depth for all students, but primarily to help those that may have some learning disabilities in that. So it varies according to what the need is. But by and large, you'll find some teachers on their own or some that may have help. In some cases, you may have a nurse in a class with a student that has special medical needs, an aide, and the teacher.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, state and federal funding definitely needs to go up. That's, so people, anybody hearing this, write your legislatures so we can get more money. This is, I mean, the amount of money that it takes to run the operation is incredible. It's really, and there's 8 million moving parts. Like you stated, level is down, actually. On the overlapping monthly subscriptions, is there any reduction that could take place there? There's a lot of money going out the door there. I'm not saying it's a waste. I don't mean that at all. I just meant, is there anything that can go away?
Yes, so there are things that we're researching on that where a district subscription may be less expensive than a school-based subscription. We're trying to look at how can we maximize and really work away from the one-off subscriptions. And that piece is, they're working with our technology director on that. So we're trying the best that we can to minimize that. And if we can provide a district license, oftentimes the bulk will be cheaper than just for a school specific.
All right, this one's a difficult question for you. Most of the stuff, like you said, 96% of the budget's fixed. I mean, we don't have anything to do with the contracts anyway. There's nothing we can do about that. That's just what happens. And we need to do, you have to do what you have to do to keep staff to stay here and want to be here. So DESE, they have a report card that they issue. I found it on our website. So they show us at 31%, which made me look around. And so then I see other towns and districts in the area, and, we're on the lower end, which goes against everything you were just saying today, which I see things are great. But can you talk about this DESE rating system?
Yeah, it goes into multiple, so that's the accountability piece.
Yes.
It goes into multiple factors such as attendance and chronic absenteeism, performance on MCAS, all right, that piece, and looking at that across the board. And the MCAS is something as a district, we did a study, we've been fairly stagnant in some of the areas. In fact, some of the areas we've tried to make some push in terms of, we switched our whole literacy program to go with science of reading versus the Lucy Calkins, not to get into the weeds of that piece. But it also gets into all the supports, how well our students do as they themselves move forward each year as they improve throughout. So that's something we're very cognizant of, and we're working to address that.
Do you think that the way they're grading is proper? And I don't want to set you up for a fail. I'm just asking.
Or you mean
the way DESE grades the school systems?
I mean,
is there things left out that would boost the number?
So chronic absenteeism is one that is, we've worked on that and improved that. I mean, it is what it is, right? That's how many days the students are there. But we know that there are different, like, is that 18, is that the appropriate number based on life today? Is MCAS truly the best indicator? As we know, it's no longer a graduation requirement, right? So it was very difficult last spring, and I'm not making excuses, but it was very difficult for the sophomores to really dial in on a test that they know that really doesn't have any impact on them, right? It used to be a graduation requirement. It's no longer that piece. I think in terms of success rates, like students progressing, right, from grade 9 to 10, because that's a critical year at the high school, but also at grade 5, look at the success rates of that. Look at ways that not only in higher levels course success rate, which some of that is built in, but hone into that as well, and an opportunity for all students. Because there are many successes that are not reflected in that report card. Many successes that make it a challenge for sure, because that, when I go into the classrooms, when I have discussions, I'm seeing tons of engagement, I'm seeing tons of work, but I think there are some factors that could be reviewed within that formula. I don't think that tells the whole story.
Right, so
But I'm
is
not negating the fact that we are working to improve.
yeah, that's what I'm
And
getting
own that
at.
accountability, yes. And that's part of the reason we've updated and upgraded our math curriculum, which hasn't been in a while. Math interventionists would go a long way in our elementary schools. That's something we'll come back, because it's the base. And I can tell you that at the elementary, we've added what they call MTSS, which is the multi-tiers of supports for students for ELA, to improve that piece. And we've already seen internal data where that is getting better. And I can also see a drop-off from the science of reading that we're doing now, that cohort, when we made that transition. So I think there are other variables that could go into that local data would show.
Do you think that by next year, the report card would be better?
I hope so.
Yeah.
But I will tell you two things at the high school that happened. I'm just going to give two plugs. So we received silver medal recognition at the high school for advanced placement, which means a high success rate of students getting a 3 or plus. It's a 5-point test scale. That 3 typically may grant you college credit, and also an accessibility award where we have close to 400 students successfully taking an AP class. To me, that means a lot. That studies show that for every advanced course a student takes is one more step towards success, whether it's not only graduation, but maybe going on to college. So we've been able to offer those advanced opportunities. I think, personally, we're looking for ways to increase rigor at the middle school, and I know we're working on that hard. And I think we've had discussions about that. And I think that is very appropriate, and I do appreciate you bringing up that point. I really do.
And one last question. Do you think your staffing, with the cuts that you've made, do you feel like you're in a good place, you're lacking, you still have to make more cuts? Where do you feel you're at?
Well, I hope not to make any more cuts. I know the bottom line is the bottom line, and I certainly know that depending on how things may go with early retirement and stuff, I mean, we're not going to add any more to the bottom line. But I know in terms of forward-facing, we minimize that as much as possible. And I wouldn't want to go any further. And it's a pretty substantial cut at central office, which, is not optimal, but, we're up for that charge, and I'd rather be that than into the classrooms.
Absolutely, yeah. A hamburger every day is better than steak, what is it? Steak once a week. So, yeah.
I'm only
we
allowed
got-
to
we
have
gotta do what we
turkey
gotta do.
burgers, so.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Gardner?
Thank you. First, I want to do a little bit of housekeeping. People know that I have two family members, close family members, who are employees of the Danvers school system. And pursuant to Mass General Law 268A, I have filed with the state and with the town consistently that is the case. This is not a conflict of interest for me we've talked to town council on several occasions. It's not a conflict of interest for me to sit and listen to the budget, ask questions, and vote on the budget. We are voting on an overall number, and nothing will impact my family's position based on my vote here. I'm not personally enriched by this. That being that out of the way, I have a few questions. Let me go through the tabs. Could you bring back the slide that has the pie graph, please?
Oh, gotta wait out.
One of the questions that comes up on a regular basis is the per pupil expenditure. Is that and I know different towns and cities do it in different ways. Danvers maintains the grounds and the buildings separate from the school budget. It's a choice that many different communities do. Is that per pupil cost inclusive of what would be considered the buildings and town portion of the properties?
That I'm not sure, Gardner, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Yeah, can you answer that, Pam?
I believe it is because I think it's based on our end-of-year report, and that the town's expenses on behalf of the schools are included in that reporting to the state.
Okay, I wanted to make sure that our per pupil cost wasn't artificially low if it didn't include those numbers.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see, the other tabs I had. I think you answered most of the questions I was going and checking them off. I'm on page C7 of your book. You do a great job of talking about the reduction in dollars, in salaries, wages, programs. But can I just confirm that we're actually, for teaching professionals, we're actually losing 3.6 positions, as it were. And I realize it's a shuffling of the deck.
Yeah.
And if I'm looking at page C7, that represents a loss of 5.73% of the education professionals. Is that accurate?
I don't know about the specific percent of those lost.
But is the 3.6 accurate?
Yeah, it's 10.6 of our Unit A that through either retirement or not coming back
Right.
or the actual.
Yeah, you've got
reduction.
attrition, you've
Yeah.
moved
So
some
it's-
people, you've got attrition, you've changed responsibilities.
Yeah.
And I'll be frank, the number is not my concern when it comes to DHS.
Yes.
I need this number when we talk to Essex Tech. And that's why, because I'm going to compare apples and oranges, about, apples to
Well-
apples, about loss of student-facing professionals.
Right, and I appreciate you asking that question because that's the last thing that we try to do, and it's not because we want to add things that we're trying to do things that we really need. And I know, for example, the reductions at the elementary, we're able to merge from 3 classes to 2 classes at 2 of the schools. Right? So that was a natural. We have a reading specialist that is retiring. I moved a central office reading coach into that position. Right, so that's how we were shuffling the deck on that piece to make that work. At the middle school, we have one that is not a teacher not coming back, but we looked at the class on the student service side, and then we also looked at the other position. Can we move some of the electives around? So we really worked really hard at that piece. To your point, I hope we don't have to. I guess what I'm trying to say as well, which I think should be underscored, is I think we're at the point where we were very careful where we went with the reductions. I wouldn't want to go to another step of that, right? I just wouldn't, because now we're minimizing we're minimizing the impact. But to your point, that we're kind of at that line, in my feeling, right? Because it is not linear at the high school. Because if we want to offer these great programs, you need people to teach them.
Right.
So the more you reduce that, right, in terms of advanced placement, sometimes those might run as we call a singleton. There might be one section. And sometimes that's an outlier in the schedule, but you need people certified to teach those classes, such as a advanced placement Spanish class, which can go to getting your bilingual certification. So,
And please, the inference is not that the reduction in
no,
head count is reducing the services or the quality of the education. This is for a different discussion when we get there. I think that they're well served. But I also sit at the dinner table and hear that, and obviously if there were more people to do the work, then the pressure load would be reduced. And so I don't want to make an inference that services are reduced.
No, you certainly didn't do that. And I also wanted to underscore the piece where you can certainly see that there are things that we really do need structurally that haven't been addressed. Again, that we're looking to make those improvements, and that's the balancing act that we have. So I appreciate that question.
Other than that,
Sorry if I get going on that one, because
No.
it's all about people. It really is.
Yeah. Nope, I'm comfortable with the budget. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Excellent. Well, I want to say thank you, Dan and Pam and your whole staff, all the teachers, everybody in the school system. You've done a great job. Just a couple of comments. Always with me, class size is important for the kids, right? We talked about that, the 18 to 22. I think you're trying to hold that strong. I know there's maybe some more, some less.
Right.
You talk about marketing. We talked about that last year. I had my sign on your lawn, on my lawn,
Thank you.
about the Danvers High School open house. So we want to make sure we continue strong with that. We want to keep people here. We talked about, the transportation. I mean, that's a problem, right? We know that. Naturally, we don't want to increase it. You talked about increasing it. I think we need to probably increase some of those user fees, transportation fees. Naturally, people that can't afford it, they can't afford it. We'll help them with that. Early retirement incentives. I think you're looking to the future. I think it's a great idea. The teachers, we thank them, My dad was a teacher, for years, so I get that. But if we can entice them with the incentives, that would be great. I love the idea of the AP diploma being the first one here. Like, wow, that's great. Thank you. I think that's wonderful, being the first one in the area. And I do love the work-study program, keeping it in district. And the grant, the pathways, that's really encouraging too. Maybe, put in their financial services, municipal government, right? Something like that. Leaders, for the future. Chapter 70 funding, that's always a problem. They need to go back to the drawing board, right? With the legislative. Look what we did after 30 years with the Town Manager Act and the town meeting. They need to come up with that. And hopefully, like you said, Joan and Sally are very good and proactive for us. We're very lucky to have them here. Let's see, what else did I have? I think that's about it. I would say that I'm fine with it too, and at this time, folks, we can open it up to the public. And please go up and introduce yourself. Yes, does the clerk have her timer? Oh, no. We'll have a timer of about 3 minutes. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Hi, Kevin Barrich, Poplar Street. I'll try not to even take that much.
That's all right.
I mean, look, I have 2 kids in the Danvers Public Schools. I think this is great. I think this is the first budget I've seen in some years where, the plan is for the rising tide to lift all boats, right? Whether you want to go on to college, whether you want to enter the workforce right after high school, whether you need additional supports or whether you don't. I think all boats are getting lifted here. I appreciate it. I do, and Dee, your comment and Gardner's, you need to talk to Jill if you want to change to the building, right? The building is not his budget, it's your budget. So the good news is you can put in all the bleachers you want, just convince 2 of your colleagues.
And find the money.
Yeah, and find the money, sure. I have some concerns with the way we arrive at some numbers. So, the students that were guests in our community for a few years that are now not being counted in enrollment, we were counting them in enrollment when it showed rising numbers. Now their numbers have fallen, they don't count anymore. So if you look at our kindergarten class, our first grade class, our second grade class, they're smaller than our third grade class, our fourth grade class, our fifth grade class. Numbers are real numbers. I mean, the numbers on DESE's website, not those ones you saw, but what DESE considers our enrollment, this year is less than last year, is less than the year before. So you can massage numbers any way you want. It looks like our enrollment is up as long as we don't count some of our students, right? So I don't think that's correct. I think we also know darn well what the FY25 student spending is. We do this every year. We tell DESE what our spending was, and we know what our enrollment was. We know darn well what it is. To Gardner's point about are we undercounting, I would argue yes. So it's hard for me to look at that DESE report, which I got through an open records request, and say, oh, well, no, the Smith School heating budget was actually higher than that, right? Arguing with individual line items is hard, but seeing entire categories that are left out is easy. So municipal support to safety in our schools. The school told DESE that we spend $0 on that. How many FTEs does the police department employ that do nothing but provide safety to our schools? Plus a supervisor. Plus their pensions, plus their health care. So while I understand that like some municipal stuff, and Rodney's worked very hard to get it in there, I think we're missing stuff. And DESE says, hey, only reports SROs if there's an MOA between the school system and the police department. I did an open records request for that as well, and I have that. So I can point to a line item where there's at least an undercount of hundreds of thousands of dollars, right, of the town's support to the schools. I am not opposed in any way to this budget. I think it's great, but I want to stop being told year after year that this town is less generous than the average to supporting our schools, because I don't think it's true. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Please go up and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Julie Bulldog DeFilippo, and I'm the chair of the Danvers Special Education Parent Advisory Council, which you probably know as CPAC. I'm here today to represent the families of children with special education services in Danvers. And I brought with me a letter of support for special education programs and funding that was signed by 87 Danvers voters, and I'll leave it up on the table here for you all to review. I think some of you mentioned you watch the school committee meetings, which I attend, and I'm really honored to represent our families here. The last meeting, we talked about achievement, which is something I want to highlight here as well, that, special education students are high achievers. They are athletes. They're on the honor roll. They take AP classes. And some of their greatest achievements are those that look different that you might not see published in the, Danvers Herald or Salem News on honor rolls. They're learning to speak, they're learning to read, they're learning to eat independently, to regulate emotions, to make friends. How are any of us to look at those achievements and say they're not high? But those are our children. And so these milestones take a lot of dedication, not only by our children, by our families, but by our dedicated educators, our instructional assistants especially. And we want them to have all the support they need and our kids need as well. And so when we collected these signatures, we also asked families, please share your stories of what these funding investments and not only like the good, the bad, but what the cuts, what the impact also is. These don't maybe represent cuts to you, but they do to us because some of those deferred costs are very human, and I'll give you some examples. So parents shared how because of special education, their kids are going to college. They named the colleges, Merrimack, UMass, all those. They're able to function with ADHD, executive functioning support. And one parent said, talked about her child who is autistic and often misreads social cues, which is common in autism. And that, the world can be harsh. We all know that. The pressure to fit in or be normal, that can mean pressure and, bullying from peers, other parents, and the community, especially when your disability is not visible. And she said that special education is quite literally a life preserver. And so I shared at the last meeting my son's story. My son David's 8. He's at the Thorpe School because he's dyslexic and he's autistic, and we're very proud of him, and as is he. Because of the investments that were made in these programs, he did not have to go out of district to get the reading support he needed. And the position that was hired, a reading specialist, Mrs. S. at Miss Sidley at Thorpe, who he loves, he is just thriving. He went from coming home and saying, I'm dumb, I can't read every day, to coming home within weeks of the school year to saying, Mom, I can read, did you know that? And he reads out loud to us. So they really do matter. Again, I know my time is up, but I look at the deferred costs. That story, you don't know the backstory, that story almost didn't happen because David was at another school and it was recess time and there wasn't enough recess aides. And what you see on camera was David darting into the street after a kid kicked him. And by the grace of God, someone pulled him. Within 10 seconds, he would have been killed because you see a car drive by. So it means a lot to our families. This means lives when we don't fund these things. As a social worker, I'll tell you that human costs, when you defer them, will become social costs later. Because I see those people in my outpatient practice here in Danvers and as a school social worker in Lynn. So you're going to fund them somehow. It's just when. And, hopefully the people will still be here to do that. So thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions? Please go up.
I would just like to acknowledge Eric Crane, 25 years on the school committee. Thank you for your surplus value, sir.
Thank you, Bill, for doing that. I was going to do that. That's great. Anybody else? Eric? No? Okay. Okay, folks, at this time, board members, do I have a motion?
I move we accept the budget as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. Passes. At this time, we'll have the library come up.
Thank you. I just want to take a minute to say thank you to Dr. Bauer and his team. We share their appreciation of the collaborative relationship and also share their support for state legislative advocacy for some changes in funding.
Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't respond quickly. I wanted to know I read it and I got it. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to start with the library. We're a little behind schedule here.
I know. I
you.
do not have as long a presentation. All right. Good morning, everybody. I am Noelle Bach. I am the library
please.
director. I have with me today, I do have my assistant director, Jen McGeorge. Our bookkeeper, Ginny Brown, is here. And I also have three of my trustees. I have Julie Curtis, I have Noah Levitt, and Dr. Charles Desmond are all here today as well to support. So, budget this year. First thing, though, I want to say is I do want to thank the Select Board, particularly because you did include the library for the first time in the town's budget goals as a separate item, and that was a really welcome addition to us, and it's very impactful for the board to really kind of recognize and acknowledge the library as a separate entity that's important to the community. So I do thank you for including us this year in the budget goals. That was very meaningful. Sometimes we feel like the little overlooked cousin, next door. So really, it was wonderful to see that. So this year's budget, as you know, we have the unusual 7% increase overall, which is not something that we normally see from the library. And as you probably already know, that is due to the contractual obligations of the town with the union contract. The library did unionize this last cycle. So part of that was that there was of the negotiations that there would be a compensation and class study to look at the library employee pay scales. As far as we know, I was actually just talking to Jen earlier, who's been with the library over 20 years now, right? And she does not recall there ever being a compensation and class study that has been done for the library. So that was completed this past year in 2025, and it's brought about the right sizing of the pay scales for the library staff with looking at comparable communities. As Dr. Bauer just said as well, like what we really want to do, of course, what the town wants, what the library wants as well, is we want to be able to retain our really wonderful staff, and we need to be able to have the right salaries to do that. And also, when people do move on, we need to be able to attract new staff, and it's very important that we have the kind of salaries we do. So that 7%, really it's bigger than that percent, but that big bump right there is really just required work that was done as part of the negotiations with the collective bargaining agreement. So that's, and in the big picture, of course, the library is only, as you saw in the opening, 1.2% of the entire town budget. So when we're looking at the big picture, it's very, very small. When I look at the library out of context, it looks very big. But it was a necessary step that we needed to do. The one reduction that we have in the budget is we did take 25% out of our supply line, which we should be able to manage with fine. So that is where our budget came from as well. I was going to say, I don't know, I guess you have the clicker. I was going to say, who has the clicker? Rodney has the clicker. So I did want to talk a little bit about as well that the library budget is supported not just by the town. We do get support from the state through state aid that is particularly aimed at the library. The Peabody Institute Trust, which is the trust fund that the trustees manage, and the Friends of the Library also give us support money. And I just wanted to break this down a little bit. This is one of those things that a lot of people just don't know or think about, and I thought just for our people watching as well to learn that the money we get from the state is predicated on certain requirements that we have to fill. So, and I did list them here on the slide so you can see what they are, but the top three ones are the ones that are the ones that usually are the most concerned to libraries across the state, and that is that we are mandated to have a minimum number of hours that we're open, including nights and weekends, that the appropriated budget, 13% of that for us needs to be spent on materials, so your books, your audiobooks, whatever, all those kinds of things must be spent. That certain amount has to be spent on that. And then the municipal appropriation requirement, which we just say is the MAR, must meet or exceed a 2.5% increase annually. And you see the little formula we have there, which is, I just gave the example, but it's the past 3 fiscal years divided by 3 times 1.025 equals the MAR for the upcoming budget year. So those are the requirements that the state has to be able to grant us state aid. If we fall under any of those, if we were only open 58 hours, that results in us having to fill out a waiver, and they do cut our state aid by a percentage. And depending how much you are falling beneath those metrics that they have given us, they reduce your state aid even more, and there's a point where they decertify libraries if it's really bad. We happily have not had to ever fill out a waiver, as far as I know, in Danvers, but that's just where some of our support comes from, and I feel like it's just important note that everyone is aware of. So that's our library support. And I did want to say too, so I wrote on this graphic too, I did want to mention too, so the, some of the other monies that we do have from the trust, from the Friends, some of that money provides services, programs, things like that, that are not in the town budget. So if we did not have these other additional funding sources, we wouldn't have the programming we have, we wouldn't have professional development budget. A lot of things like that are paid for outside of what the town gives us. So it is very important that we have these other funding sources. I've made some infographics this time. I changed up my presentation from other years because sometimes we have people think, who goes to the library anymore? No one uses the library. Kids don't go to the library. To the contrary, this first slide shows number of library visits. Over 283,000. This is just for FY25 visits of people coming into the library. We're open 3,226 hours the last fiscal year. For the public-facing services of the town, like the library, is open a lot of hours. We are there more than most other places and available to the public. That 364,379 items that were circulated, if you give that a dollar amount, which conservatively, I'll say $15 an item. Like obviously there's things like magazines that might cost $3, and then we have items that might cost $50. That's $5.5 million that we're saving our residents by being able to use materials at the library. Our programs are always free. We have a wide range. We serve everybody, as you know, from babies, through senior citizens. We have all sorts of things that we have. We're just actually going to have later this month, like college planning workshops that we're going to have coming in. We just had, or did we just have that one yet? We just had somebody come in to talk about documents that you should have if you're 55 and over, like things that you should have in order. We have baby programs, toddler programs, preschool programs, things for teens. So the last fiscal year, we had 624 programs, over 11,000 attendees. I was looking at our FY22 numbers, and we have a 50% increase in attendees than we had then. Of course, that was still coming out of the pandemic, so you have to take that into account. But we really do very well with increasing our numbers as well. Next slide, please, Rodney. The study rooms. So we have 2 study rooms on the second floor. Almost 1,700 uses of those study rooms, which is, to me, incredible. I didn't even realize they were being used that much, but people need spaces that are free, that they can access to be able to have small group work, to be able to take that call, that Zoom meeting that they're in. There's nowhere else to go to do that, to have a private meeting. Can't put a value on that at all. The museum passes, so the Friends of the Library completely fund our museum passes. They spend several $1,000s a year. Most of those are for discounts. We have 20 museum passes right now that we have available. And that number is almost 1,200 uses of the passes. Conservatively, If you say that 2 people are using any given pass, we're talking about a savings of about $24,000. Probably more than that if you talk about a family of 4. If any of you have tried to go to the aquarium, like that's minimally like $30 a head, so you're talking over $100 for a family to be able to go to the aquarium. You can cut that in half by using the museum passes that we have. So it's really a wonderful way for families, especially if they don't have as much money, to be able to still access cultural institutions, educational institutions that we have around the state. We just added Mass Audubon, which I was very excited about. I love that one too. So we have over 11,000 library card holders, and public computers. A lot of people just think that everybody has a computer at home, everybody has internet access at home. That is not true. We have people coming in every day just to use our Wi-Fi. People come and use our computers. Like, we have people who come in, the same people who come in every single day to use the library, and they're at our computer stations because this is where they have free access to be able to do that. And that can affect everything from job hunting to just work they need to do, and entertainment purposes as well. So there's extraordinary amount of use of our library. It's like we see it day in and day out, but you don't look at the whole big numbers that you can see when you look at these graphics that I put together. And what else? I had some other notes about that. Oh, and some of the other things that you won't see on that graphic too is like things like I was just thinking about the schools as well. We do strive to support the schools. My teen librarian for the last summer bought 240 copies of the titles of the books that were on the summer reading lists for the middle school and the high school. That ended up being about $2,500 in cost for us, but those all go out multiple times over the summer. So we're saving families, probably $7,500 to $10,000 that they would have spent to do something that is for the schools, that needs to be done for the schools. So that's a way that we're partnering. CPAC right here, so they have it right here, already. My children's department works with CPAC, and we have things that CPAC comes to and helps be there as a group to smooth the way for some of the kids and families who come in who might need that little extra support. And it's good to see the friendly faces as well. So we do have a lot of crossover and work we do. My teen librarian, all my children's librarians do go visit all of the schools, the elementary schools, and my teen librarian does go to the middle school and high school regularly as well. So we do make sure we have these collaborations within the town as well. So, and then my last slide is just some of the things that are happening last year that we did in the library, just for some fun stuff going on. So as you can see, we have dance, we have music. I've highlighted Basketball Hall of Fame as one of our brand new passes that we had this year. The Nook Huddle Pod, which is something that the library trustees agreed to fund. It has noise dampening panels in it, so that is getting used. We've only had that maybe 2 months now, and it gets used every single day by multiple people. It's great for tutors or people who want to be in a little quieter environment yet still be in the open. We have people, some of my staff members, you'll see at a couple tables. That was a trunk or treat. Julie Curtis is there in that picture. Yep, that was a trunk or treat visit that we had at the library. And at the Texas Roadhouse that they had and we also, and I actually don't remember why we have the one in the middle, but we do try to go to our town events, whether it's the Pride Party or Downtown Rewind or any of the other things, Onion Town. We try to make sure that we're present at as many things as possible. And the upper right-hand corner is some of the artwork that's actually currently in the standing room. And we have a very vibrant collaboration with the Danvers Art Association, where they do 4 shows a year in the standing room as well, that we work with them for that. And then actually just coming up, the show's about to come down in about a week, and I'm working with the schools, actually the art teacher, to put up a project from the students at the high school is going to go in next. So we do a lot of things. These are just a few of our highlights from the past year that we're doing. And as I always say, we do a lot for a very little. And we're open a lot of hours. We have a lot of great staff that really do excellent customer service for the residents of the town. And try to zip through it. I know we're behind schedule, so that is all I have to say for now.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
We'll open up to questions from the board members. Dan?
Thank you. Hello, how are you today?
Good.
Good, thank you. How many full-time staff?
Oh, full-time, is it 15? Yeah, 15, I think it's 15 full-time
15?
staff. Yeah, I think it's 15, and we have another, like, dozen that are part-time.
And that 15 is the same number as last year?
Yeah, we haven't changed the numbers.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. That's it.
That's it, Dan?
Yep.
Okay, Gardner?
No, you've explained the dramatic increase based on unionization. I have no questions. I appreciate the library for all it does for our community.
Thank you. Dee?
Yeah, thank you. I said before, I think the library is a jewel to our community. And I asked this last year, then maybe you heard me. It's stuck in the corner there. Too many trees in front of it. Nobody can see it. You think we have to handle and then who maintains the library grounds? Because the grass, especially by the gazebo there, it's got great events. But how do we? Like,
So-
is there anything here for the aesthetic? Like, who takes care of that?
Yeah,
Is it
so
the town or is it
the
library?
the town does manage the grounds, and so there is a dividing line. That there's a lot of confusion always that there's a chain link fence behind the library, and that's the library, and then the rest of the part around where the pavilion is, that's all public park, actually. So not library grounds. Feels like it's library grounds, but it's not library grounds. But yeah, that's all, and I think last year we talked a little bit about that as well, that a lot of those trees are memorial trees as well that have been planted there, and I have nothing really I can say about the
Sorry,
trees.
Jill.
It's really nothing
This
I
is my
can really
only
do about the
chance.
trees.
I watched the library trustee meetings as well, and I was looking at that chart. I don't have it here. The structure of the town. So we have the select board that appoints the town manager, and on that chart, it had the library trustee, and then the library director, and then that ended there. So, do you report to the town manager or do you report to the trustee?
The trustees are my lovely bosses, really. But we work in tandem with the town manager. So there's a division, sort of a bit of oversight there, because I work very closely with the town. And I don't know if you want to
Yeah, I'm happy to
talk about this.
just,
To
this
jump
is
in on
something
that.
we've been working on at length with the library and our labor council. So there will be a letter going out shortly about this. But we've been talking about this a lot because library employees are town employees.
Exactly.
But the library director does not report to the town manager, reports to the trustees. So the chair of the trustees and I have been meeting to make sure that anything that's related in personnel and things like that on the town side, also we're sharing any expectations on the town side of the library director with the trustees, so since they hold that. So we're working through that right now, trying to formalize some of those relationships to have more transparency for both the employees and the public on kind of which direction and who's in charge. But there is a division by default that was in the town manager act. So the director reports to the trustees, the employees report to the director, but they're employees of the
But
town.
everybody comes to the town HR.
Yes.
On that, so yeah, I think it would be a good idea to
Yeah.
to iron that out and get it clarified.
Yeah, and I will also say that the unionization of the library employees stemmed from them. They came to the director and the town. This is before I started. So it came from them, and that is also helping us help them better navigate the HR process because now they are part of the larger ASME union.
How far are you in the process of ironing this out?
I have something on my desk that I'm supposed to read that I haven't.
Yeah, we're very far in the process.
We've got a lot
yes.
farther in the last 3 months, I'd say, than we have in a very long time. And Labor Council is engaged. And like I said, the chair of the trustees is engaged. So we're making big strides, considering how long this relationship has kind of been established this way for hundreds of years.
I'll follow up on that. And thanks for everything. I mean, the library does great programming, and I come to some of them, so thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chairman, if I may, sorry for my ignorance, who's the chair?
Don Hopkins.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Mike?
Yes, thank you. A couple quick questions. Thank
Sure.
you for being here and telling us all that great information. The 12 part-time, are they mostly summer help for increased
No, no,
activities?
no, we have them all year.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's 220,000 in library materials in the
Right.
thing. Is that like computer software and stuff?
So no, that's the materials expenditure budget that I was talking about in the couple of slides ago. If you want to flip back for me. Yeah, that one in there. So the minimum, the 13% of the total appropriate budget must be spent on materials for the library. So that's what that is.
So you have to.
Yes, that we have to. Yes.
In the computers in the library, they have the appropriate blocks so kids can't get into stuff they shouldn't get into?
So we do not block our computers. That is not something that we do. We don't filter.
Yeah.
We haven't had issues with that though. So and so we do have children's computers right downstairs in the children's room, and children don't normally go up and work in the adult areas at all. Very, very rarely. But that's just something like we monitor ourselves, but we don't have blocks.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Excellent, thank you. Just a couple of quick questions. Thank you, great
Yep.
presentation. We see you mentioned about 15 full-time, 12 part-time, what's that, 27? We're seeing departments doing cuts. Do you see anything with the library, naturally having employees do more with less employees? I know contracts are important. Do you see that in the future?
Well, to be able to maintain the services that we have, it's important for us to maintain our numbers as much as possible. Forward-looking, there are different ways where, is it possible to be able to do more with less? Of course. Well, I should say it the other way around. But anyway. Do we want to do that? Of course not. No one wants to say, yes, we need less, we can do more with less staff. Obviously not. If we run into that issue, if that's something that we come to down the road, that's a conversation that I'll definitely, be having with the town manager and the finance director about, and my trustees, of course, as well, about what can and can't be done, and some of those things, anything where we look at reduction of staff, because we are open so many hours, will come with potential reduction of services as well.
Right, and we don't want to have reduction of services or reduction of people, but it seems like everybody's chipping in. It's town-wide, right?
Yep, sure, yeah.
Reduction. So, and then you talk about, wonderful programs. Programs are free. Do you see maybe phasing in like a small fee for programs?
That is against
be allowed?
against
I
the
don't
state.
know.
That's not allowed by the
doesn't
state.
allow that,
Yeah, the state
okay.
does not allow that. We have
that was
to
my
have free
question.
programs. The only way you can do anything like that is through if you were like the Friends of the Library potentially, or otherwise could do a fundraising event where you could charge a cost, but otherwise the part of the mantra of having a public library is that it is free to all, and that your programs and services are normal programs and services are free to the general public.
Excellent, thank you for clarifying that.
Sure.
At this time, anybody in the public have any questions? Please go up and introduce yourself. The clerk will have her timer. We're a little bit behind schedule, I think.
Hi again, my name is Julie DeFilippo. I'm here for Danvers CPAC, and we wanted to stay to make sure to highlight the partnership we have with the library, not only in the children's room, around like the summer reading challenge. For example, we held a sensory-friendly registration event, so that all families could participate. We also are really grateful for their help in helping our families not only become aware, but use all the accessibility services that they have, which are so vast for all grades, all age ranges. So our partnership is not only with the children's library, although we love it, it's also just in general with the library for our families. We really, really treasure it. I'll say quickly because I do have to go. We also wanted to highlight our partnership with Danvers Rec with the new therapeutic recreation program, which has been outstanding, and we know continues to grow. So we're really grateful for both those partners. So thank you.
You will, thank you. Anybody else? Please go up.
I will try to be quick. My name is Noah Levitt. I'm one of the library trustees. Just want to say two quick things. First of all, I think Noelle and her staff do an incredible job with their budget in terms of being efficient and maximizing the services delivered. And then I want to share a statistic that I saw a few years ago, and it always bounces around in my head. It's from the Library Research Service. So they analyzed studies on the impact of libraries, and they found that for every dollar invested in a library, there's a range between $5 and $9 of community return on that investment. That's direct spending, halo spending, so people go to the library and they go grab a coffee downtown. But also, I think really critically, services that people get for free from the library, they would have had to pay for elsewhere. So some of the free classes they might offer, computer access, books, the library of things. So I think it's important when we think about the library to think about what that investment looks like in terms of the return for our community, for the kids, for the people visiting. So thank you.
No, thank you. Anybody else? All right, folks, at this time, board members, do I have a motion?
I move we accept the budget as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much.
And I might say,
Sure.
Madam Chair, just Noel, if you want to just let the trustees know, they should speak to the mic. Speak in the mic
Yep,
during the
okay.
meeting.
Yeah, we have so many problems with the mics. There, the meetings, yeah. That's a work in progress.
Thank you. So at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Do you have anybody else want to go up? Okay. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're behind a little bit. We're going to have Essex Tech come in after our 10-minute break. And we have Essex Tech. Thank you. Heidi, welcome.
Thank you. Welcome, or thank you. Excited to be here today. I would like to bring up Marie Zamorowski, who's our school business manager, in case there are any questions that I cannot answer. In your packet today, and there are 5 over on the table here if anybody would like them, is some information. On the left-hand side, we did include this school year. Every halfway through the school year, I do present findings from my Smarty goals as well as our strategic plan. So on the left-hand side is the superintendent mid-cycle review update. This is done as well at the end of June into July, just to kind of recap what the school year looks like, what our kids accomplished and our staff, and anything else in between. On the right-hand side is information specific to enrollment, budget, et cetera. Your budget book will be available to you on Thursday at the Thursday school committee meeting, where we have an open meeting for our budget hearing. We do give all of our school committee members approximately 20, if they would like more, absolutely, budget books. That really outlines everything that has been done from July 1st up until March 1st. So with that, I will just start the presentation. So as you know, we are in Danvers, Massachusetts. We did change our address in July from Hathorne to Danvers, primarily because of the United States Postal Service and delivery. So we would actually have our staff have to go to pick up mail every day or drop off mail. And we did think that that was taking into our maintenance department's work assignments. And so we did request that and went through the proper process. And so now our official address is Danvers, Massachusetts. We do sit on 166 acres of land, which we're very excited. Partially is agricultural land, so that is really restricted use, where we would need to use it for agricultural purposes. We have increased our agricultural space, as well as increasing the food production on our campus, including an orchard, raspberries, blueberries, flour, cut your own flowers, et cetera. The other portion of the land is conservation land, and that is why we have so many parking lots. As you know, we have 8+ parking lots on our campus, which is unique, I think, to a high school, but it is because of the way that our land was structured. It does sit on conservation and agricultural land, to which they needed to work around. We serve 1,926 full-time students. These are our day students, so the students that reside in our 17 communities, as well as our 41 surrounding communities. So we have approximately 379, what we say agricultural students. Those students can only take part in agricultural education, and they reside in 41 communities outside of our 17 sending communities. They do have the right in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Everyone has a right to agricultural and vocational education. So kids can apply to us from anywhere in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, which is a bit different than our Bristol County Ag and our Norfolk County Ag. And it's the way that our legislation was set up. The remaining students do reside in our 17 communities. We have about 123 of those remaining students that do partake in agricultural education. Our 9th graders right now will be taking part in, they're in exploratory right now, but they will be selecting their major in April. And at that point, they get placed into their major. So when you see 9th graders, they're still exploratory, and the state has not yet claimed them for a career pathway. After hours, we still have After Dark. After Dark is a program that is run from 11:30 until 2:30. They're for high school grade 11 and 12 students. Those programs are Swampscott and Beverly. We used to have 4 other school districts that participated in that, but they have since declined services. It's where a student that may not have gotten into Essex Tech originally as a 9th grader, or has decided that they would like more workforce training or a vocational program, and they enroll in the After Dark program. So they come to us at 11:30, they have lunch with us, and then they go right into their program. Many of these programs are more construction related, although next year we will be adding early education and care to that program area. And then if you live on 62, I know there's traffic in the morning, but there's also very busy at nighttime. Our nighttime programs, which are primarily funded by the state through the Career Technical Initiative, are actually funded for free. So these participants, which many of them, we have seen an increase in local or recently graduated seniors that may have decided not to go to college, or in January, they have decided not to continue in their four-year college. And so we are really trying to market that younger youth to be able to make sure that they have those opportunities available to them, and we have been promoting them regularly. So we have seen an increase in the building trades for kids that have either recently graduated or have decided to no longer attend their four-year university of choice. Your enrollment, I know this is a little hard to find, but it is in your packet as well. And so as of October 1st, 2025, much like Danvers Public Schools, our enrollment is based on October 1, a census that we report to the Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. So this is as of October 1, 2025. It will fluctuate. Somebody might move out of Danvers or move into Danvers. However, our Chapter 70 funding is specific to the October 1, 2025 census. And so at this time, we have 61 ninth graders, 57 10th graders, 61 11th graders, and 55 12th graders. Underneath it are those kids that may be receiving services. So we have 41 or 45 students with disabilities, 3 multilingual learners, 3 former multilingual learners. That means that they have been in the country for more than 3 years, and so they may receive some services, but they do not receive the full multilingual services that a student that has just come to this country has received. And then 20 students that first language, they're not eligible for multilingual services, but it means that their family, through a family home survey that we do, that every school district does in the Commonwealth, determines that their first language is not English. That means that we add additional supports, primarily through Parent Square, which most schools now use, where it will automatically translate that any communication that we send to our families, it automatically translates to them. The career areas, and this is what I talked about earlier, is the exploratory grade 9 is 61, but our other kids are in these other programs. So you see electrical, you have 15 kids in electrical. Dental assisting is 25 students, which is one of our largest programs, as well as electrical. So those are our 2 big ticket, as well as HVAC. HVAC and refrigeration is also one of our waitlisted programs, but we have 15 students from Danvers in there and 15 students in electrical. If you look at plumbing, plumbing is also highly rated with 13 students, and then carpentry is 14 students. So you can see that your Danvers students primarily look at the building trades, which is great, because they'll be building all of your retirement homes, hopefully, soon, or fixing your HVAC systems. As we know, we had a lot of ice dams over the last few weeks, so hopefully it was a vocational student that came to rescue you. But also health assisting, as well as dental assisting. Those are what we call our Home and Human Services Academy programs, and those programs are indicative of there are future nurses, our dental assistants. They will often go on to school to become dental hygienists or nurses. BSN, whether it's an RN, a BSN program primarily, not as much LPNs, but primarily going on to a 2- and 4-year college. You will be proud of them, because my dad was being serviced at Anna Jake's Hospital in Newburyport last week, and 2 of the CNAs that were taking care of my dad were actually from Danvers. And it was cute. I got a picture of them. But they wondered, they're like, oh, we saw the water bottle, the Essex Tech water bottle. And my dad does not go anywhere without this water bottle. So it was really cool to be able to see them in action. I did go to the charge nurse because it was a new relationship that we had with Anna Jakes. And they said they just love these kids. And they're so thankful that we're able to have them at Anna Jakes. It is difficult to get into a hospital. So a high school kid working in an adult type world can be really difficult to get into a hospital because they're typically managed by larger companies. So we're very proud of them. This is our co-op spotlight. So Brian, I don't know if anybody knows him, but I'm sure you will be knowing him if you need an electrician soon. And he is a Danvers kid, grade 12. He's an electrical, and he is now at Mechanus Electric in Saugus. So he is working full-time instead of coming to school. So he'll do his academic school on one week, and then he'll go to his co-op job on the other week. Many of our kids that in junior year, halfway through their junior year, they're going out in cooperative education sites instead of coming to school, and they're earning anywhere from $18 to $30. Depending on some positions, like advanced manufacturing, where overtime comes in, some of these kids can be making $75 an hour on a Saturday because they might need to get a job out, particularly in an advanced manufacturing field. These are our partners. We do look at Danvers as well as our sending communities as strong partners, and we depend on these companies to really trust us to send their kids to them to work. But these are some of the jobs and the cooperative education companies that we have that reside in Danvers. Our budget, why we're all here. So much like everyone's budget, much like many school districts across the state, we have seen an increase in special education services and the need to service students appropriately and free appropriate education for all, as we all know. And so there are some drivers to our budget. We have a 4.5% over last year's budget. And the primary reasons are technology, infrastructure. Our building now is going into 13 years. When we first built the building, obviously all of the new technology was brand new in 2014, but typically a school district or any municipality would have a 3 to 5 year technology plan where you would rotate certain sections of the building for newer equipment, et cetera. So we have actually decreased our technology budget each year. And now we're at a point where we do need to make sure that we have level services for the technology component. In addition to that is salaries. We do have, much like most of you, we have negotiations happening right now. We're not quite sure where those teacher negotiations will come. But one of the one of the requests in all negotiations so far has been parental leave. So we are looking and working very closely with our union through the negotiation process, and we're hopeful that will be settled by June 30th, although I cannot mention much more of that. But we are hopeful. It has been a collaborative process so far. We will go into the Ask Me unit next year. So every year we actually have a different unit that will be negotiated. The following year will be our Ask Me bus unit. And then the other is capital. The capital expense is last school year we put in $750,000 into our capital budget because at one time we didn't really have a capital budget because we're a new building, but knowing that the size, we have over 1 million square feet of learning space, which has actually increased moving people over to the South Campus. And with that comes the need for capital expenses. So we needed to kind of start building our capital, and so we did invest $1 million into our capital expenses, or fixed costs, sorry. Oh, you want me to talk about fixed costs? Thank you. Thanks, Marie. That's why we're here. The fixed cost actually was 2.4%, and those are things that we cannot change. Clearly. Health insurance, as you know, is one of them. I know the GIC and the state has been working very closely at what those costs are, but last year the increase to GIC was 13%. So it has been a significant cost factor for our budget. So your assessments are here. As you know, we're a regional school district. We are your public vocational agricultural school, and we're proud to be in the town of Danvers. We are required to meet net school spending. You may have heard that over time. Is net school spending is how much you do need to spend in order to then either get funds for the next year, and how those funds are allocated. And I know that's small. So you're looking at your per pupil cost, which is inclusive of your capital, your debt service, and your transportation of $21,582, just a little bit over the average. So our rate is pretty finite as it relates to the formula. And I know if you heard Senator Tarr the other day, he was talking about the Bright Bill. If you're able to get it online, it's really a good presentation, because while he was talking about post-secondary institutions and colleges infrastructure, he did talk about the K through 12 system and the need to really fund it appropriately. So we're hoping that the state, for everyone, can kind of kick in additional dollars, knowing where the K through 12 systems have had a challenging time with rising costs. And the last piece in your packet here, which we're typically proud of stating, but on the third page, we always like to compare where we're at with other vocational and agricultural schools. And as of the FY24, because as you may or may not know, but the state is often a year behind, sometimes more. But as of FY24, we are the second most affordable vocational agricultural school in the Commonwealth, second to Keefe Tech. Keefe Tech is a very small school in Framingham, Massachusetts. But if you had to compare our school, I would compare it with Minuteman. Minuteman has a new school as well, designed by the same organization and built by the same construction company. The one difference that we have over Minuteman is our acreage of 166 acres, as well as our farm crew and farmland. And so with that, I will entertain any questions that you may have.
Well, thank you for the presentation, and at this time, I'll open it up to board members. Gardner?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I've said it before, I'll mention it again. I am the product of a vocational school education and happy for it. I went to Greater Lowell Voc. I went to Neshoba Tech for 2 years, then Greater Lowell Voc for 2 years. I am a huge supporter of vocational education. But as a civic leader, I have some real concerns about Essex Tech and its impact on my community and my taxes. I'm a taxpayer here, and it costs me money as well. First, I'm concerned that I heard the budget hasn't even been finalized yet. Is that accurate? You have a budget meeting when?
Our budget was finalized in February at the February School Committee meeting. We are required by law to hold a public hearing for that budget in March.
And when will that be, please?
On Thursday.
Okay. And at what time and where?
It is at 562 Maple Street, Smith Hall Assembly Room.
And what time, please?
5:30.
Thank you. So this budget's been prepared since February, ready for, publication, and now you're going to have a public hearing. The selectmen got it 10 minutes ago. The select board got it 10 minutes ago. Normally the town itself is working diligently to make it to their March 1st deadline, presenting a balanced budget, and it was March or earlier than that, I'm sorry. And we had files, we had spreadsheets, we had documentation, we had the ability to analyze the impact of every line item on the budget and ask thoughtful questions based on what we saw, trends, anomalies, statistics. We don't have that opportunity here. I am not supportive of the fact that we got this 10 minutes ago. I have heard certain information that I would have liked to have validated to ask you, and in the event that I got misinformation ahead of time. And I also noticed a couple of things. One is we got a good breakdown of the expenses. I don't see any revenue in here. I know you make revenue, you make rental on Larkin, you make rental on the ice hockey, you make rental for use of the properties, you have other income sources. There's nothing in here to reflect income, and it's offset to the expenses. Is there a reason?
Well, I guess if I could start back to that you just got this 10 minutes ago, that would be probably helpful, is that we have always presented it in this way, and we've never been asked to present it earlier. Our budget process does start in November. Every meeting, which is a public meeting, and our school committee person or representative for Danvers is there at those meetings who represents your town. Mike Landers, and he is very active in the budget process as well as the budget presentations.
Okay, but I've made the same request 5 years in the past. Every time I'm having the same concern. We're not getting it ahead of time. So I'm going to officially, if you need an official request through me, through the town manager, whatever it is, when you finalize this budget in February or March or February, I'd like to see the details that you're going to bring before us.
Sure.
So that we can analyze them accurately. And then to the question of why is there no revenue described here?
I would probably have to just check into that because I can certainly get that to you. It's all in all of our finance committee meetings are public information, and those are posted on our website 48 hours prior to every meeting, as well as our school committee meeting. So I can certainly have the
presentation is to bring a budget to the board, to discuss the budget. We had the school committee here. I don't go to the school committee meetings on purpose. I let them do their work, and when they want to present it, I had their budget a week ahead of time, hand-delivered by our superintendent. I knew all of the income they had. I knew all of the expenses they had. I could make rational, thoughtful decisions and look at this. I don't have that opportunity here. So I'm wondering, I'm not yet prepared to vote on this without having a full picture.
And, excuse me, Guy, this is going to be a vote today.
It can be a vote today, but
the budget is voted on.
But I'm not prepared to vote positively right now.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Right.
This is not a vote today.
Correct.
This is a vote at town meeting. You guys will vote on it as a warrant article.
Right. So before I can be comfortable in the warrant article, I'm going to want to see those details.
Sure.
Some of the details I want to do in order to be able to look at the appropriateness of your budget and your processes. You gave us a per pupil cost. That's fine. I saw it in a document that I didn't have it ahead of time, so I have a blank here. I see that you're going to increase the budget by 4.5%. And I see our assessment. What I don't see in this assessment sheet is a year-to-year, as I do with the budget. What was last year's assessment for Danvers? So let me rephrase that. I don't need to give me the number. I understand our assessment went up 12.5% this year. Is that accurate?
I can calculate that. It was $19,000, I believe, $152 last year.
Okay, and it's going to be.
I can't even see.
No, that can't be, because this states that our assessment this year is, our preliminary assessment is $500,000.
So last year it was $19,082 per student.
No, I'm looking for the overall total.
Okay, I would need to calculate that with the number of.
Because here's where I'm going. So I'll get to that point in a second. How many, in the course of your doing your budget, how many education professionals have you lost? Have you reduced? Have you reduced or added education professionals?
We have added.
You've added how many?
I would need to get the meeting minutes from, I don't want to give you a number that's inaccurate, so I would need to get the meeting minutes, but we do it based on a number of situations, like special education services of what our needs are. We had to hire a one-on-one nurse today, or not today, this school year that was not part of our budget, because when kids come into the 9th grade, we have no idea what their services are until they're accepted. So that does change based on We have lost a couple of staff members that we have rehired, but I can
Yeah, I
certainly.
want the net number. I understand attrition
Okay.
happens. I
Sure.
understand you may restructure programs. I get all of that. At the end of the day, you had X amount of education professionals last year, and you're asking for X number of Y number this year. I'm looking at what that delta is. Danvers is losing 5% of its teachers, 5.7% of its teachers, due to budget constraints. And Frank, and you're not compelled by 2.5. By Proposition 2.5, the Essex Tech is not bound by that whatsoever. You have no guardrails or constraints when it comes to budgeting in relationship to the income that the towns receive, your 17 communities.
Well, we do in regards to, one of the things that we do for our budget is we look at anything but staff. We reduce as much as we can that's not staff, because we obviously know the importance of having appropriate staff. We have also increased enrollment. So if you look at our enrollment, it has increased, I believe, 4%, which is different than other school districts that have reduced enrollment. So that also is a consideration. In addition to that, we level funded or reduced our instructional supply account. There are positions that we are not rehiring due to retirements. So we have decided to, it's not really a cut, it's a cut and not a cut at the same time, but meaning if they have given us notice that they're retiring, we have decided to work within our existing staff to not rehire that position.
But at the end of the day, you're adding education, and I was specific about educational professionals. Danvers has also lost non-educational staff as well. The town of Danvers will be losing non-educational staff as well. Everyone's tightening their belts. I don't see the same effort from Essex Tech. I don't see that you're constrained in any way from growth, from expansion, from whatever it might be, that you don't have the same constraints and controls that the town does, or a city does. City of Beverly, City of Peabody, Salem, we all live under Prop 2.5. You don't live under Prop 2.5. You don't show the income. We are losing teachers, you're adding teachers, and I am concerned that we have a reduction in students. We went down 2 students. However, our assessment went up 12.5%. Your budget went up 4.5%. We went down in students, yet our assessment goes up 12.5%. That just does not make any logical sense. And I know you've been here before, and I know you've told us this is an algorithm and an assessment and a calculation. I would like to see the details. I manage $100 million in projects for my company, for a large med tech company. And I would like to see the actual calculations and how you derive the fact that we go down in enrollment, you increase the overall budget 4.5%, yet we absorb 12.5% of the assessments. I do not understand that. And maybe you can help me understand that.
Sure. There is a formula that's called minimum contribution or minimum aid, Chapter 70, that we receive, much like other school districts. So the formula that is at the state level really is how we get our budget and how we get our numbers. And so that is where we need to hit net school spending as well as minimum aid.
Please, if you had gone up 4.5% in your budget, it would be natural to think, and our students have remained the same, it would be natural to think our assessment would go up 4.5%. You've tripled that. How does it triple it? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
The calculation is the calculation.
Yes,
The number's the numbers.
right.
How does your increase outpace, your assessment increase outpace by 3 times your budget increase?
Well, I think if you were to look at if you were to look at previous years, it may have been 4.9% or 7.9% a couple of years ago, but the percentage of increase actually went down. So it really is, it is an oddity, but it does happen. So
Well, I would have loved to have compared to previous years. You don't provide that data, as the town does. And it doesn't, it wasn't up 4.5, it was up 12.5%. Your assessment went up 12.5% for Danvers, because I know
Right.
other communities. So,
It does differ for other communities of what that
but
percentage
there's no
is.
logical reason, if everything stayed the same, even enrollment stayed the same, an increase of 4.5% on your budget equates to a 12.5% increase in our assessment. That makes no logical sense. The calculation is the calculation. The numbers go in. You have the calculation. Do you use the calculation to generate this budget, or does the state provide you this budget, these numbers?
The state. So I'm going to let Marie, who's the finance manager, because I do not want to speak out of tune, if that's okay with you.
Unfortunately, the district's budget increase never really correlates to what the assessment increase is, because, as we stated, the Chapter 70 formula is derived by the state, and it's based on several factors within the community. So it's based on the wealth, it's based on the equalized value of your homes, it's based on the number of students. So the state calculates what we call a foundation budget for every single community and every single regional school district, and they also calculate the net school spending, which there's a little bit of information of that up there. So let me just show you or tell you what your Danvers Chapter 70 information says. So in FY '26, you had 3,313 students. Your required contribution, which is the number that they directly give the district to put in our assessments, was $36,728,197. Your FY '27 apportionment has a reduction of students, so you went down to 3,197, yet your required contribution went up to 37,812,993, which is an increase. So it doesn't, our assessment doesn't in our budget, does not have a direct impact of what your assessment, because DESE is the one that calculates that minimum contribution. So there's also, I also do want to say that the assessment sheet and the budget summary was provided to your, the town back after the February meeting, so you did have that information. On the summary, it does not give you detailed revenues, and it doesn't give you detailed revenues related to other funding sources, but it does give you what was applied to the operational budget and how that reduced assessments. So that's just, unfortunately, the Chapter 70 formula is not in the hands of the district, and it is calculated based on several other factors within every single community to come up with that number. And basically, the net school spending number is your Chapter 70 aid that is given to your district and the foundation budget. That is what equals what you have to pay. You have to spend within your community, and you have to meet that number.
But our Chapter 70A did not go increase by 12.5% either. Our Chapter 70, which is the basis of this, didn't increase that much either. I'll be happy. I'd like to ask that I work with you to get the details and sourcing on that later.
Absolutely. And all of this is available right on the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education website. Every single community, their numbers and how it's, you'd have to read the narratives is exactly how it's calculated, but all that information is available on their website.
Okay. And my other concern is this. Not only do I see that as a complete anomaly, not only aren't you tightening this is my perception, not only is my perception you're not tightening your belt, you're expanding there, you're also expanding the campus. You're in negotiations to buy a piece of property that's not contiguous to your property. You have 166 acres. That was on slide 1. You're looking to buy a machine shop or some light industrial shop that's across the street from you for over $1 million. And I don't understand how you're in the mode of expansion when every other serving community, 17 communities, I can guarantee you, every one of those 17 communities are tightening their belts. They're reducing their budget. They don't have the ability to grow more than their 2.5 plus whatever income they get for growth. You don't have those constraints, and I'm concerned that you're not considering the sending communities and their budget constraints. You're acting independently without concern for those. This is becoming a point where you're going to outpace our schools, you actually employ half as many people as the town of Danvers does. Your one site has over 480 people. Danvers has over 850 employees. That's the entire town of Danvers. So I am very concerned with what I perceive to be uncontrolled spending, uncontrolled, and I don't mean, I'm not suggesting you're spending money inappropriately as to say that there's something wrong going on. I'm saying that everybody, 17 communities that serve you, that support you, are all under fiscal constraints that you are not, and you're looking to expand. Maybe you want to talk about that building.
Sure.
And be happy to hear it. But I would love to have the opportunity to get those questions asked and answered ahead of time instead of having to do it in this forum.
Absolutely. So I can talk about, we don't have 480 employees. It's more like 380. But we do have a large staff. You do also have to remember that we are our own DPW. We run our own trucks. We do our own plowing. We do our own grounds. All of our maintenance is mostly done in-house. So we are considered a municipality. The Department of Revenue looks at us as a municipality, does not look at us as a school district. So that's number one.
But you don't have fire, you don't have
Number
police, you don't
two,
have library, you don't have
yep.
senior services.
You're right, and I'm just kind of giving the uniqueness of our school district. We also obviously sit on state land, which is another unique, but we are responsible for all of the land. The reasoning for, we actually were not in the hunt for property. That company actually reached out to us, and the reason being is that they thought it would be a great fit for Essex Tech because it sits directly across from one of our parking lots, which is parking lot F. It sits on the border of Middleton and Danvers. The reasoning behind that is 3 years ago, which this was brought up in our meetings previously, but we received funding from Congressman Moulton's office, $850,000, and that was specific to expansion. It was expansion of Gallant Hall, to which we did the geothermal project. It was also expansion of our services and our programs and our programs that we offer. So we have a nonprofit Company to Heroes veterans organization out of Gloucester that uses our animal science to building to actually train local veterans for PTSD services, and they train their animals. Part of that grant application was to provide a veterans office with part of that funding. And so what we did was, as part of that funding, and actually Danvers helped us with this and Middleton helped us with this, is that there is a parcel of land on our campus of the 166 acres that sits behind the Manning Street lot. And we were going to build there an office building for our transportation department. Our transportation department, which we have 40 bus drivers and a transportation manager, in a very small trailer. Mm-hmm. So we thought it would be more appropriate for them to have an office, and that's where the building of that modular building came into play. And then we would second that with a secondary office for the Company to Heroes organization. That took a lot of EPA groundwork. It took a lot of kind of state groundwork. It was a HUD grant. And there is no infrastructure going up into that Manning lot, meaning sewer, town sewer, water, electricity. So electricity goes so far into where the bus lot is, but it doesn't go behind it. So when this came up, it would cost the district less to purchase an existing building than it would be for us to build a building, not including the infrastructure that would actually take. And I'll just give you a quick off-the-cuff figure. Don't quote me on the exact amount, but when we did the Larkin, the groundwork was already there, but it needed more water pressure, and that cost just getting more water pressure from the street, and the Larkin is on 62 was $270,000. So bringing that infrastructure from Manning Street to where that bus lot is, all the way past that parking area is clearly going to cost a lot more than $270,000, not including the modular building. On average, modular buildings, because as you know, as an entity, we do need to do prevailing wage, is about $670 per square foot.
I'm sorry, your students charge prevailing wage?
Our students would not be building a modular building. We would need to contract that out. They have other projects going on our campus. So while it's ideal that they would build it, and they do a lot of building, we also have to know what their limitations are and funding in the curriculum. But yes, we do have to pay prevailing wage. So that building, the modular building, would far exceed what we would be offering that other building for. So that building would actually house our transportation department, the Company to Heroes program. It's not a program, it's actually an office, because the program is at our animal science, companion animals building for training, and then it would house other offices, facility and farm and grounds offices. So that was our reasoning, is that it would cost us less to purchase that building than to actually build a new building and get the infrastructure up the street. We would not be seeking any funding for it from any of our communities, because we would be using, half of it would be part of that grant funding from Congressman Moulton's office. The other portion would be through our stabilization fund, as well as our Chapter 74 tuition revenues. The kids, to make it ADA compliant, our kids would actually be renovating that. And we have a draft grant or a pending grant through a private organization who has funded over $2 million worth of projects at Essex Tech to pay for the renovations that were needed. So that is our reasoning.
That you're expanding.
We are expanding. I think
You're expanding.
I would think any business or educational institution that has an enrollment or a desire for kids to attend should expand. That has always been our philosophy. We would not be doing our job as educators if we stopped thinking differently, innovating, expanding. We think very differently. You are correct.
That's not an educational expansion. That is not an
It is actually, because I'll tell you how it's an educational expansion. One, they're gainfully employed by Essex Tech that provides support services for our students. They drive our kids every day. And so those bus drivers are part of an educational experience, hands down 100%. The other piece is that the landscaping kids and arboriculture kids, there is a wait list for those programs. Those are 2 agricultural programs. We have a commitment to agricultural education in the state of Massachusetts. We are not going to restrict kids receiving an agricultural education, considering there are only 3 Aggie, 4 vocational with Aggie available in the state of Massachusetts. Those 2 programs have a wait list because of the space restrictions. By moving transportation into this building, that will then expand a garage area for landscaping and arboriculture to be able to teach agricultural mechanics, which is similar to a diesel mechanic. So it is educational.
Okay. Until I get the details, I won't support the warrant article until I can find out why the numbers are so wildly differential than the increase in the budget. And again, you're not constrained as every sending community is constrained in our budgets. You don't appear to have any constraint. You have the ability. And I don't want to turn this on its heels and say, we're not supportive of kids getting an education. That's absolutely inaccurate. And it's unfair for that to be positioned. What we're saying is, we have constraints, we have controls, you don't, and you've already applied for even more expansion of the school itself, which Danvers will then bear what I consider an inappropriate or improportional amount. And it's not just based on the number of students that go there. It's based on this formula that outpaces the enrollment. So I without enough information to make an informed decision, I won't support the warrant article. And I'm not happy that we are getting this information literally during this meeting in order, and I don't know how we ask thoughtful, informed questions when we only just get this. So thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we will set up a meeting as well with you so that we're happy to spend as much time as you need and we need to be able to answer the questions that you have. There are plenty of areas where we have cut the budget and we have that all documented, so you'll also be able to see that. It will also be in our budget book. But just as Marie said, this information was available to you last week at the school. So it may not have been available in November, when we were drafting it, but we did send it to the town last week.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes.
I just want to clarify. One, I'm not on your list. I didn't receive anything. Rodney may have, but I did not. But it was these two documents, so it's not a detailed budget.
It's not a comprehensive.
I just want to
Correct.
clarify.
Yes.
It doesn't show revenue.
Yeah.
Yep.
It doesn't show the revenues. It doesn't show a balanced budget. It shows expenditures only.
These two.
The summary does.
The summary has the
This is what you
revenues.
have in your packet now.
But that doesn't show revenue.
It does.
I don't know what the offset is. All I see is expenses. You have revenue.
All right.
Okay.
She's going to get
I
that
will
to us.
definitely get all of that information to you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gardner.
Of the revenue.
Dan?
Thank you. For 20 years, I've been looking at the Chapter 70 formula, foundation budget, whatever you want to call it. I don't know, we never really understand the numbers, but I don't think it's magic. There's a formula there, there's a reason for it, and that's what we get charged. It doesn't seem fair, but that's what it is. But I guess today we can talk about our family and their educational history. My grandfather graduated from Bristol 1925, that's 100 years ago. My daughter graduated from Essex Aggie, president of her class. She has a master's in business from Endicott. She got a good education there. Her daughter graduated from Essex Tech the year before the merger. Those folks, my grandfather, my daughter, my granddaughter, got an education that made them productive citizens and put them on a path to succeed. It's very important, this vocational education. It's very expensive. No kid should be denied an education where they can succeed. You have my support for the work that you do. Period. And if I may,
Thank you.
Gardner, you use the word "we." Stick to "I," because we don't agree with you.
Okay, that's fine. All right. With that being said, B?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Riccio. Quick question. We have, there was some talks about the lottery system. How does that, we are at 234 now in enrollment, and there was some talks about the enrollments going down. Do we already know what the numbers are?
For this school year, we did a one-year procedure at the request of some school districts or some communities. So that rate went to 39 as a minimum targeted number. So at this time, I believe that there are 45 students that have been offered seats. All of this information also is public on our website. If you go to the admissions page, and on the 3/4 of the way down, on the left-hand side, there is a yellow button that will say Lottery Admissions 2020, Class of 2030. I can't believe it. And so when you click on that, you can actually see, there's no names, of course, there's numbers, but you can see your town's information as well as every other town, and then also the agricultural towns, which are the 41 other. And then you can also see a combination of all of them, which will tell you who is the next student, again, numerically, not by name, who is the next student to get in from that community.
Okay, so that's where the decrease That's why I can find a decrease in enrollment for this upcoming year.
Possibly. It depends on how, it's really new right now for us. It's still just March. Typically, we do our admissions at the middle to end of April. So we did do it a lot sooner this year to be able to give kids an opportunity to choose faster so that we can get kids off of the wait list faster. We still had 50% of the 8th graders from Danvers apply to come to Essex Tech.
Okay.
So that is a less than 50% acceptance due to the restrictions on the enrollment.
Oh, perfect. Now, and there was a slide you showed there where the enrollment were increasing the budget. Shouldn't, I was confused. So when you increase enrollment, that means you get more Chapter 78 money, you get, so how does that increase the budget?
Again, the formula is kind of what the formula is, but yes, you do get additional Chapter 70 funding, and then we do get reimbursement. Again, nothing is secure until the governor's budget comes out, which is typically mid-July, but we do get reimbursement for the regional transportation as well, which lowers actually your transportation costs.
Okay. Now, the infrastructures, is it more repair that increase there, or is it expansion?
It's a combination. So infrastructure is repair. So last summer, for example, we had plumbing students work with our plumbing teacher to replace 4 water heaters that were on our campus. Our main building is 1 million square feet of space. So that does not include, we have 16 buildings on our campus. So that did not include other kind of work. I will say, for example, we have Smith Hall, which was the first and oldest building on campus, 1913, about 10 years before your dad graduated from Bristol, or your grandfather graduated from, from Bristol. I didn't mean to age you. But 1913, that building, Smith Hall, was erected. There is work, although the kids did all of the work inside and beautiful, at no cost really, other than their own training. The exterior brick does need to get repointed. So that would be another example of an infrastructure project that we are doing. Many of our growth infrastructure projects were done as a result of grant funding. And so the one project that we did go out and fund was the animal science project, but that was and that's complete. That was partially funded through grant funding as well as our capital funding.
Okay. 2 more questions. So the After Dark program, where I think you said there were 2 communities that
The After Dark?
that participates on that with you, Swampscott and something else.
Mm-hmm.
Do you reach out to those communities? How does that work out? Or do they reach out to you? And have you been working with Danvers on something like that? Like, what's the level of collaboration? I mean, you're in Danvers after all.
Yes. So we work very closely with Dan Bauer. He happened to have the After Dark program in Marblehead when he was the principal in Marblehead, and it was quite successful. And I know that he would love to have the After Dark program. Some of the challenges often are the schedule. If you've ever had to change a high school schedule before, it's somewhat complicated and can be challenging. So a lot of, I think, Dan wants to do it, or Dr. Bauer, just trying to figure out how. But yes, we do reach out to all of our communities to see if there is interest. We would love to have it because the kids, for example, in the nursing program, they get their CNA. So even though they're coming in at 11th grade, they're coming every day. So it's not that every other week schedule like we have. Mm-hmm. So they do come every day. So they get a very similar training as their full day 9 through 12 Essex Tech counterparts.
Okay. Now, when you develop your budget, and I understand this goes in as a warrant to town meeting. By the way, if someone can help me, can town meeting vote this budget down? And if they do, what happens?
So there needs to be a 2/3 vote of our communities, so 11 out of 17. There was talk in January about the weighted vote. The weighted vote is for school committee votes and not for the budget vote for town meeting.
I'm not sure what that
So what that means is if you vote it down, there was one year actually, I think it was during COVID, 2020 maybe, 2021, that Danvers allocated something that was less than what the actual assessment was, and that vote did not count. However, the other we had enough member communities that did vote the budget in that the vote stands.
Okay.
So it's a 2/3 vote of all of our communities.
Okay.
Yes.
And then when you develop the budget, and I know like our schools, they work with the town manager, the finance, the department heads. Does Essex Tech, I know we have a liaison there, but do you work with communities as you come up with these numbers, or is it just strictly based on the magic formula that nobody knows what it means?
I know.
Is it just that
Trust
this
me.
is the formula, this is what you're gonna pay, or is there an effort to like work with these communities to see what kind of budget constraint they have? Because I see here we pay 21,000, Beverly pays 14,000. Like, how does that work?
I don't think Beverly pays 14,000, but I think that's more Salem and Peabody. So Peabody and
Peabody,
Salem
I mean-
being gateway cities,
Yeah.
because they're gateway cities, you will see that in most other vocational schools across the state, Lowell, Lawrence, so you're going to see that that is a much less. If you look at Rockport, they're at 34,000 per student. And it does have to do with tax and wealth and that formula that the state puts in. When we do create so we have a team that looks at the budget, and that will also be in your budget book as well, and it's a timeline. So it starts in November, runs through February. We meet regularly, and we do update our finance committee and then the school committee monthly. And they are the liaison, obviously, to the communities. We're very aware of the financial challenges in most communities. 3 of our member communities went out on strike last school year. So we're certainly for teachers' unions contracts. So we're definitely aware of what those challenges are. We go after every grant and alternative funding source that we can. Right now, our grants have been down. That's not a surprise. I think you probably have heard that in other presentations, is that last year we had over $7 million in competitive grant funding and entitlement grant funding. This year, right now, we're at $4.5 million. So that has also been kind of a shift. We have also started our own Essex Tech Education Foundation. So we'll be going after private foundation funds as well, because we do know that competitive federal and state funding has just been less over the last 2 years. And so with that, I'm sorry, there's no buffer on me. Okay, no buffer, sorry, I hope the sound is okay. So we have been very successful. We have over $9 million in competitive grant funding right now pending. So we have written right now for not over $9 million of competitive grant funding. So we have a team that writes grants. We have one grant writer, but our entire leadership team, we have teachers writing grants, I write grants. We just wrote a decarbonization grant for $238,000 to bring electricity into our kitchen equipment, our landscaping equipment, and our water heaters. Thank you, Danvers, because they actually helped us with the incentives, Danvers Electric. But we do recognize that our communities are in financial, constraints. But we also are a public school that is part of Danvers. I was talking to Mark via email from Danvers. We are Danvers. And he said that he has us as one of their public schools for Danvers, which I'm greatly appreciative for, because we are a public school. We're not a charter school. We're not a private school. And the kids that come to all of you or come to us from Danvers, those are your kids. and those are our kids. And so we're very aware of the financial constraints. We work very closely, and I'm happy to put down all of the cuts that we did have, or the reductions, or the alternative funding sources. Because for us, if we don't go down, say we don't go down 10 staff members, it doesn't mean that we're not funding them in a different way. So we also look at Chapter 74 funding, which is our agricultural out-of-district tuition kids. And a lot of our budget and how we were able to get to the 4.5% is we needed to move those dollars into the Chapter 74 funding because of those. But I don't see how level of services can't increase if you're increasing enrollment. And I don't see that. That's not a good business lens. And I will say that we do work with our entire staff. We make it very clear with all of our teachers right up front every month at the faculty meeting. We go over the budget and we say, stuff first. Things go first. Things go before people. And so that's a decision that we make. They come to us with recommendations of where they can cut their budget, to the bare bones, or get donations. We have a lot of electricians that graduated from Essex Tech or North Shore Tech. Reach out to them and say, if they have a job that just got done, do you have any extra material that you can donate back to the school? And then that will help us reduce that instructional supply, which will then obviously help us reduce our budget. So there's a lot of things that we consider, but just cutting it to cut it without really having those conversations or making informed decisions or looking for alternative funding sources I would not be doing my job effectively if I did that.
No, thank you. Thank you for the information. And I just hope that, I'm new on this board, and even before I was on the board, it always seems to me that as a host community, somehow I think we can do a better job, and hopefully with the new town manager and Dr. Bauer, as a host community, to take advantage of the space and the fact that we are the host and make these more collaborative and less contentious for the good of our kids. I think there are opportunities there. What does it take? I really encourage you to sit down with the town manager and really iron this out so that even if we pay more, we kind of feel like it's worth it, or at least be able to communicate to the community. This is why we do what we do, and this is important for our kids. So
Thank you.
I hope that we kind of work on that.
We actually have a meeting planned next week. I did meet with the town manager in the summertime briefly just to kind of welcome her aboard. And I do go out to my 17 communities. We do have 17.
We are the host, so we want to
Yes.
have preferential treatment.
But I do go out to
Get away
them.
from the formula.
Yeah.
You're in Danvers. I think as a host community, we need to feel that charm.
Yes. And we can have a sidebar just about some of the things that we are doing. But one thing that we are proud of in listening to some of the concerns from our community members and our neighbors is that the last or two snowstorms, I know we've gotten a lot of snow, we actually did have, I was coming up the back way and noticed some of our students walking on 62, which clearly is a safety concern for us. So we did work with the DPW and the town as well as the state to be able to use our equipment on Danvers sidewalks. So that is happening, and it's happening going all the way to what we call F-lot. And we did get some, I know in the past, one of our community members was extremely vocal against Essex Tech, but I am happy to say that we have received two very positive affirmations, and that was really welcoming. So sometimes out of conflict comes a good outcome. So thank you.
And I live across the street, so that's my neck of the woods.
Okay. So did you notice? Did you notice that we did that work?
I walk down to Middleton all the time, and I did notice.
Okay.
So thank you.
And if there is anything, we do want to be good neighbors. So thank you.
Okay, Mike?
Hi, thank you. That's great to hear. It was on my list. I was gonna say,
Okay.
Please do that for
We already did it, yes.
That's
It's been working really well as well,
you very much
and
for that.
completely understand, so.
The 41 surrounding communities, is that students coming from those other communities as well?
Yes, so that is a lot. So we go across 3 counties. So in 2004, the legislation changed for Essex Agricultural School from a county government to a state government. That was on purpose. And so with that, we then are required to educate kids in agricultural education, or they have the ability to apply from the entire Commonwealth of Massachusetts, but they primarily sit in Middlesex, Essex, and Suffolk County. So yeah, it's a huge commitment. We have a kid from Littleton, we have a kid from Watertown that's coming to us every day, so it is a big commitment for them.
That's awesome. Okay, quick question. Does Essex Tech reimburse Danvers for our police officer?
We pay for them.
Is there any other Danvers?
Rodney sends us a bill quarterly. Thank you very much.
Do we have any other employees from the town of Danvers that you pay for?
No.
Okay, all right. And there was another one here. Oh, I asked Dan the same question. On the DESE website, the report card, it
Yes.
shows Essex Tech at 27% as far as accountability. Can you speak about that?
Are you talking about the MCAS accountability? I'd have to look at the actual.
Yeah, there's I think 4 items that they rate you on. The state testing, kids not coming to school. There was 2 other things I wrote it down, and I lost it in my pile of crap.
Oh, you don't have the document? I would have brought that with me. We actually are not, we are not one of those districts that have chronic absenteeism.
Yeah.
Although we do have absenteeism, and I think, as we know, mental health and social emotional learning has really had a significant impact for all school districts. And so we do experience some of that where kids don't want to come to school. But on average, our kids want to come to school because they're doing something when they get there, meaning in their technical program. Our scores for MCAS, so I don't have like the 27% reference, but I can definitely get that and give you more data on that because we have a whole presentation that we did. We sit, our numbers, which did go down a little bit for math, I'm just like throwing everything around here today. We did get, our math numbers went down a little bit and our ELA numbers. However, we have still met our targets. We also have some additional supports that we're putting in place. Our special education population has increased, so we're at over 20%. We're just over the state average for special education services, but we also have a large percentage of what we call 504 students, and those are students that receive accommodations, not modifications. So in high school, the goal is that they get off the IEP because there is no IEP when they go into the world of life. And so we need to make sure that those kids are prepared to work when they graduate. And so getting a 504 is actually like a woo, because they will continue to get an accommodation. It's a federal. So we actually have about 18%, I believe. Again, please don't quote me because I don't have that number. But we have a large percentage of kids that are on 504s and then will be on a 504 in their junior or senior year. Because the public school system, not us, right, because they came to a K through 8 system, had done such a great job with kids and developing those skills that they needed to be able to access the curriculum that they can get on a 504. So we do have a large percentage of those students. That assessment kind of went down a little bit too, but we do have a plan in place to kind of bring it back up. But we sit pretty much in the higher court. If you were to look at the MCAS, there's a dart chart that you can do, and I can send it to you. And you can take all of our 17 communities, as well as Essex Tech, and put us in this dart chart, and it will give you MCAS scores for ELA, science, and social studies. And so you'll be able to see kind of where we stand comparatively speaking to the other 17 communities. So I can get that for you.
Okay. Do you think that DESE is, their grading system isn't accurate enough? Just because if I compared 12 communities and, there was people that had 77%.
Yeah, I'd have to actually, I don't know what you're looking at exactly.
It's under the accountability.
Yeah, so I will definitely look at that for you, but, because the 27th percentile may mean a variety of different things, because if you've ever tried to navigate DESE's website, they have a lot of information that kind of could contradict if you don't know what you're looking at. So I will look at that. That's under the accountability?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said 27% was the magic number that you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was what Essex Tech had hit.
I will look at that and see what that is in relationship to, and I'll send you the data on that.
Okay. And it sounds like the other DESE, we were talking about earlier, it sounds like the mean income level and mean house valuation and town valuation is how they're coming up with their hikes. Is that an easy way to put it?
Their wealth.
Yeah, the wealth.
Their wealth.
Right.
Because if you are if you're a town also that has a large industry support as well, that's getting more taxes, and so yeah, there's definitely. But in our budget book, which we just didn't go to print yet because we had some changes, you will get the budget book, and it will actually have what that minimum contribution is and that formula of how it's derived.
Is it just like a picture of a magician, the formula?
It is like poof, yep, yep, and it will jump out at you if you wanted
Thank
to. Thank you.
Excellent. I'll just wrap it up. Essex Tech is here in Danvers, and we're very happy that you're here. You did mention 380 employees, which have your own DPW, grounds, maintenance. I mean, people have to understand that, too. Getting the grant from Seth Moulton's office was nice for the expansion of the school. As we all know, the special education services have increased. It is nice, like in the real world, like you said, the 504 accommodations is great. You mentioned 40 bus drivers, 1 transportation director. Those buses go all the time. If anybody's driven down 62, they've got the late buses. It's just wonderful what the Essex Tech does for the students, and they go all over the place. What I did like, what you said, Heidi, is that you're not rehiring. Naturally, we don't want to see positions, people leave or services cut, but you're not rehiring new positions, and you're using existing staff, which is good.
For some positions, I would like to say.
Right, for some, which is good, yeah.
Just in case.
And what I really like to hear is I like that new program that you get in the Company to Heroes program. That's wonderful. So, board members, before we take comments from the public, I just want the board members to know that this will be voted on when the Select Board reviews the warrant article in early April. So there's no vote today, okay? And at this point, if there's any questions from the public, please go up. The clerk will have the 3-minute timer, and please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kevin Barrich. Essex Tech, my understanding is their enrollment has gone up about 5%. They're asking for a 4.5% increase in their budget. A linear increase where the enrollment matches the increase in budget seems completely reasonable to me. Comparing this to our schools did not get a cut. Our schools got an increase in budget. None of you nor the school committee has any say in who the superintendent hires. If he chooses to let teachers go and hire team leads, that's his prerogative. There has been no cut to the Danvers Public Schools. In fact, our budget's going up 4% and enrollment is going down 4%. Danvers is getting less efficient. These people are getting more. And to take out any frustration on professional staff to me is just ridiculous. If you have criticism, criticize Landers. He's the one you've appointed to be on that board. It would be like criticizing Jill for your decisions. This is the professional staff. These are not the people that set the budget. These are not the people that vote on the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim?
Yeah, Jim Morose, town meeting member, precinct 3. As you all know, my mind works very differently. So one big red flag that came up during this whole discussion is DESI and the Chapter 70 formulas and blah, 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 state formulas and mandates and things. And some of the, like they said, the towns, like Rockport is paying 34K, Danvers is paying 21K per student, and the cities are at 14K. And so you got to wonder, what the heck are these formulas? And what are is the state, DESI, like discriminating against towns? Cities get big breaks and towns get, pay the thing? So who's driving this bus? When are we going to say, stop all this stupidity of foolishness coming from the state and the feds that we have to jump through hoops and implement? It's the same thing with the MBTA zoning and all this other stuff. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't even pass the smell test. But how do we change this stuff? Good luck. Thanks.
Thank you. Bill?
Bill Radstreet, town meeting member, precinct 1. The Essex Tech is what it's called now. I just know it as the Aggie from a long time ago. If I missed it, I'm sorry. But out of the graduates who go to the school to learn a trade and go on to that trade is a percentage, because I can't believe that all of those young adults go into the trade they were trained for. They might be going into, I don't know, basket weaving or whatever, but they don't necessarily follow the school training that they went to school for. And that goes back to, are we getting our wealth spent on something that is not productive? Thank you.
Thank you. Bill?
Hi, I'm Bill McKenzie, Precinct 3, town meeting member. I myself did not go to trade school, but I did support the trade school. When it was over in Beverly, then they moved to Middleton. For years, I had kids every other week. I mentored. They're very productive in the community now. At the time, I was also an advisor to the school, advising the carpentry division of what's coming next. And this is when nail guns were starting to come out. So there was a lot of changes in the industry. I believe the school does an awful lot for the town of Danvers. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, well, thank you, Essex Tech. Town manager, I'm going to leave it up to you if you'd like to
Can we,
go
I
to
think we
the,
should maybe break for lunch
Break
and
for
then
lunch,
just
that's
go
what I
for
was
it
gonna-
at the end of the day.
Yeah.
We're about 90 minutes behind
Sure.
right now.
Yeah.
So we're going to,
going to break for lunch.
We're gonna pick up the pace.
Do a 20-minute lunch break.
I need to.
Ready?
We're ready.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Thank you for coming back. At this time, we'll go to, what is it, the management, department heads, human resources, employee benefits, town clerk, town council, legislative, FinCom, reserve, about 45 minutes. And who is here to speak? Town manager?
Thank you. I'm gonna take the lead on most of this. But of course, so department heads are filing in to start being able to be here to answer questions. Let's start with, so the management budget and the department head's budget are gonna go hand in hand. And you'll see changes in them that reflect some of the reorganization in the town manager's office and responsibilities related to community relations, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and project management. A big piece here, and I appreciate very much Dr. Bauer's presentation earlier, and not unlike the schools, we too had to take a look, not unlike the schools in their central admin cuts, trying to preserve forward-facing positions. We at the town level also had to take a look at these. So this is the budget within the town manager's office. You will see an increase in salary and wages. This reflects that reorganization. One of the things that we are looking to do, and you'll see the cuts are reflected on the next slide, to reorganize and assign some of the responsibilities that I was just discussing to other positions, and this reflects a position, we will be hiring the executive assistant position, and this reflects a position, working title of community relations and special projects manager. The person would be working hand in hand with me on external relations. One of the pieces of feedback I've heard repeatedly, and I think everyone in the room knows is a priority for me, is building public trust. Making Danvers a welcoming community and making sure that that message is supported and shared. So having someone in my office who works specifically on community relations, they would also be staffing the HRIC and working closely with Matt Mitchell, who staffs the Accessibility Commission. And the other part of that work would be special projects. So there are some initiatives that come out of the town manager's office that I essentially just need a project manager to keep things moving, keep our department heads and their teams do the bulk of that work, but just need to make sure that we're providing them the support that they need. An example that you'll be hearing about hopefully in the coming months, we're working on an initiative that we are playfully calling Across the Line. We thought it was a play on the Patriots winning the Super Bowl. That didn't work out for us, but we're still going with it. And one of the things we're trying to do there is taking projects that are in the 75% complete range and getting them across the line, getting them finished, getting them off the desk. A lot of these things are the stuff that have been on people's to-do list for a very long time. They're probably things that members of the select board have asked about a number of times. So,
oh, whatever.
Member Bean's familiar.
Yeah. I felt the laser beam.
So those types of initiatives where in the day-to-day just to have a project manager. And this, so that's why you'll see an increase in the salary and wages there, but you'll see a decrease in the salary and wages in the department head's budget. Like Dr. Bauer said, we did have to look across the board from every level of positions and looked internally. The two positions that are not funded in this budget based on the reorganization are the assistant town manager and the DEI coordinator. As I spoke, some of that work, particularly the external work on community relations, will go into the hands of that community relations specialist. I also feel very strongly that it is our responsibility as leaders in the community, that it comes through myself and all of our senior team to be working. That type of work should be something that we're doing every day and part of our everyday work. And the other side of it, the internal work related to that, we will be looking at, you'll get to the HR budget, I think, next. Our assistant HR director is vacant currently, so I'm really looking at the community relations specialist to be doing the external facing part of that work and the HR department to be looking at doing the internal facing part of that work. And again, really making it part of our everyday discussions at the senior management level and through us, through the rest of the organization. Let's see if I had anything else here. Human resources budget. Do you want to go one at a time? Okay, so you will take questions on management, and then
Board members will take questions on the management. Gardner?
All set?
Dan?
All set.
Mike?
Just one, please. If, because I'm not understanding totally the position that you're putting in place, will the employees of the town of Danvers still have their privacy as to HR, even if you have a HR person as an assistant to you? Will they still maintain that?
just to clarify, the assistant, there will not be an assistant town manager.
Right.
So the HR department is its own, and Philippe is our HR director, and he will remain in that position.
Okay.
Of course, confidential. That's the key to the HR and
All right,
the communications between. Obviously, we work closely with HR, but and I'll get into that more deeply when we get into the HR piece.
Okay, thank you.
T?
No questions at the moment.
So Joe, just clarify me. So we're hiring an executive assistant, right? A position.
Yes.
We're hiring the communications relationships / special project
Well, that's a working title, Community Relations and Special Projects
project
Manager.
position.
Yeah.
Okay, and then a project manager too?
No.
No, that's the project manager, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, great.
So, yeah, net change in the office, there's not a net change in the office, same number of bodies, but about $100,000, almost $100,000 savings.
Okay. Any savings we can do, we'll take. Thank you, that's it for me. Let's see.
Audience.
Audience, yeah, we're going to have the public, if anybody would like to get up and ask any questions or speak. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Bill Bates, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 4, and as always, thank you to the Board of Selectmen for your service to the town. Okay, I guess I'm a little shocked. We're no longer going to have an assistant town manager.
That's correct.
Okay? So there's 4 people in 2026. There were 4 people in the management budget, and they're going to still be in 2027. We'll still have 4 people.
Just to correct, so in the actual management budget, there were 2 people, now there'll be 3. The new position is one being subtracted from the department head budget, so it's a net equal in FTEs.
Oh, okay. See, on the budget book, it shows town manager, assistant town manager, procurement specialist, and executive secretary.
Yeah, that's the org chart.
2026.
If you look up at the table on the top
Yep.
right. Yeah. See the table at the top
Yep.
right? It should have 2 FTEs.
It does.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You got it.
Because the procurement officer is in the full-time,
Yep.
and the FTE budget for manager.
Okay, anybody else? No? Okay. This will take a vote. Board members, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second? Okay,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Department heads, if you want to,
Thank you.
questions from the
That's
board?
next.
Questions from the board on department heads?
Any questions on department heads? Do you,
All set.
all set? So, do we have a motion?
Each person. Nobody has.
Move we accept the budget for department heads as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Human resources.
Okay. As I said, Philippe is here. He is our Director of Human Resources. I'm going to tackle this, but he can also fill in any questions, detailed questions. And the reason I want to tackle this is because obviously I've been here, I guess, almost 10 months now. And most of that time is spent observing and learning, getting to know the people, getting to know the people in the town, getting to know the traditions of Danvers. And I'd say the number one observation internally that I have heard over and over again from management is that we have a lot of challenges in hiring. And this is not a reflection necessarily on our human resources staff or their department. They are working to the best of their ability. But we're in an incredibly challenging labor market right now. not exactly easy to attract people to municipal government. The current generation is less interested in pensions and coming to a building every day, and much more interested in working from home, and career advancement that goes much quicker than sometimes municipal work does. I think we have a lot to offer. We're going to put a lot of time and effort into that. And one of the first steps that we're going to do, and I hear this across the board, from management level recruitment to, I was just with the DPW supervisors on Tuesday, and that was the number one concern out of them too. How are we bringing people in? How are we recruiting? How quickly can we? Sometimes because of our processes, it's taking us a little while. So what you're going to see here, so with the current situation is we have an HR director. We have an assistant HR director, which is currently vacant. We are going to reimagine that role and include some of the activities of formerly handled by the DEI coordinator. There's a HR benefits coordinator, and then we have temporary staffing for a generalist. And this is something that the town has been funding previously, and a lot of that is, and we brought them on temporarily to get the paperwork moving. I'm looking at the town clerk, because if you need testimony on this, you can speak to her. We are in need of an assistant town clerk. And so that's where you see the increase. This is the first year that you're seeing that actual, the temporary staffing increase in the salary and wages. And the other step we're going to do to really take a look at our HR department and reimagine it is get and that's coming, we think, from funding that's currently in the budget for FY26, is an on the boots on the ground HR consultant to come in and analyze our job responsibilities and workloads and staffing size appropriate for the staff of the size of our organization. I think it is, but I'm happy to hear in case it's not. And more importantly, our policies and our processes, are they too cumbersome for an organization our size? Do they reflect the values of this town? How can we recruit better on the outside? Taking a look at all of that, and at the same time, boots on the ground to help us get caught up and advance kind of where we are right now. Our team does an incredible amount of recruitment. Sometimes it blows me away to know how many jobs are posted on the website as we speak. But I think we have an opportunity to meet the needs of our managers and the rest of our team. And like I said, and I don't want to say it's a complaint, it's just it's a frustration for people. So we need to think about the future of our town. And so that's what we're looking at in the HR budget in our next couple steps. Like I said, it'll start this fiscal year and go, and is supported by the budget that you see in front of you.
Okay, open up to questions.
All set.
Ann? Okay. Dee?
All set.
Mike?
Just one. I'm not sure how to word it, because, people have rights, but can we insist that people that don't have to work from home can be at their prospective position, considering we only have so many people, and if you walk in and there's nobody at the desk because they feel like working at home, to me, that doesn't seem right. So I'm not sure how you would word that, because I know I didn't word it right.
It's okay. I think the chair and I had a conversation about this. Danvers is actually ahead of the game, in my opinion, on municipal work from home program, and that we have a very strong policy that clearly states kind of who and when and how. It's between manager, which is far and above most other communities. I think one of the important things that we take into consideration is if you are a forward-facing person, can you or should you be working from home? Obviously, if there's a special situation, surgery, something like that, that's a different situation. So we take what their job responsibilities are into account when making decisions about working from home. But I would not feel comfortable saying right now that we were taking working from home off the table, because as I started with, we will fail to recruit many, many talented people if we don't start to think differently about how we provide services. And recruitment is going to be at the forefront of that. So I would say, to sum it up, is if they're a forward-facing position, we should be here and able to serve you. But we do have to look at some of our other positions and think about whether or not we have a hybrid option. You'll see a lot of communities, if they don't already have a policy in place, they'll end up working less hours, changing hours, some of these other things. You'll see, if you look at applications that come in, first question will be, can I work from home? So we're trying to take that head on, and that's part of what the consultant will help us look at too.
Okay, thank you.
Gardner?
I have no questions, thank you.
I mean, Joe and I, yeah, we did talk about, I'm like with you, Mike, too. I think, in municipalities, in the private sector, I feel that the work from home is more in the industry there. But with your, to the taxpayers, people want to come in and they want to see the people. They don't want to be on hold or call or whatever. So that's something that Jill's going to be working on. I do understand in the hiring, but then again, I do disagree. I think it's more in the private, not in municipalities. But anyways, that's it for me. Does the public, board members, public, you want to go up to any comment about HR?
Again, Bill Bradstreet, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. Do we or can we do exit interviews? And if we do, can we expect the people who do leave this community, don't know why, if they would be honest about why they're leaving, better opportunities or whatever? But is that possible?
Yes, we do. We do conduct exit interviews currently, keep them confidential.
Okay.
But are able to use that information to figure out if it's internal, if it's our policies, if it's a work from home option, if it's more money. But we use that for some analysis.
Okay, money's always the bottom line, right? No?
Happiness.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. Go right up. Thank you, Kevin.
Still Kevin Barrich.
You should have switched.
I guess through you, Madam Chair, I guess my question is, we talked about the consulting a little bit. It looks like the consulting budget's the exact same as last year. I do see the increase in personnel. I just want to make sure, as distasteful as it is to say, the old saying is that consultants are things, not people, when it comes to budgeting. So I just wanted to see where that money is coming from, because it seems like that's level funded for the consultant.
It's going to come out of between the town manager's current FY26 budget, what we have left in our budget, and HR's budget.
Okay.
So current budget.
Oh, got it. So
within
so
FY26.
So with the hiring lag that you have
Yeah.
from this year, essentially, you've got some money left over. Got it. Thank you.
No problem.
Excellent. Anybody else?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. Now we'll go to benefits and insurance.
All right. Benefits and insurance. And this one I may lean on Rodney more than some of those first couple. But I think we talked a bit about this. These are the budget drivers. As you know, employee insurance. What we're facing, the 9.8% is not unique to Danvers. The range within Maya, which is the Massachusetts insurance company that we work with, the range was between 2.9 and 14.4% for the increases. Total benefits insurance is about 10.5. That includes the other things that we discussed before. Other benefits includes Medicare, liability insurance, veterans aid, etc. And the OPEB contribution, you will see here. So as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, we are meeting our increased contribution of $50,000, but we are not including it within the levy, or what I sometimes refer to as the general fund. It'll be a separate warrant article from free cash. So this is one of those places you'll see some of the savings that we used.
Okay, board members, D, questions?
No questions.
No questions.
Mike?
No questions.
Dave?
If anybody can help me figure out how to cut this, we welcome it.
Yeah. My only question was, I know that we talked about it, we don't want to have employees pay more of their share to health insurance, but it seems like health insurance has just skyrocketed. I think generously, the town is doing a great job in doing it. Where in private industry, I think they've gone to like 16%. So maybe if we can maybe phase that in, that unfortunately they have to pay a little bit more, There's
a lot of elements that go into it, and Rodney and I have started that conversation. And I think we touched on it briefly related to some of the other contributions like pensions. All the cards will be on the table over the next 3 to 5 years as we have to make decisions. So we'll take everything into consideration.
Wonderful, that's why we hired you, right? I'm going to take.
This is, I cannot, like, this area, I cannot thank Rodney enough. This
Rodney,
is, I
thank
need the
you.
support of Rodney and Nick in this area.
Public, do we have any questions? Yes, welcome. Glad you came.
Coley Rybicki, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 5. Maureen and I didn't rehearse this, but I was just curious as to what the cost-sharing split is, if it's been established between town contribution and employer. Is that to come?
Sure. It's a 70-30 split. We pick up 70%, the employee picks up 30. For healthcare, it's 50-50 on dental and life. And that goes back well before my time.
So,
And that's pretty common. You look at any municipal benefit system, 70-30. I've seen as high as 80-20. I've seen lower than 70-30.
Right. Okay. All right, thanks.
Anybody else? Okay.
Motion to approve?
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Okay. Now we'll go to the town clerk.
I want to
sorry.
thank Madam Clerk for being here today. And also for staying with us throughout the presentation. And I will let her talk a little bit about this. I think you guys are used to seeing this.
Did you want to start the budget with the part of it, or no? We just want me to go over it?
Yeah, we would just hit on, and again, Kathy can provide much more detail than I can, but essentially, most of this budget is driven by the number of elections. So FY26, we have one election. In FY27, we'll have a state primary, state general, and then a local election. So election workers, overtime, some of the equipment and printing costs, all that's driven by the number of elections.
Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. And for those of you who don't know, I'm Kathy Ellsworth, the town clerk.
Excellent, thank you. Gardner?
No questions.
Dan?
All set.
Dee?
No questions.
Mike?
I was trying to look. I thought I had a whole
Put you on the
bunch.
spot? Yeah.
Maybe I picked up your paper by mistake.
No questions, thank you.
I have no questions either. Anybody from the public have a question?
Clerk does a great job.
She does a good job.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve, yeah. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Legal counsel, as you know, we contract with Murphy, Hesse, Toomey, Lehane for outside counsel. The budget has traditionally been around 99,000, about 100,000. On the town side, the lower chart will walk you through what the enterprise funds and the electric division also contribute to legal. We are asking for an increase of 25,000 this year. That is based on the trends. We know that this year was probably it has been significantly higher because we did the town manager, town meeting acts, we had the garbage strikes, we had all these other things. But just to kind of put that cushion on there, we also have a new town council and a new town manager. So that's the reason for the ask in the increase to 125,000.
Okay, Dee, do you have any questions?
Yeah, so is this a market adjustment or it's the same company?
Same company, yep, not a market adjustment. This is just based on the trends from FY26. We've just been, we went through a lot through this transition, and so we just transferred 50,000 out of the FinCom reserve to cover this year's current bills for FY26. So we want to anticipate ahead of time for FY27.
Okay, I see. But it's not that we have necessarily something in the pipeline that
We
will
hope not.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, knock on wood, right? Yeah. Dan?
Thank you. How often do we review our legal counsel, or should we review it so many years?
I can't tell you the history, so I don't know if they want to jump in on this, but I would
Of the
say, yeah.
same legal counsel for
You had the same legal 40
quite a while.
Yeah, for quite a while.
And we're on our third council.
Yep.
So my question is, as a community, do we review that every so often? Is that the select board? Is that management?
I'll let Rodney take that one.
It would be the town manager to review, but I think you to approve the recommendation. To best of my knowledge, as long as I've been here, we've never done an RFP. Part of the reason is, if you know better than I do, we were one of the first municipal clients back, Mr. Lehane, many, many years ago, and as such, we were grandfathered in a rate. So although we're going up 25,000, I would say a similar sized community using some of the other law firms, their budget's a lot more than 125,000. So
That
there-
would be my question.
There's a value
If
to
we-
staying with the.
If we
yeah.
were to do something drastic, what would we expect to pay with another council?
It would be significant higher. We don't have the data on specifically how much higher. It would depend on the actual proposals, but yeah.
I mean, I'd be curious. I don't
We
think we
can,
need to.
we can look at what some of the other
Yeah, just-
proposed
yeah.
budgets for
Absolutely.
similar communities are.
Just similar sized community, just
Sure.
for information purposes.
Sure.
Mike?
Thank you.
No questions.
Gardner?
No questions.
Okay, no, that was a good question, Dan, though, you know.
Okay.
I mean, but I think we're probably for 125,000, right? It's pretty good. Thank you. Any questions from the audience?
Motion to, oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Kevin, go up again, please.
And while Kevin's
Yes,
going
thank
up there, I do want to let you know that we, when I came in and with Kate in place, we are, whenever she does she does office hours here to meet with staff. She gives me a review of what she's working with staff, and then we take it from there to say, okay, go deeper on this, go pull back on this. And so trying to make sure we're accounting for where the time and the money is going.
Excellent.
Yeah, I guess, so at, $230-ish thousand total spend, like, for a government lawyer, that's a pretty good salary. So it seems like we're now into the employ an attorney rather than, pay their hourly rate through a firm. So like, as assistant U.S. attorneys don't make $230, right? They'd love to. So like, why pay them? Why not just hire an in-house attorney?
I would just say that, so again, having come from a community, a much bigger sized community, but that had in-house counsel, the budget was well over $1 million. Now, that was 5 times the community, but you would need general counsel, they'd need staff, they may need an assistant town counsel. You would still need outside counsel, because if you have one person, they can't be expected to be a subject matter in land use, public safety, et cetera, et cetera. So to answer your question, it may be something to look at in the future, but it wouldn't just be as simple as we could just go pay an attorney $150,000 and save money there. It'd be a little more complicated than that.
It's the same answer he gave me when I, just to let you know that I come from a community with in-house counsel as well. Definitely something that we will be exploring, but Rodney is correct that you can't just stand up and, I've worked with the person who was the first in-house counsel in North Andover. You can't just hire an attorney and let it roll. You got to stand up the department, so they'll need a paralegal.
But it sounds like it's not a ridiculous question.
It's
right?
not a ridiculous question.
Similar
And
size
we started some analysis.
communities have in-house
Yeah.
counsel.
Absolutely.
I will say most of our similar sized neighbors through the trash strike could not believe that we were working with outside counsel at this size of a community. So it's something that is something we'll be talking about over the next few years, and see how town meeting members and select board members warm up to that. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. Anybody else?
Motion to approve?
Second? Do I have a second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Excellent. And then next, Jill, the moderator.
Legislative budget, so this is the moderator and the select board. And the only thing you see here is a slight increase in the operating expenses for the select board.
Okay, any board members' questions, Gardner?
No questions.
Mike?
No questions.
V?
No questions.
All
Dan.
set.
Okay, I'm all set. Public? Go ahead, Bill. Thank you.
Uh-oh, this is 3 questions, Bill. He told you got 3, that was his rule.
Thanks a lot.
It was Rodney's rule.
I heard it more than from him. Bill Barassi, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. Considering the effort and time that the select board members put into their job, are they compensated with enough, or could they be paid a little more? More than just a cup of coffee, really. But,
I'll let the select board members answer. I mean, the process, I'm assuming, is they have to vote for their own increase. And
We did.
yeah.
We did a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
We voted for half of what I looked for. keeping in mind, we don't want to go over $5,000, because then there's other benefits that kick in,
Okay.
okay? And then I think the public would throw us out.
Not necessarily. For the job you do, not necessarily.
You can't put a figure on it.
Okay.
My good friend David Mills wanted to pay me 20 grand.
Maybe you should go to 499.
I thought I thought it was worth asking. Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? Okay, do I have a we'll do a motion. Do I have a motion for the moderator?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And then the select board, do I have a motion?
moved.
Okay, second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, excellent. And now we're going to go to the Finance Committee Reserve, please.
Okay. This one speaks for itself. Finance Committee Reserve, as you guys know, used to fill in where needed. This year, as I just mentioned, we did $50,000 to the legal budget. I think it's the same number you've been doing for several years.
No questions.
Okay, Dan, D?
No questions.
Mike?
Just one, so if you needed to take the 50, so is there 75 there, or does that go back to the general fund and it starts over again?
It closes each year, so
It
right now
closes
there's
each-
75 remaining for FY '26.
Okay.
If it went unspent, it would close to free cash.
Okay, thank you.
Gardner?
I'm sorry, you said now the 75, oh, you've expended 50 already?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great, thank you.
That was the legal counsel transfer. We did it at the FinCom meeting
Got it.
before, yeah.
Okay, no questions, thank you.
Okay. Anybody from the public have a question?
Motion to approve.
Okay, do I have a
Second.
second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. All righty, moving right along.
Now we're at a 20-minute lunch break. We're done.
Oh, we're going to lunch now?
We're gonna fly right through this, and we're still 90 minutes behind. I was like, wow, we made up some time. Welcome the chiefs.
The chiefs, yeah.
Thank you, fellas. I thought we made up a lot of time, but we really did not. All right, and we're gonna go right over to the police budget. I want to thank Chief Lovell and his team. They've been very helpful. As I said, our senior team fully engaged in this budget process, and not only at looking at what we had to do this year, but understanding that this is step one of a multi-year process, and that in order to achieve the goals that we really want to get to in the future, we really need to start looking for efficiencies now. I'm going to let the chief go into some detail, but I will say briefly the salaries and wages as contractual obligations. As the chief shared with the select board on Tuesday night, they were fully staffed for the first time in a very long time for a total of 14 days. We were proud of that, and we were hoping it would last a little longer, but we'll keep working there. I want to highlight the operational savings. You'll hear me start talking about the operational savings and efficiencies as we get through these departments. One of them was found here, and I believe, from my understanding of previous conversations, is that the town has been moving towards streamlining like telephone services. This is one of the places where that savings was realized. Operating expenses, about $19,000 of that was the efficiencies related in streamlining our new phone services. And also, just to reference, it's not on here, but in case it comes, you guys want to talk about it while the chief is still here, there are 4 new cruisers included in the capital outlay. And then I'll hand it over to either the chief, if you have anything you want to say, or the board for questions.
Good afternoon. Any questions you have, we'll be more than happy to try to answer them for you.
Thank you, Jamie. Welcome. Gardner?
No, I'm looking at the outliers, and they all seem reasonable, so I'm all set. Thank you, chief.
Dan?
Thank you for your presentation the other night. Really appreciate you coming before us on a regular basis to update us what the police department doing, what's going on in the community. It's very helpful.
Thank you.
And it makes it easier to approve the budget, know that you're out there protecting us.
Thank you.
D?
No questions, thank you.
Yep, yeah, I want to second that. Thank you for your presentation the other night. It was good. Thank you for what you all do. And at this point, Mike, I'm sorry. Sorry, I almost forgot
I'm
Mike.
over here.
I've got the other Mike. Sorry, Mike. I'm
Just a
getting
couple
tired.
quick questions, chief.
Sure.
Specialist pay, looks like it's gone up like 22,000. Is that just? what is that?
Contractual. Yeah, based on contractual
Okay, yeah.
increases.
And then temporary help is $5,000? What's that?
Temporary help, that is probably going to be like if we have either a matron or if we have a
Yeah,
a female prisoner in custody, dispatchers who are females who are trained can come downstairs,
Yeah.
conduct a search, and I think they're $25
Okay.
per search.
okay. And mileage, who gets mileage?
Excuse me, like, as far as mileage?
Yeah, mileage.
That would be for trainings, for example, we're currently hiring a dispatcher.
Okay.
If they have to go to the academy, it's a 5-week academy down the South Shore, so they get reimbursed for that.
Okay.
If the officer goes to training, depending if we can't give them a car to drive with them, they can get reimbursement for training.
Okay, all right, thank you. Rodney, what's mileage pay per mile? Is it per mile or?
I think it's about 50-something cents. I have to get you the exact number, but.
Okay, it's
Set by the
60
state.
Yeah,
67?
set by the IRS, actually, yeah.
Yeah, is it 67 sound right?
Sounds about right.
Okay.
No, that's high.
I think that's too
That's
high
high?
now with the price of gas. It might go back up to that, but I think it was like 54,
All right,
55.
all right.
Oh, it's actually 72.5% cents now. Look at that.
Oh, all right.
Oh, we're all wrong.
It's like a trivia question.
No, that was all my questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody in the public have any questions? Yes, please go up and introduce yourself.
So I think a year or two ago, there was a lot of fanfare. We got a Ford F-150. It was all electric. Installed a charger. It's going to be the greatest thing ever. I was just wondering, since we're getting 4 new cruisers, seems like a good time to check in on the experiment. Is it so successful that the 4 new cruisers are definitely electric, or was it kind of a novelty? It was fun. Wouldn't do it again.
So we still have our electric pickup 971. It's got about 20,000 miles on it, I believe, last I heard. It is used regularly on patrol. We can get probably 2 shifts out of it, and the charger we have at the station is adequate to charge overnight. It has been useful with some of the incidents in the community with bikes, that we have a vehicle that we can transport bikes in. The e-bikes get a little bit heavier, so sometimes we have to use a tow truck, but it has been used for that. We use it in some community events. You can actually run quite a bit of equipment off of the truck. So it's a nice tool to have in our fleet. The vehicles we're getting this year, they'll be all gas vehicles. Honestly, the hybrids were not working out for us. Mass State Police have moved away from the hybrids as well. For frontline cars, we replaced 2 batteries so far at under warranty, and I think they're about $5,000 to $6,000 a piece for replacements. So the hybrids just weren't working for the type of driving that we do with the vehicles. So this year, it's 3 marked cars and 1 admin vehicle this year.
Excellent. Please go up, Lauren. Introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Lauren Steves, Precinct 3 Town Meeting Member. This is probably more looking in the future, but has the department looked into the use of body-worn cameras? Do we know what the potential cost of that is? I know a lot of it is the cloud services that you have to keep the data for so long. I just think that it's come to a time where it may be a wise investment for our community as well as a protection for our police officers as well. I don't know if there are grants, or I haven't personally looked into myself the cost or anything, so I'm just curious. Thank you.
So back in 2021, when I interviewed for the position of chief, I presented a plan for the town manager of my goals for the next few years. One of those goals was the body-worn camera program. It's not that easy to just go out and buy a camera. There's collective bargaining agreement is affected by that. And honestly, there's some staffing issues as well. So in my 5-year plan submitted to the town, I do have body cameras on there. We also need to look at tasers the next 5 years. So in FY '29, our current tasers are no longer under warranty and will not be guaranteed by taser, and equipment will start kind of not being available for those. For new tasers, we're probably looking at about $177,000 to $200,000 for those tasers. Most departments do it over a lease period, which is over 5 years, so about $40,000 a year. So that's a very large expense that we're looking at probably FY '29. For body-worn cameras, currently I spoke to the same Axon, which typically will give you a deal if you do tasers with the body cameras. For a department our size, we're looking between $450,000 and $700,000 for tasers. Again, a lot of times departments do that over a lease program, so that we're looking at a $600,000 kind of middle range. That's about $120,000 a year for leasing tasers. And of course, they kind of get you with the, okay, after year 3, we'll give you a replace of all your equipment. So that means when year 6 comes, you want to renew to get that replacement again. So definitely something that to look into. I hope in the next next contract session, we can negotiate with the union to say, okay, if we were to go to body cameras, it means this. That will be, probably next year. They're in the final year of the contract right now for FY '27 will be the last year of the contract. So next fall, we'll probably start negotiating with them. So I'd like to see that language added, and then if we could get the funding. With the grants, there was some grants, but they only cover equipment only, not the cloud-based. So the equipment is expensive, but it's really the cloud storage that's the most amount of money. The last round of grants, you had to have either a contract language approving them or a letter from the union saying that they would accept them. The grant was open for 30 days. There was no way that we could sit down with the union and get an agreement on a what-if potential system. They have become more common. Most departments in the area are either have them or going to them. Peabody, Wenham's going to them soon. Salem, State Police have them. Definitely, I think, a helpful tool, but there's a cost to it, and also for staffing, someone has to be available to then review those active camera footage, redact camera footage for public records requests, and also take that footage and upload it to the district attorney's office for review. So that's part of our staffing study, is looking at, if we went to body cameras, is that another half-time supervisory position? Is it a full-time supervisory position? And again, it would most likely be a supervisory position because you're reviewing officers' performance, so you want to have a supervisor doing that. So definitely something we're interested in. I'll keep pursuing. But again, that's about $900,000 in equipment in FY '29 that we're looking at, and times might be tough, so.
Excellent. Anybody else have any questions? Bill?
Go
ahead.
Come on, Brad. My old partner.
Again, Bill Bradstreet, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. Part of the budget was a car or traffic division discussed. Or a car specifically for traffic enforcement, maybe writing tickets or trying to make people do what they're supposed to do, that they know they're supposed to do. Thank you.
So for this FY '27, no, that was not added to the budget. Last year, we were added an officer for a community impact officer position. My goal is to hopefully post that this spring with the goal of implementing it by September of this year. We're going to be down probably 2 to 4 offices over the summertime. So pulling another position to a specialty job might be tough for the summer. So the goal is hopefully we have a person, we have 2 in the academy right now graduating in June. They'll wrap up field training hopefully by mid-August. So hopefully in September we can try to initiate that implementation of a community impact officer. That's not the exact same thing as the traffic car. Could they do some traffic enforcement? Yes, but it wouldn't be their primary responsibility.
And if I may, Madam Chair, through you, Member Bean did ask that the 3 of us meet about that in the coming future. Yes. My monthly with Member Bean is on the 19th, and I've asked the chief to join us.
Oh, that'd be great.
It won't be for fiscal '27, obviously, but
yes.
We'll start that conversation. And I think part of the looking at the staffing study, one of the things we can start to think about and ask is if it's knowing what financial times we're in, is it a kind of allocation of duties, or is it, or does it have to be separately funded? So the 3 of us will definitely have a conversation about it.
Excellent. Did you have a question, Lois? Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on, Bill.
Lois McKenzie, Precinct 3, Town Meeting Member. I just had a question. What is the community officer title? What is it? What do they do?
So right now, the job description hasn't been created yet, but the idea of the community impact officer will be, they'll be signed an admin schedule Monday through Friday. They'll be signed on the community service division. They will be available to attend to community concerns, whether it's mental health follow-ups, domestic violence follow-ups. We talked about using them in the community downtown, having someone who is not assigned to patrol function that's being called off to handle calls and accidents, that they could dedicate time to being in the community, addressing community concerns. So it's kind of a flexible type description. Many departments in the area have them. Beverly has, I think, 2. Salem has a team of, I think, 3 to 5 officers in the community impact. And again, it's kind of a flexible position where they can be assigned to concentrate on community concerns and not being called away for other responsibilities.
And if I can just speak to community impact units coming from Gloucester, so we have an extremely strong community impact unit, and they are very reflective of the needs of the town or the city. So in Gloucester, they do a lot of work with substance abuse and homelessness and things like that, whereas here in Danvers, we will definitely, we'll get the sense of what the need is there. And what we're hearing a lot, I think, from the presentation the other day is we seem to have a very high concern about youth in this community, and that's part of downtown. And so I think the data that the chief submitted and brought to the board at the select board meeting will help inform some of those responsibilities.
Excellent. Bill?
Bill Bates, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 4. 2 questions, if I may. When we write tickets, is that revenue generating for the town? And could you give us an update on the staffing study?
So traffic citations don't necessarily reflect revenue for the town. If someone's given a criminal citation for a violation, yes, that can result in some revenue. There's also an appeal process, and oftentimes during the appeal process, either the citation is either reduced or dismissed, depending on the clerk magistrate and the discussion they have with the operator. So it's not really a revenue-making operation. As far as the staffing study is concerned, I've been working with Sean Kelly from Municipal Resources Incorporated. We're working on finalizing the contract, hopefully by the end of the month. The process will take between 8 to 10 weeks to have a final report done, and that will be in plenty of time for our next budget conversation.
Anybody else with questions from the public? Mike, did you have one more?
Just one more. Chief, is there any such thing as getting on the coattails of the Sheriff's Department or the State Police as far as buying those large ticket items, cameras and tasers?
No. There was, with the last grant that they offered through the state for the equipment, if you were a department under 50, you had to partner with another community. So Danvers could not apply for that grant by itself. A fellow chief from Marblehead reached out to me and asked me if I was interested in partnering with him. Unfortunately, he had already hit the language in his contract. We did not. And it wasn't fair for me to kind of hold him up from moving forward for the application because I was not confident that I could get either a side letter from the union or an agreement from the union in less than 30 days. So,
Yeah, and nothing with State Police or anything, considering they're buying so many?
no. Again, different people use different systems. The state already has, I think they use Axon. They're probably spending the millions, I'm guessing, because of the numbers they have. So the pricing's the pricing. Obviously, if we negotiate with Axon or a different company, we can negotiate a better price possibly, and maybe include some other equipment in there, such as the tasers. But it's kind of a department by department situation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Is that it? Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Now we'll go to fire. Jill?
Ready to go to fire. Okay, so Chief Barry's another one who has totally engaged with us in our conversation about how we're going to find efficiencies going forward. You will see salary and wages increases are contractual. Also a team that's fully staffed for the first time in quite some time. That's accolades to the chief, Philippe, who was here earlier, Jen Breaker, for all working on some policies to build a fire reserve list and kind of get that pipeline moving more quickly. Their capital, this is not on here, but it's later in the screen in case anyone has any questions. For capital outlay, included in fire is the third year of the turnout gear replacement. And I'll let him speak to the reductions that he found in his operating expenses. But I will say one of the challenges that we've been talking about and that you'll see at town meeting and why it's so important that fire is fully staffed is when they're not fully staffed, it affects overtime. Our overtime is over. You're going to see something at a town meeting warrant article about overtime. So the chief knows his challenge for this coming fiscal year is to show us the money, right? Show us that being fully staffed is really going to address some of that overtime. And I know he's planning on working diligently on that, and I appreciate being a partner with him.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. So yes, just to touch base on what the manager mentioned. So we are fully staffed. We hired, I believe, 7 firefighters filling vacancies that were existing within the department. In the past 6 months, we finalized those appointments, which is great. We do have minimum staffing levels in order to provide the protection and fire safety services that the community of Danvers deserves. So when we are short-staffed, it makes us drop below those staffing levels much earlier than it would if we were fully staffed. So another thing that we've been challenged with, the manager mentioned this year, we've had some struggles with the budget, and it comes down to that overtime line. And we've struggled with a lot of injuries. We've had several long-term injuries. We have 7 firefighters out injured right now on long-term injury. Good news, I got a couple doctor notes, and we got 4 coming back in the next month, so that's good. So we're working on that. Some of the things that we did do to address filling vacancies in a more timely fashion is it just takes a long time. The background investigations, just vetting the candidates, making sure we're getting people who are going to be assets to the community, assets to the department, and stick around for a while. We put a lot of pride into the work that we do for that, and it takes a long time. So we, with the assistance of the manager and Jen Breaker, as she mentioned, we came out with a policy, and we're, for the first time ever in Danvers anyways, creating a reserve firefighter list. So the same vetting process is done as if we were hiring somebody and appointing them, and they get put on that reserve list. So now as vacancies come up, unexpected or expected, we can pluck from that list immediately and put that person right in that spot, which saves that downtime and ultimately will create a savings in overtime. So our budget's 95% salaries and wages. Most of this salaries and wages increase is just collective bargaining agreements, cost of living increases. We did make some cuts in the operational budget. A couple significant ones that you may have noticed is like tuition reimbursement went down significantly. And that's based on, there's a collective bargaining benefit. If somebody's furthering their education for a college degree in fire science or a related public safety degree, there is a reimbursement for tuition. There's a couple things that have changed. Actually, legislation changed a couple of years ago where people going to North Shore Community College, that education is free. So some of our members have taken advantage of that. And we also have some members who are in the military, and they take advantage of the GI Bill to pay for their education. So just this year, that does fluctuate from year to year, but this year we were able to reduce that number quite a bit. Let's see, what else? That's probably another one that fluctuates year to year is there is a contractual benefit that when people retire, there's a sick leave buyback provision in the contract. So we do our due diligence every year. We try to see who is eligible for retirement, who's going to max out on their pension, and have conversations with those individuals to see, are you planning on retiring in this budget year or not? And this year we have 4 people, actually, fiscal 27, there's 4 people eligible to retire, which would be a large amount of money. But with conversation with those individuals, they're likely to not retire, just one is. So we were able to lower that to a much lower number. It's, I think, $35,000-ish. Be happy to entertain any questions if you have.
Thank you. Gardner?
Sure. Can you go over the reserve list again?
Sure. So the reserve list is, civil service, whenever we want to put new people on the department. In the past, we call for a civil service list, just say, for example, we're hiring 2 firefighters. They give us a list of 2N plus 1, so that would be 5, the top 5 candidates on the list. We vet them. Then they go through psychological, medical, physical agility screening, background investigations, everything. That process takes quite some time. 6 months is a good ballpark. Then we can put them on the department. So the reserve list is the exact same process. However, at the end of it, they don't technically become an employee. They don't get put on. They just get put on that list, but they're already vetted. So now I anticipate a retirement in September. I can take somebody off that list, already vetted, sitting on the reserve list, plug and play right into that spot.
That makes sense.
And then just further on that, so we're putting a lot of effort into trying to predict retirements. We know when people are getting towards the end of their career, and with those conversations, if we know we have 2 or 3 people over the next 2 or 3 years retiring, then we'll replenish that reserve list appropriately. We don't want to create a big list with 10 or 15, or 10 or 12 names on it, because then they could sit on that list for an awful long time and kind of become irrelevant, and it could be years before we get back to them. So ideally, we'd like to have somebody on the list for a year or 2 tops.
So, and I appreciate and glad that you're fully staffed. And hopefully no one goes out on injury, but it happens, I understand. Why aren't we, and I'm looking at the past years. In 2023, we spent $742,000 for overtime. The next year, $550,000. The next year, $850,000. The next year, $592,000, $600,000. Wouldn't it be prudent to, and I'm asking a question that I don't know the answer, I'd like you to, wouldn't it be prudent to hire 1, 2, maybe even 3 new people, or 2, and put them on a rotational basis, even 1, as a full-time employee? And if you don't need them, great, they're in addition to some shift. But if you do need them, you already have them, and overtime is cut. It's time and a half money, so there's fiscal responsibility to say if and I don't know what a new fire professional makes when they join us. I'll guess at a number that you tell me it's way low, but let's say it's $250,000. Well, of that $250,000, 70,000 of that is that halftime that you're paying someone else, the extra money you're paying someone else. So wouldn't it be prudent to hire someone? Our track record is well over $500,000 every year. Hire another person, put them on a rotational basis. They'll be the next up when an opening happens if they want to be on a specific shift. Why wouldn't we consider that?
Madam Chairwoman, sorry, I think
Sure.
the chief and I may disagree philosophically on
I was like,
finance and the fire, always going to disagree on bodies equal savings. But just to clarify, that 24 budget and the 25 budget, we did add 3 bodies. Remember, we got a SAFER grant. So fire is up 3 bodies over the past 3 years. And you see 1 year when they probably had less injuries, that resulted in overtime as low as $554. The next year with, again, 3 additional bodies
Oh, that's
grant
why it went
funded,
down, because
was
we
still
hired.
was still $849. So again, even though we had those 3 additional bodies, there's a lot of variety to factors that go into that overtime beyond just the body count. So,
But
That's-
still.
That speaks to what we have challenged the chief to work on this year. Is kind of, because fully staffed, you're correct, fully staffed, we should go down on overtime. So they haven't been fully staffed in quite some time, and so we should have the same conversation this time next year.
Okay, but still at the numbers, even when we get the SAFER, we're still over $500,000. Wouldn't it be prudent to hire 1 more, be at fully staffed plus 1, let that person rotate as needed? If they're not needed, hopefully, knock on wood. But if they are needed, why wouldn't we consider that a cost savings versus overtime?
Let me just respond. So fully staffed for us is 48 members on the line, right? Riding on the fire trucks, responding on the fire trucks. So that's 4 groups of 12. 2 people in fire prevention, deputy chief, myself out of the management budget, and 1 administrative assistant. So 4 groups of 12 allows up to 2 people to be out, whether it be sick, injury, vacation, some type of contractual benefit, and we do not require any overtime. Now, that's assuming everybody's healthy, and that's the thought process behind that. We don't allow more than 2 people to be out on vacation, because that would create overtime. But if we're short-staffed, we have 1 group right now short 3 people. So everybody who's out is getting hired for person at time and a half rate. I mean, Rodney is certainly, we do have good conversations about this. Salary plus benefits, if somebody has a family plan, health insurance, I mean, that's a huge factor. Like, I appreciate that. In a perfect world, I think if we only had 1 or 2 people out injured at a time, I think the budget would look a lot different, the overtime would look a lot different. That was the case in, I think, '24, when we had 500 and, what was it? Yeah, fiscal '24, 554,000. Like, that was an anomaly, that was low. This year is not that. Next year, we hope to be closer to that. But there are more drivers than just staffing levels. There's also mutual aid. We go out of town because Beverly has a fire and we support them. They also do the same for us when we have incidents. If we have a large-scale incident that goes on for hours, days, we have to hire back. So there's so many things that you can't predict in public safety. I wish it was so easy to say. I mean, I would love to say 4 groups of 13, but I think Rodney, he's twitching already. Look at him. You know, so it's a good concept. I think our first step is focus on being fully staffed. I think that's a goal, right? We were short 7 people this year, and now on top of that, another 7 injuries. We're down 14 people. We're a 52-man department. So, like, that's a lot. It's a quarter of the department.
So if you are fully staffed, why are you recommending $90,000 more in overtime this year?
Yep.
As opposed to saying, okay, I'll level fund, because we're overstaffed. We're full staffed. Last year, we spent this much money, 592. Why wouldn't you say, okay, let's hope, again, hoping no one gets hurt, let's level fund and see how that goes, see if it does drop. Why are we increasing funding to then decrease funding?
Just to clarify, sorry, through you, Madam Chairwoman, 592 is the budget. Like we mentioned, we're coming in with probably a $300,000 transfer to balance FY26.
All right.
So the FY26 number, when it's all said and done, is probably going to be closer to $1 million, again, due to the severe
All right.
outages this year.
Then that
So,
makes
yeah.
sense.
So I thought, 840, and the chief did have a higher ask for overtime, and again, we said, let's fully staff and see what that number is, because it's probably somewhere between 554 and the 849, or the, hopefully not near $1 million
Okay,
again.
all right.
So, yeah, sorry.
We just don't have the actuals for 2026, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, that makes sense. Then I'm going to ask a really, and don't take this wrong, I'm not trying to push for this. I just think it's appropriate due diligence. Do our fire calls statistics support a fire station in Hawthorne? Because you have Hawthorne towards Essex in that area of town, but Central Fire could be covering halfway between the two. So do our statistics support the maintenance of a second building?
So our response load, the types of incidents that we have, the call volumes that we have, absolutely do. For us to respond so you're asking, you're inquiring if we closed the Hathorne station, just had fire headquarters. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Inquiring.
Expand it. I'm not saying that you wouldn't expand fire headquarters to, I'm not saying lose necessarily the people.
No, understood.
Yeah.
So,
and I'm not recommending it. I'm
I
asking.
understand. No, but all these questions are good questions, and we have to consider them. And I have. So let's go back 30 plus years ago when I got on the fire department. We had 3 stations. We operated 3 engines and a ladder. We now have 2 stations, 2 engines and a ladder, right? Same staffing. We just combined them. We used to run companies with 2 people on them, which has been proven over time is very inefficient and unsafe. So we run at a 3-person minimum. So at the 10-person staffing, we have 2 firefighters and an officer on each of the engines, the ladder, and then the shift commander is in a Tahoe, a command vehicle. For us to get to the Hathorne end of town, or certainly anything up and down Route 1 from fire headquarters, can take in excess of 10, 12, 14 minutes sometimes. So I think it would be a disservice to operate out of fire headquarters and try to provide the level of service that the town of Danvers and the Hathorne community specifically deserves.
Okay. Knowing that you've considered it, this is the point. Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Those are my only questions.
Mike?
Thank you. Hi, Chief. I'm glad to hear that you have that extra list. So that secures people when they take the civil service test, which expires every 2 years?
Every 2 years, so there's a new list coming out April 1st, actually.
So, but once they get on your additional list, then no longer, that doesn't expire?
Good point. Once you're appointed as a reserve, you're on there until you're hired.
Right.
And when we hire new people, we have to hire from that list.
Yeah.
We can replenish the reserve list off the new civil service list.
So essentially, you'll be looking for new people for that list all the time to keep it going?
So like I mentioned, based on predicted openings. So we know we have a commitment from somebody who's retiring in September. So we have one person on the list right now, because we put 8 people on the list, but we just hired a whole bunch, so we depleted it. So there's one name left. So he'll retire, that list will be depleted to 0. Off the list, the civil service scores that come out in the list that's established April 1st, we will look, I'll talk to the manager about it, but I would say maybe put 3 or 4 names on it, because over the next few years, I anticipate that many people retiring, and we'll be ready for it.
Yep, okay, good. That's perfect. I think that will really help with that over time.
Yeah, it should.
And there's no other cities and towns, nobody recompensates each other, right, for the overtime that you go, if you spend in Beverly or...
No, it's a
Reading.
wash. You know, we go to Beverly so many times a year,
Yeah.
Beverly and Salem come to us so many times a year.
Should we try sending them a bill?
But just remember, you'll get a bill from them as well. So.
Just try it and see what happens. We get a check. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chief, and I would agree. We want to keep that station on Houghton. If you take it away, we're moving to Middleton. So I've unfortunately had to call a few times when my late dad was living with me, and the response was really quick. So thank you. Sick leave buyback, what is that?
Yep, so that's a contractual benefit. When somebody retires, a firefighter retires, they get paid for a portion of the sick leave that they have accrued upon retirement.
Okay.
So it's only when somebody retires, and there's a formula based on how many sick days they have, they can be paid a lump sum.
So it's not like we
upon
have you come back sooner than you have to, and it's upon retirement.
It's a benefit upon retirement, correct?
Okay, thank you. And I don't know how relevant this is. There's a lot of talks about us responding to Beverly Airport. And how often does that happen, if any? How much burden does the airport put on us, if any? Or it's just like any other?
So it's something that lives in my wheelhouse daily, right? Because that's having an airport in the town. Things can go south, right? So that's something we have to be prepared for. We train and prepare for it. I mean, we do have plane crashes. There was one, it was right on the Danvers-Beverly line up at Cherry Hill Park in the past year, a fatality. We've had several of them in Danvers. How often do we respond? I mean, it's not weekly, it may not even be monthly, but we could go, it's like anything in public safety and I can't tell you. I mean, I could probably go back historically and tell you we went 8 times, 10 times in 2025 or 2024, but it's not excessive.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you. Dan?
No, Chief, thank you for the work you and your crew does. Thank you.
Yep, thank
Thanks,
you,
Dan.
Chief. Me too, and I like hearing about creating the policy for the reserve. You know, that's really good. At this time, we'll have questions for the public. Anybody? Please go up. Introduce yourself.
Hi, Amy Velasquez, town meeting member from Precinct 7. I just had an additional question about the reserve list. What is the obligation of a potential employee that's on the reserve list? So say you have these eligible, they've been vetted employees. Are they then somehow contractually locked in to be there? Or would, for example, somebody, there was an opening in Beverly, they could potentially go back to that list and they're no longer there because they've been hired someplace else?
So the way civil service works is when you take the exam, the initial firefighter exam, you claim residence preference. So that's where you've lived the 12 months prior to the exam. So up until this year, actually, you could only claim one community. So, for example, if somebody lived in Danvers for that 12-month period, they claim Danvers as preference. When we call for that list, we're going to get Danvers veterans will be at the top of the list, and then Danvers residents, non-veterans. You're very likely to get to somebody who's on Beverly, or from Beverly. So that being said, if they get appointed to our list, it's very unlikely for somebody to get called to another civil service department. They could go to a non-civil service department, such as maybe like Middleton or a Boxford or a Topsfield, a smaller department like that. And they're not obligated, they're not employees. They've been vetted, and we have invested some time and money into them, but in the big scope of things, they're not actual employees. I guess that's the right way to word it. They aren't held by contract that you have to take the next job. But if I think there is a 3 refusal rule with civil service. So if we asked them and they said no, for whatever reason, personal life, could be anything, I think there's a 3 refusal rule, and then they'd be removed from the list. That makes sense? Thank you.
Excellent. Questions from the public, please?
Kevin Barrich. Having 15% of your workforce injured at once seems improbably high. So I guess, one of you guys considered gentle stretching before shifts, I guess, but also what there's another layer to this, like either the benefit of being at work doesn't outweigh the benefit of being sick the way you've structured your compensation, or there's unhappiness, or it's a union telling you that they really don't like something. Like there's another layer when 15% of your workforce is too injured to come to work. And I understand it's a physical job.
I would just respectfully disagree. If you review across many communities, it's pretty typical in the fire service in particular, particularly as you get lower staffing. I unfortunately have this experience from my previous position, which probably made this chief happy because I understood it, but right, so you have lower staffing, people are being held over, they're working 24 hours at a time, they're more likely to get injured. It is a snowball. Is there always a case where there are people who are out longer than they should be? Of course there is. And that's one of the initiatives that the chief has asked to work with me, Labor Council, and HR to just do a little bit better job on following up on some of those. But I will say right now, and I know across the region, when I was in Gloucester, we were part of an emergency response group. And it is a topic in every single department on the North Shore right now. It is constant. And because it's so hard, and here we contract out EMS, but the EMS professionals as well, we're not finding people to do the jobs. It takes longer to fill the spots. We have more vacancies, we have more holdovers.
Our policy is to fill the fire department.
And I don't know if you want to add to that, but I hear what you're saying for sure, and we're gonna spend some time on looking into some of them more particularly, but it's really not a surprise coming out of the industry in general.
And I will touch on it just a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
So these injuries, I know you mentioned like a union or people being unhappy. It's not that. These are legitimate injuries. So some happen on duty, right? They're mostly orthopedic injuries, to be honest with you. So people have surgery, have something repaired, get back. It just takes some time. Understand that you also, to come back to work as a firefighter, you have to pass HRD's job description, right? So the doctor has to sign off that they can do all these things without restriction. So that's a challenge. So it does take a little longer to get people back.
Again, it's not like me going back to work where I have to go sit at a computer, right?
Right, there is a difference. So a lot of times people think they're ready, they've gone through physical therapy, they go see their doctor and they're like, okay, no, now you need 6 more weeks of work conditioning specific for your job. So as a department head, it's frustrating, and we are taking steps to try to see what we can do to expedite. But we do have 2 other people that are out injured now. I'm using the word injured, but they were injured on the outside, not at work, but legitimate. They can't work. They have physical restrictions and they cannot work. So it's this year, I take it to be an anomaly. I will tell you that in at least the past 10 years, we have not had a day without somebody out injured. Right, but if you have 1 or 2 people out, that's entirely different than having 6 or 7 people out.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else in the public? Oh. Okay, I think Mike has one more
Yeah, I'm
question.
sorry, Chief, one more question.
Sure, Mike.
On this line item, the second item is, there's $20,000 in there. It says out of range.
Yep.
What's out of range?
So out of range is, a typical shift for us is firefighters, it's 8 firefighters, 3 lieutenants, and a captain. So there's contractual rules and policies in place if, say, the captain is out on vacation. Some people bump up to the next grade. So you can take a lieutenant, he can work out a grade, he gets a stipend. Same thing for firefighters to lieutenants.
I understand. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, is that it for the public questions? Anybody else? Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Excellent. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day. All right, Madam Town Manager, we are moving on.
Aaron, here somewhere? Okay.
I saw them in the hallway.
They're out, he's coming in this way. The whole team. We're gonna need extra chairs for this team.
So we have,
Thank you, Chiefs. Absolutely. Okay, land use and community services. So as you know, land use and community services is made up of 5 division budgets. These five divisions that you see up here will take one vote, and then the recreation will take a separate vote. I want to thank, our director is Aaron Henry. He'll be here to answer questions. He is joined with our Veteran Services Director, Kelly Reyes-Texera, our Health Director, Frank Gigaloni, our Planning Director, Brian Zakelli, our Senior and Social Services Director, Matt Mitchell, and our Recreation Director, Dave Mountain. So we've got it all here for you today if you have questions. I think the things I want to highlight here, overall, land, as I call it, affectionately call it here, Lux is down 1.41%. Again, a reflection of everyone's willingness to chip in and work on this, on the budget this year. The decline you see in inspectional services, this is one of the positions that is not funded. It's an administrative position that will not be funded in the FY27 budget, currently vacant. Veteran services, I want to highlight this because I want to send a very clear message that we are not reducing services to veterans. This is one of the other things you saw in my transmittal letter. We did, and you'll hear it mostly from this team, we did a realignment of some of the costs onto revolving funds. I think the team here can dive more into that. It's an effort that Rodney's been leading with the team over the past couple of years, and we were able to execute this year on budgeting for those revolving funds and realigning costs with the revolving fund where the service comes from. So we're not, the veteran services, well, it looks like veteran services down. This is the outreach coordinator who works with veteran services and senior services. They're not reducing their services or their time with veterans or any of the above. We are just paying for them out of the revolving fund instead. So I just want to make that clear. We're not reducing services there. We'll still have the director plus the outreach coordinator. And then I will hand it over to Aaron. Actually, I'm going to go through planning. We'll start here. Inspectional services, I think we just did this one. And again, this is one vote, but we can do questions as we go if people want to do that. The salary and wages is the administrative position. And operating expenses, I'd have to turn to Aaron for that 2,000. But if you have any questions on inspectional services, happy to answer them.
okay, Gardner?
Yeah, looking at some of these line items, you cut completely out things like vehicle maintenance and office equipment maintenance. How are you going to get away with no vehicle maintenance and office equipment maintenance?
Good afternoon, everybody. Aaron Henry, Director of Land Use and Community Services. That one, essentially, if you looked over the last couple of years of budget, vehicle maintenance has been a line item in inspectional services since I've started. We very rarely, if ever, have had to tap into that. Generally speaking, the maintenance that we need for the building commissioner's vehicle has been light enough that DPW hasn't asked us to pay for that. And after a couple years of not touching it, this was a year where we decided that we could make that jump. Office equipment is also, I think, part of a larger IT initiative to kind of bring some of those organizational or enterprise-wide costs into their budget as opposed to having it all piecemeal.
Okay. All right, there's several others, but I don't need a believer. Thank you.
Thank you.
You all set, Gardner?
Yep.
Mike?
Yes. So we're in inspectional service. We're down one person. Are we going to be okay with that? Is that what we said? We're down a person?
Yeah, there's a vacant administrative position that we're going to move that is not going to be funded this year. So yeah, I mean, we're gonna figure it out. I think there's also additional administrative staff and within land use and community services that we can lean on as well. And there may be some moving and shuffling, so we have a plan.
Okay, and there's a travel allowance here. It says $10,800. Where are we going?
Those are.
Is that a conference?
There are several positions in that office that have contractual, they have 3 inspectors that are part of a union that have a $3,600 a year travel stipend. So that's what that is. That's just a contractual obligation.
Okay, and would they be going to like a training or something?
They use their personal vehicles for a lot of their, the inspectors do, the building
It's work in
commissioner.
town. They're traveling without the, with their own vehicle.
I was thinking they're literally
They're not going
traveling
No.
away.
Bermuda.
Yeah.
All right.
Really?
Okay.
I want
That's good. That's good. All right, thank you for that.
Yep.
Anything else?
No.
No? Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Dee?
Just a quick question, and I don't know, I see we have public health next, but the inspectional services has nothing to do with the inspection that happens.
Not the health
in
inspectors, correct.
Okay,
Separate.
thank you.
Okay, Dan?
Where shall I ask my questions about future development and new growth tax dollars?
You can ask them, I think, here.
Yeah?
Right?
Okay,
I
this is
think
my
Ronnie has, we gave you that update on Q2. Yeah, we're happy to talk about it whenever.
So what do we see about future development, new building permits, potential new growth tax dollars over a 3-year plan, 5-year plan? What are you looking at?
Well, I mean, again, our office, the planning office in particular is, I would say there's probably always 5 or 6 projects that are in the hopper where, I'll call it pre-development activity. Maybe half of those come to something. We get a lot of calls about big projects, and then they have to be told, well, that's not possible, and what you're trying to pull off. But again, I think Ms. Cahill has a larger initiative, and that we're kind of in the infancy of talking about, is trying to coordinate better internally to understand the economic development. What projects should we be going after? Because not every project, we have lots of project going, but not every project will move the needle. And so we want to better calibrate, kind of understand what it is that the projects that really move the needle. But I'll tell you right now, we have probably 3 or 4 projects. Maple Street has a couple that are going to be coming out. I think one is on the website now. I think one we're waiting for the application to come in. So we probably have 3 or 4 significant
What
projects at
about
any one
Essex
time.
and Elm Street?
Essex and Elm. Why am I blanking on where Essex? Oh, the bank on the corner. They are approved. I think they were working out. They received a special permit. They have not done their site plan approval because the planning board, the application was for 16. They were approved at 13, so they needed to go back and revise their plan set.
Was that why they withdraw without prejudice?
Yeah, they just. Okay. So they've just withdrawn. In theory, that special permit's still out there, but I don't know where they are with their, I know they had to redo, and they were doing a land transaction between, so I'm not quite sure what's happening behind the scenes.
So I am under the impression, talking with my bank friends, that banks are backing off on business and investment loans. I had a business, we tried to get a loan line of credit, and we were told we can have a line of credit for 1 year, and then we got to pay it back. So what good is that? So I understand the banks are retrenching. How will that affect future developments?
If I knew that, sadly, I would probably
put some money on
be
it.
working somewhere else, doing something else on a Saturday afternoon.
My point is, the business climate is changing.
Absolutely.
Before our eyes. And if development ceases for a year or 2, and we don't have the new growth, we'll really be up against it not being able to raise additional funds.
Our hope would be, and we've talked about this for a number of years, but other things have come up, other priorities have come up that have kind of kept this thing from making it to the front burner. But again, we would like to be talking about, and we pursued some grant opportunities last year that we weren't successful on. We'd like to talk in more depth with the community about the Endicott Street corridor and opportunities there. As you point out, though, I will tell you, like, the commercial office market is cratered right now. So we're going to have a conversation about how much housing do you want to permit the private sector to pursue in some of our traditionally commercial zones, because that's basically the only way you're going to be making money commercially right now. And that, again, is something we want to be very sensitive to and calibrate very carefully, because if we give away the commercial land for residential, it's probably never coming back to the commercial side of the ledger. But you also have to get the new growth in. So it's a little bit of a balancing act, and that's something, again, we have a plan to talk more about. We have an application in right now to the Regional Planning Agency, the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, to try to pursue a grant to talk to the community about a visioning process for that. But we're not there yet.
And if I may, Madam Chair, just some of the things I wanted to point out on this. So we shared with you the Q2 update and kind of how this continuum of the investment in the community goes. So in the Q2 update, you'll see that the revenue from licensing and permits is about $1 million over expectations. Rodney can tell you the 3 specific ones if I get them wrong, but these were building permits that were pulled. Those building permits, right, so we got revenue here on those, and then we'll get revenue on the growth side once the project is done. So something that we, as a team, are spending a lot more time on.
And Maple Street
Can't control the
is
face.
really slow in developing the old hardware store.
Yes.
How does that affect our planning?
How does it affect our planning?
Yeah.
It's unfortunate because we permitted it almost 2 years ago
Right.
now, and we wish that they were done. They did what we asked them to do regarding the street work that we were doing, and we kind of assumed that that would let them kind of follow suit with their project. But unfortunately, that owner is not able to get the financing, or that's the last thing we heard, was that he was having some liquidity issues with getting money out of the bank.
Which confirms what I perceive out there. with
Yeah. We do have a
financing.
couple of projects in the hopper that appear to be, that they're going to follow through with construction, but, that's kind of out of our control. All we can do is set the table and hope that someone comes to dinner.
Let's welcome them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Invite
let's bring
'em to
them
dinner.
food.
Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Excellent. Question, did I ask you? I've lost my, I did, okay.
You went through everyone on inspectional, except for yourself.
All right, myself.
I'm
No,
sorry,
I think.
before we move away,
Yeah.
you had good points. You set
Yeah.
the table, invite them to dinner. Has this board ever considered tax incentives for new businesses? We provided one years ago, many, many years ago, I'm going to lose track.
Cell
for
single.
cell signaling, and it worked out wonderfully for us. Is that a discussion the board should have, or
Talk
we
with the
should
town
start
manager
having
about.
about offering the right tax incentives for certain industries?
Would it just be like initial tax incentive?
Yeah,
Or like
it's
the
not forever.
multi-years?
It depends. It's something that can be structured. In the event of cell signaling, they needed us to make they needed us to approve of the opportunity for a TIF. We didn't have to do it. They needed to go get state funding, but they needed town to indicate they would support it if necessary. I'm not opposed to necessarily doing that for the right industry to come to town, the right commercialization to come to town in the right part of town. So is this something we should work, or
So
we
I-
should talk to the
Yeah, through the town
to
manager.
talk to?
I would be working on that. I have a lot of experience with TIFs. And again, the increment financing at the local level is usually minimal, but we would do all that analysis through our assessing office, and we'd present that. We do all that analysis. But what they're really accessing is state tax incentives.
Right.
But
But if we can
again,
make it easy for them, if this Sylvania plant could be refilled
which
with an industry.
again,
or-
there's nothing to do now, but that's part of the discussion. If we saw a large new industry coming in, there's requirements about job creation that's included in it. So it's multi-level.
Would it be healthy for us to consider doing the investigation now, independent of having someone who's asking for
It
it?
has to be specific to someone who's asking for it.
Okay.
Yep.
Good
Thank you.
thought, good thought.
So we couldn't advertise that?
I mean, we can advertise that we're open to the discussion, but again, it's very specific. So I'm happy, we can, actually, anytime we want to do a training, we can have somebody come and do a training at a select board on tax incentive financing. I'd be
Excellent.
happy to bring someone in.
Yeah, good. Any questions from the public? Okay, Bill, go up. Yes, please.
I am Bill McKenzie, Precinct 3. One of the biggest problems in construction today is the cost, and we have regulations that come out of the state, Massachusetts. They regulate us. These guys, they want to do what they want to do in Danvers Square. There's so much regulations that it's not worth it to them. That's my opinion.
Anybody else? Kevin, please.
I guess this kind of cuts across land use and community services, so not specific to inspectional services, but as a part of our permitting, there are a number of mitigation fees, right? Traffic mitigation, water mitigation. We're well mitigated. So right now, though, we don't specifically have a revolving fund set up for that, say the traffic mitigation. So as developers pay this mitigation fee, where's the money going? And do we have a plan to spend it at some point, or at least put it into a revolving account where it could be spent? And my concern is, right, without that, you're not passing the Emerson College fee test, right? You're just collecting a general revenue. The fee is not tied to anything you're actually doing.
Good question.
Sure. So Aaron and I have done work on this, and we have the number. I think it's roughly $25,000 we've collected in traffic mitigation. It wouldn't be a revolving fund is continual money in, money out. So you wouldn't set up a revolving fund for, again, those 25 represents 3 projects over 3 years. So again, it doesn't meet the smell test of a revolving fund. That said, it closes out to free cash. It's marked separately in our free cash, even though all free cash is for general use. We have a separate spreadsheet which marks that money, and I think in this next warrant we'll have an appropriation, will go into, again, I think the plan right now is to include it in the downtown improvement fund. But essentially it's a little bit clunky, but short term, that's the best mechanism to do it. Is it comes into free cash, we earmark it as this is what it was paid for, this is what it's used for, and then we appropriate it out into whatever purpose we need to use it for.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And just to be clear, that the bylaw was approved by the Attorney General's office. So again, that was vetted. And as Rodney said, we're going to be looking to move some of that cash into the downtown fund. I do feel it passes the Emerson test. And we're looking to do a traffic and circulation study for downtown with that money. Again, that's not going to be enough to do a full study, but that should be enough to provide us a match for a grant opportunity that we're pursuing to do a traffic and circulation project downtown.
Excellent. Anybody else? Go ahead, Colleen.
Coley Rybicki, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 5. Select Board Member Bennett asked a good question at the last Select Board meeting to ask the Town Manager the status of, I think, what was going on at the site of the former Murphy's Fruit Market, if I'm not mistaken, as to what was going on there. And as I've gone through the square over the last few months, I've got questions about what's going on with a lot of that property. And we just heard what the status is of the former Bay Bank building, as I call it. It's got the dentist there, right by Town Hall across the street. But, I've been watching intently some of the zoning board meetings on that, and I'm very much, if you watch what happened with that property, the town zoning said they could put 13 in. They came in and asked if they could put 16 in. And ever since that point in time, they've been crying poverty because they didn't get their 3 extra units. And I'm watching that going, you knew what you could build there. Why are you crying at the town because you didn't get your 3 extra units? You know what you could put there legally. You got approved for what could put there legally, and they're whining about the 3 other units. So I'll leave that property alone. My next property that I come up to is Maple Square. That project's been open for a year right now, and that place looks empty to me. And I'm hearing numbers that are around maybe 50 units are rented in there.
That's inaccurate. If I might, I spoke to the building manager, on-site building manager last week for an effort that the Danvers Accessibility Commission is asking to partner with them. They are, as of last Monday, 93% occupancy. Right now, 92 or 93% occupancy. The unoccupied apartments are those under the affordable statute. They have 60% occupancy for those, but that's because of the strident conditions for which renters have to comply by the state. They're at 92% occupancy right now.
I would beg to differ with you, and if I could ask the town, if they could tell us how many electric bills you're issuing to that building, to tell us.
I can't tell you today, but
Right.
same, the report to, I mean, Aaron had just, we talked about this the other day, is there 90, similar, 3 open units, I think?
I think it's 3, in general.
Okay. Okay, I heard
Functionally, that's 100% occupied, at this point.
And-
The commercial spaces are not, but I'm saying the residential.
I mean, I think we can spend as much time as you want on this, although we are now officially like 3
Okay,
hours
no,
behind.
I'll move on.
Or I will say that we also, the permitting update is up, is always up on the website, and it's provided to the select board through the department. If you have questions about specific projects, I'd really request that we do that via email or something.
Okay.
Otherwise, we will be here till midnight tonight. But I'm happy to answer them.
No,
I'm
I
not trying to
think
avoid the
there's-
questions.
I think there's a lot
we're
of
gonna-
questions about what's going on down there.
Yeah, so those, again, check before you ask questions, make sure you read the permitting updates, because that includes, they're very thorough. If you have specific questions, send emails to the planning
But Jill,
department.
to my point, Danvers Hardware has been permitted for a while and nothing's going on there.
Understood.
Okay. So the
Excellent.
permitting thing will not answer the question.
Yeah, email the town manager.
Okay, I will.
All right, thank you.
And sometimes we may or may not have the information, if it's a private issue. Yeah.
Anybody else with questions? Bill?
Just real quick, I'm still not comfortable, don't understand the 26% decrease in veteran services. How did you do that? I'm sorry, 17%, 17.4, but there's only 2.4 people in.
Bill, if you bail, we didn't get to veterans yet. We just did a quick overview. We're gonna do
I'll get
inspectional health.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, I'm
but-
sorry.
No,
I
we'll
thought-
answer,
I
we'll
was-
absolutely
that was
answer the
my
question.
choice.
No, absolutely, we'll answer the question.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to go to health next, right?
Okay, we ready?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's go to health. Thank you.
There's not much to see here, so I don't know that we need to spend much time on this. The total budget increase is less than 0.2%.
Okay, questions?
No
Gardner?
questions.
No questions.
Okay, Mike?
Just one question. Do we have an animal control person or entity that we use in case somebody gets bitten by a dog?
We
Yes,
do.
we do.
We do?
We do. No.
Oh,
Yeah, we have a husband-wife team that does a bunch, they serve several regional communities, and so whenever the police have an incident, they usually call Kevin Bev, and they help us out with all of that. They also do the barn book, which is if you keep chickens, if you have a horse, if anything else, so they're responsible for all of that, and that's overseen by Frank.
and they'll hold a dog for that time period if it bites somebody? Will it
Yeah,
have
they
to be checked?
usually, we don't hold the dog when they're in quarantine. That's usually the dog owner has to quarantine the dog at their facility. Occasionally, we have a stray or something that we have to house. Usually, Danvers Animal Hospital is our usual go-to.
Okay, all right, yep, thank you.
Okay. Dean? No questions. Okay. Where else? Anybody from the public? Okay, we're going to move on to planning.
Planning and economic development. Again, salary and wages, you'll see those are contractual. This is the operating expenses. This is where I was talking about earlier, that the budget reflects an increase in operating costs. One is the economic development and grant matching funds. This is that strategy we've been talking about. I think it's in the consulting line item. This is the room we need to be able to set the table, to put it in the terms we've been talking about. This is where we need to be able to be agile if we were able to get a grant to do the visioning for Endicott Street Corridor. Sometimes that requires a match. We need, especially in town government now, I'm learning we need to have some agility to be able to pursue that grant and have a match available. And this would come out of that line item. If we were to go down the road with, if there was a large development coming in or a large industry that we were trying to recruit and we needed some additional consulting services, this is where it would be. So I think over in the past, they've used this on and off. And again, if we it's not something we will use frivolously. We will be very diligent about it, and if we don't end up spending it, we'll go back to the bottom line. And I think we increased it to 25 or 30?
To 30, yeah.
To 30. And then the other increase in the operating goes back to the other budget goal, which is professional development, retention, and of staff. The other one is staff in their department who are pursuing higher education.
Okay, questions, Dee?
No questions.
Dan?
All set.
Mike?
No questions.
Gardner?
No questions.
No questions from me. Anybody from the public, please? Okay, no question?
Motion approved?
Oh, we're
No, we're going to do them all together.
almost done.
Oh, I'm
We're gonna-
sorry.
Yep, that's okay. We're going to go to senior.
Senior and social
Senior and
services.
social services, next.
So here, this is one of the places that, and if Matt, I don't know if Matt wants to talk a little bit about, or Aaron wants to talk a little bit about the work we did related to the revolving funds. And both senior services, they have two revolving funds, the Danvers Council on Aging revolving fund and the Transportation revolving fund. And then in recreation, you'll see this too. We did some work realigning expenses and better use of the revolving funds. For time's sake, we have queued up Matt, but we'll leave it to you how much detail you want in this.
Okay, Dan, do you have any questions?
I'll speak to the transportation a little bit.
What would you like? All right, thank you.
Good afternoon. So for the transportation, you talking about the vehicle maintenance? So it was one where we looked at the costs that we have for the last 3 fiscal years, and we realized it was something that we could cover through the transportation revolving accounts. It varies from year to year, so it's rather unpredictable in some ways. But to better align some of the staffing commitments that we have, we felt like this was a good opportunity to move that onto the revolving side.
And did that use some of the money that we get from the state for Ubers?
Yes, yeah. So in the transportation revolving account is the TNC money, the Transportation Network Company money. And
TNT, is that what you?
TNC.
TNC, thank
Yep.
you. All right, thank you.
Yep.
Dee, do you have any questions?
Yeah, and I don't know if it's probably on the capital improvement. There were some issues with some repairs at the senior center, the heat and things like that. Has that been resolved?
That has been resolved, yes. We have had heat for quite some time. We had maybe about a week or two, maybe a little bit more, but it was just a matter of the contractors trying to figure out what the ultimate fix was, but we have been fixed.
Okay, and we'll have AC in the summer?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you.
That's the anticipation.
Great questions. Mike?
Hi, just one question. How many employees work in this department?
Full-time staff, we have about 6 or 7, and part-time, we probably have an additional 14, and that's van drivers, our social seniors program, and then administrative staff.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Gardner?
No questions, thank you.
All right, and now we're going to, thank you. Anybody from the public? Okay, with that being said, we're going to move over to Veteran Services.
So, and I will answer your question here, Mr. Bates, just in more detail. Hold on. And if I can just put a plug in for the senior center, I know this every time they come up. It is the most fun place in the entire town of Danvers. It has always got something going on. The services they offer are incredible. The fact that we are able to have transportation for non-medical appointments and things like that is truly amazing for a community to be able to provide that. You'll hear me say the same thing about our rec services. This is the heart and soul of a community, and we're thrilled that we can still be here for our seniors and our veterans. So I want to, so we were just talking about the revolving accounts in the senior center. So there's a full-time employee, an outreach coordinator, who works for both, essentially operates under both veteran services and senior services. Most of the veterans we service are senior citizens at this point. So we were able to take that portion of her pay that was paid out of salaries and wages here. So the portion of her pay, that $29,704, is now being paid out of the revolving fund, the seniors revolving fund, which you guys will see at town meeting when you approve the authorize the fund. How much they can spend. So that's, so just, I mean, I really, and Kelly knows this, we all talked about this as a team. I was like, we can't have a budget that looks like this. Everyone, I understand what this says to people, so I want to make sure people in the room are confident and clear in what we're doing. We are not decreasing our services to veterans in any way. And for those who aren't going yet, go to the Operation Troop Support dinner, anniversary dinner tomorrow. I'll be there with my dad. And then I don't know if there's anything else on this. Did that answer your question, Mr. Bates?
It did, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, got any questions?
No questions.
Mike?
No questions.
Dee?
No questions.
Dan?
All set?
Okay, anybody from the public? Okay,
It's time for the motion?
there's
I
time for the
think it's
motion.
time.
Not yet?
Oh, wait a minute, Veteran Services.
Not voting on recreation, so.
Are we gonna do, no, we're gonna do recreation separate. So we'll do one vote for
I
inspectional,
make a
health,
motion to
planning.
approve
Yep, senior.
land use, community service, inspectional services, health, planning, senior, social services, and veteran service.
Do I have a second?
Second motion.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Excellent. Now we'll go to recreation.
Okay. Let's see. So recreation, also one of, this is the other revolving fund. So recreation has two revolving funds. They have the child care revolving fund and the recreation revolving fund. The recreation revolving fund is established under a Mass General law and has very specific requirements. They are doing an incredible amount of work. Cheers to Dave Mountain and his team, who are doing an incredible amount of work about looking at how we use that funding, what it comes in for, and how we can better support our recreational opportunities. The other one is the child care revolving fund. That, right now, the child care operation, lost my notes, is about over $1 million endeavor. They're spending more with that. Obviously, it takes more management oversight. So what we did here is move a portion of the recreation director and a portion of the assistant director from recreation into the child care revolving fund account. So again, that's not a staff reduction. It's just a realignment of resources into a revolving account. And I'm sure, like, Dave's here if you want to talk anything further about that. And I think the only other thing two things I want to highlight here, we have a very healthy balance in both childcare and recreation revolving funds. And similar to when you heard us talk about waterways fees, so we're really trying to align user fees with the services that that they use. So if people are paying for childcare, make sure that that money is going to pay for the oversight and management of the childcare program. So that's a short version. If you have any questions.
Excellent. Dan, questions?
None.
Dee?
What is the child care? Can you elaborate?
Fun Club. That's our Fun Club program. So we do
Oh.
after-school programming through all 5 elementary schools. Dave can probably give you, if we had more time, Dave, we'd do the full history of the child care fund. but-
Okay. So it's
yeah.
the fun club.
Yeah, so-
Okay.
yeah, so-
I thought maybe we had like a child care center.
No, not a
somewhere.
daycare center. That's for our after-school fun club at the 5 elementaries. Yeah.
Okay.
Not yet.
Not yet, not yet.
Thank you.
It's to keep those kids busy, like you said, the youth center, right?
Yeah, that will be a conversation for another day. How
Mike?
do we keep our kids busy?
Yeah, I realize that. So this recreation covers the harbor master and a number of things, doesn't it?
Natural resources, yes.
Because we have, what, $900,000 in labor costs, right? So it's recreation and the harbor costs and, I'm sorry, what else?
So Endicott Park, all natural resources.
And the car park, okay, all right. So there's a lot of employees there.
Yeah, and like as Rodney said, between childcare and rec programs, you'll see some of their part-time salaries for
Yeah.
rec will be in the rec revolving fund. I mean, they can answer when you're fully staffed in the summer. I don't know how many employees you have, but I can imagine it's a lot between
I'm
part-time.
sorry, the question is David Mountain, Recreation Director. The question, Jill?
How many employees do you have total in recreation?
Tax-supported, 8 full-time, and seasonal part-time, depending on the time of the year, could have 30 to 40 on the tax-supported. Typically, high school and college kids, mainly residents of Danvers most of the time. On the non-tax-supported, same thing, 8 full-time staff and it can go, depending on the time of the year, especially the summer, we could be close to probably 70 employees out of that number.
And those are subcontractors? Is that what they are?
Temporary, part-time temporary staff.
Temporary, okay.
And when he says non-tax supported, that he means the revolving funds,
Okay,
childcare or recreation.
okay. So there's a lot of people there, okay.
Excuse me?
Donna, questions?
No, one of the things that I always applaud the rec department is it's one of the departments that, by its nature, makes money for the town and actually is a profit-based system. My children all went through the Parks program, thankful for it, and then ended up working for it, as many people's kids did. So I want to thank you for running such great programs. I know earlier in the week, we were here and talking about, well, what about kids and after school and so on and so forth. I think the rec department fills the slot wonderfully for the summer, for providing the opportunity for kids during the summer to engage. Idle hands, the devil's plaything. So I'm very happy for the work that you do all year long. And I will echo the sentiment of someone who goes to the rec department concerts. We need to trim the trees.
Noted.
But other than that, I thank you and all the people for their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. David, you run a great department. Thank you. Thank you for what you do. Anybody from the public have any questions? Kevin?
So I want to say thank Steve Bartha long ago for introducing Emerson, and we just get to keep talking about it.
I don't know what I'm getting into.
So I couldn't agree more, right? These are supposed to be revenue neutral. We're not supposed to be transferring money out of revolving accounts that were paid for with fees because my child care that I pay for is supposed to only pay for my child care, right? Okay. Sounds like we're getting there, which is great. I just a question for Rodney, I guess. As we're transferring people over to the revolving fund, which sounds great, we're transferring all their fringe, right? The cost of contributing to their pension, the cost of their health care, all that stuff goes with the salary, it's my understanding.
Generally, with its full staff, we do that. It would be an apportionment, so it's something we haven't finalized the details, depending on the approval of the budget. But generally speaking, whatever portion of your salary is going against the revolving fund, the portion of your benefits would too. So that's generally how we do it.
So that hasn't been done yet, right? So
For
the
this, no.
so the numbers that we've seen for pension cost, healthcare, they might look slightly better as you transition people to revolving fund.
Yeah, so it would be a position and a half, so yeah.
One out of here and then one
Yeah.
out of
Yeah.
veterans /
Yeah.
seniors,
Yeah.
and maybe we find a couple more somewhere.
Absolutely.
Okay, awesome, thanks.
Yeah, I do want to just add, so for clarification, that the rec revolving fund does not, by Mass General Law, we cannot charge full-time salaries or benefits to the using the law that it was established under.
So this is just for the child care. We're proposing charging some of Dave's and Nick's salary to child care, and that same apportionment we would apply to their benefits as well.
I guess, do you have what you need under that?
Go back up, Kevin, go so everybody can hear. Yeah, sorry. Ooh, I didn't mean to be, I'm not being pushy. Sorry.
That bylaw to me.
Just want to hear.
That bylaw to me, even though it's allowable, like it's always struck me that it would be a little clearer, a little better if it specified that capital items related to the service are allowable under that revolving fund also. So like if you're running for the childcare revolving fund, you could purchase playground equipment, right? And so like it's arguable right now, but like it'd be a lot cleaner if you just tweaked the language of that bylaw to me.
I mean, I think we can under the current Mass General Law, but yeah, next time we update the bylaw, cleaning that up, I think is a good idea. Absolutely.
Anybody else? What, Bill,
Mr.
hurry.
Bradstreet. Is this fine?
No.
You always tell him to sit closer. And if these two keep making me laugh, they're going to the back.
This is the last of my questions.
I think you're on 5. But okay.
Clear through FY29 is the next time you can ask a question.
He's already gotten them. I get the timer.
Bill Bradstreet, town meeting member, Precinct 1. Pope's Landing. I remember when it used to be a lumberyard. That's how long ago. Down there, it's a nice parking lot. There were some nice trees. I like to go down with my wife and watch the tide go in and out. Some of the trees need some work, and I've asked before, but I still would like to see a nice evergreen down there with solar-powered lights to accentuate that area seasonally. And I say solar because shouldn't, whatever, the kids would cut the cords or steal the bulbs. If that's possible.
Yes, he would like a Christmas tree.
Okay.
We're working.
working
We're
on it,
working
right?
on it.
Yeah.
That's all I want to hear.
Anybody else? Okay, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye, opposed.
Mr. Colby.
Okay, we'll go to information technology.
You know who Colby is? Anyone? Right behind me. There he is. All right. Thank you, land use team. Oh, look.
Thank you, we're gonna run.
Thank you.
I know. I'm going. We're moving along now. Thank you guys all so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you guys for being here.
Aye, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Frank. Nice to see you. All right. Information technology. Let's go. Okay, so back to the beginning too. Like I had told you before, the kind of the themes you're going to hear is where we reallocated or realigned cost with revenue streams outside of the levy, where we had to make staffing cuts, and the other places that we have to continue to work on are operational efficiencies and spurring economic development and new commercial growth. So we'll put that aside since those guys left, and this is where, so Colby is my partner in crime on this initiative that we're launching related to innovation and efficiencies. And I know my understanding is the board, and I think Member Bennett in particular, has had some questions about where we can find these in the past. So this is a budget, and I will also say this is a budget where in better times, IT technology should be the ever-increasing budget. In modern times, they are the DPW of the future for municipalities. But within the constraints we have, I think we are being very conservative and precise on what we're looking for. And again, Colby, like the other senior managers, and he's going to tag team with Nick Navin on some of this work. Really, we have the opportunity to find some efficiencies within our operations and save some money so that we're able to pursue some of the other opportunities that we want to dive into. So I will let Colby dive into these bolts a little bit more deeply, but operating expenses increase is related to contractual obligations. This is less employee contracts and more service contracts as they go up over time, and realigning operating costs. This is some things that the investments that have gone that were either like an initial investment was made through a warrant, and now we have to bring that cost and align it with the operating budget. And the cybersecurity, that's actually, you'll see a new line item. It's not necessarily a new cost. It is, we put cybersecurity into its own line item so we can better track it. And I don't know if you want to add, Colby, or if you guys want to go straight to questions.
Colby, you want to get up there? Start with,
I'll get up Colby Cousins, IT Department, but that was a great overview, so happy to take any questions you have.
thank you. Mike?
Oh, me? Okay. Yes, Colby, if you can educate me, software maintenance and computer maintenance are over $500,000. Yeah, what's the difference?
Well, computers are generally hardware. Computer maintenance is generally hardware.
Yeah.
And then software, as it indicates, is software. In the hardware allocation, there's a lot of critical infrastructure, so communications infrastructure like switching and routing and firewalls and things like that. And this budget also contains school infrastructure funding, school IT infrastructure funding as well. So you're seeing some of the school funding represented in here.
Okay, all right. And does that like include the monthly subscriptions to items, or is that part of that, or is that different?
Some of our hardware, we're starting to see, so that's a good point. We're seeing in the industry a lot of things that were previously capital expenses, they're becoming more operational, more subscription services, that type of thing. So we do have some hardware as a service, and we're expecting to see more of that over time, yes.
So costs would go up on that as we go?
We're seeing hardware costs go up a lot because of the shortage of rare earth materials to make computer chips on the market right now. So we've seen anything with computer chips in it go up about 20% over the last year or so.
Okay. Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Dee?
Yeah, thank you. Cyber security.
Yes.
So, are we expecting something, or are we upgrading a system, or what is?
No, we're just recategorizing. So previously, a lot of that funding was under either the software maintenance or the computer maintenance line items. So we're just trying to characterize it a little better. I know those two line items can be a little vague, and a lot of it goes towards cybersecurity. So we felt that the spending on cybersecurity was significant enough to warrant its own line item and the transparency that comes with it for you folks.
Oh, okay.
But if I may, Madam Chair, I just want to add to the cybersecurity initiatives. One are required, many of them are required by our insurance company. And so being able to report out to them what we're doing is really critically important. And I won't get into the details, but as you've seen with some of our neighbors, it's a wise investment out front.
Cyber attacks.
Instead of cyber attacks, municipalities are unfortunately an area that the cyber criminals like to attack, and it can be very expensive for
And they
a
get it
community.
the criminals.
Yeah. So,
But-
and he knows way more. So if you have more questions,
But that's something that we already had, though. So if it was already included in the software maintenance and the computer maintenance, which went down by like, I don't know, 27,000, 28,000, but then we're increasing it to 95,000. I just want to see like what.
Yeah, so there's two major cost drivers there. Our enterprise backup solution, we had a 3-year licensing deal on that expired. So now we need to cover the annual cost of licensing. So we're putting that in the operating budget, or that's in this request. And also, one of the products we use to make our data center more efficient, same thing. We had a multi-year deal on that, and it's up for renewal. And we'd like to move to just funding it annually.
Okay. And it's probably not reflected on this page, but you presented before, we actually get some revenue based on some of the work that you and your team do, right?
Correct, yes. That's not really reflected in this budget, however, you'll see that reflected in the capital budget.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Dan?
Thank you. Will we see a decrease in warrant article requests for IT?
There may be some adjustment in the warrant article request, but there are a number of factors that go into that request. There's some school funding in there, library funding, and you'll probably see another warrant article this year to address some door access security for the schools as well.
So it's pretty much the same as before.
Probably, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Ghana?
Sure. The other big budget jump was telephone. When are we going to start going to IP telephones? Well, I realize we have some essential services that should stay on analog. Because Bill still got his rotary phone, and but for security purposes, I'm joking, Bill. But for security purposes, we're going to want hard lines to certain services. But why don't we go to a Teams phone or to a IP, over IP phone system that would potentially save us money? And I ask this knowing that we embrace new technology slowly. We still got fire pole boxes all over the place, but.
Yeah, so good question. Thank you. We actually requested an allocation last year to do a project like you mentioned, and we're in the final throes of it now. So we consolidated 7 phone systems from throughout town into one cloud system, and we added managed services to help us support that. So it's about cost neutral. You see a little bit of an increase in our line item. That comes from the way we're allocating between town, schools, and electric. But generally, that was a cost-neutral project.
Okay.
And it consolidated those 7 systems into one single
So I'll
system.
accept the Bill Bradstreet answer as you're working on it.
Correct,
We're
thank you.
almost done with it. And
We're
this
almost
was,
done. We're
This
almost
was that
done.
$19,000 savings in the police budget, was this project.
Very good.
Maybe don't ask Madam Clerk how she likes her new phone, though. She's getting used to it.
Stop by, we'll talk about it.
Are you good, Gardner?
Thank you. I am all set. Thanks.
All right, questions from the public? Anybody? Going once, go, oh, please go up.
Andrew Hyde, Town Meeting, Precinct 4. I know we rolled out the phone system this past spring. I know there was some hiccups, at least with the school. Did everything go all right with that? Do we expect to see a cost saving in the past? And to Trask's point of going to the IP, at work, we switched over to Zoom phone and stuff, and I personally hate it. So I don't know what the town is planning.
So don't ask Town Meeting member either.
Thank you, good question. The primary savings we'll see is in the capital budget. So we no longer have a lot of the equipment on premise that we had to maintain and refresh previously. So it's just a subscription fee annually now, includes all of our phone service and the system itself. The only capital expense we really have left is replacing handsets every 5 years or so. But we don't have to replace the back-end servers. That's around a $200,000 capital savings every 5 years or so.
Good, that's good news. Excellent. Okay, so anybody else? All right, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
I'm going to take a break and let Rodney run for a while.
Okay, let's go with counting.
Thank you. Thank you, Colby.
So now we'll talk about the administration and finance budgets, as well as talk about debt and retirement. First up is accounting. Salary and wages increase, again, due to contractual obligations, and literally a level fund on the operating expenses. Happy to take any questions.
Okay. Gardner?
No, I don't have any questions.
Dan?
Sorry, accounting, I had no questions on accounting.
Dee?
No questions.
Mike?
Just one question. Is that auditing services of 34,000 we just saw the other night?
Yep, that's CBIZ, yep.
Was that 34,000?
Not for that performance, no. It's more than 34,000, but it's for a year's worth of work.
All right. I was like, whew. All right, thank you, that's all.
Yeah, that was going to be my question, too. Thank you. Any questions from the public? Please go up.
Kohler Rybicki, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 5. I need to shake the HR world I've gotten involved in. I do have an undergraduate degree in accounting from Boston College. So here comes my audit question, Rodney. Select Board Member Bennett asked a good question about the legal bill. With respect to the firm that does our auditing, I think I watched at the last meeting when he gave a report that he's been here for a while through 3 different firms. But if we've had the same guy for a while, does it make sense every now and then to switch that up so you have a different set of eyes on the books?
So as part of, so first of all, the actual field people on the ground change over consistently.
Okay.
And as he mentioned on that, we actually went out to RFP this past spring.
Okay.
And for both cost and performance reasons, it was recommended to stay with what has now become CBIZ. But,
Okay.
So that was the first time in my time here that we even went out to RFP
Oh, wow.
for auditing services. We got 3 responses. One was not capable of doing the job. The other one was prohibitively more expensive and didn't have the bandwidth to handle the intricacies. Because again, not just the town audit.
Yep.
They audit electric, they audit retirement, they do the school end of year report. So you want a firm that is versed in all those and how they interplay with each other to be able to audit all our books.
Okay.
So, yeah, but yeah, it's a good question. We did go out to RFP last spring.
Thanks, good to know.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Excellent. Any other questions? Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. All right, we're going to go to assessing.
Next, we'll go to assessing. The closest to a zero budget, you're going to find $97 decrease. We offered at senior management to all pitch in the 97 for John in cash, but
Actually,
you'll see a decrease in salary and wages. We had some turnover, so our longtime assistant assessor, Dave Saunders, retired last year. Corey Sanders took his role a little bit further down in the grade, and then subsequently the position that she vacated was filled again at a few steps lower on the grade. So net result is a slight drop in salary and wages and a slight increase in operating. And John LaBelle is here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Gardner?
I don't have any questions.
Mike?
Just one quick question. So it looks like we routinely have used consulting services. What do they consult us on?
John LaBelle, Chief Assessor. The consulting services is mostly for a lot of the commercial valuation that I get assisted with, specifically the National Grid with the gas pipelines, that sort of thing, the overhead power lines that aren't Danvers Electric, that sort of thing. I don't know how to value that.
Okay.
So there's that, and then they help out with some of the commercial industrial valuation. I do a lot of it, but they help out with that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
T?
No questions, thank you.
Dan?
All set on assessing.
So I had a question too about the consulting too. Do you reach out to appraisers? For values,
For a commercial appraiser,
for commercial or residential too?
it's a different, we do mass appraisal, which is a lot different than
Mass appraisal? Okay.
mass appraisal. So we're valuing all the property at once. We're not looking at individual properties
Right.
because there's 10,000 of them. So it's a little bit different than what a bank appraiser would do.
Okay, great. Anybody from the public? Thank you, please go up.
So looking at this has puzzled me for a while, looking at the minutes from the Board of Assessors meetings, they go into executive session every meeting. I don't see one of the listed exceptions of why an executive session is needed. I don't see a record of a roll call vote. What is the secret sauce that happens in the Board of Assessors that must be kept from the public?
Most of those are abatement meetings where we're talking about abatements on specific properties and exemptions. Those aren't open to public comment.
What's your exception under the open meeting law?
Yeah, again, I'm not familiar with this issue. First, I'm happy to talk to town council on what specific exemption we're using. Yep.
Anybody else? Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Thank you very much. We'll move on to the treasurer collector.
All right. Next, we have our treasurer collector budget. Jill Summit is here, our treasurer collector. Operating expense reduction due to a decrease in bill printing line. So if you remember last year, we had a pretty large increase, large for this operating budget, increase in printing, as we were informed that there'd be a fee increase by our current bill printer and mailer. We pushed back on that, specifically Jill Summit. The treasurer collector pushed back on that, and as a result of those conversations, our volume and our history with the vendor, they decided not to implement that fee increase and kept us at the same fee we've been at. So kudos to Jill and her team, and other than that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Dee, do you have questions?
No questions.
Dan?
Thank you. This department sends out the tax bills,
Correct.
so I don't see any postage or office supply line items.
So postage we take care of through the town manager's budget for all townwide postage.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my question is, we send out 4 bills a year. 2 of them are always the same. So basically, it's 2 different bills with 2 different payment periods. Why can't we send out 2 bills in the year covering both the payments to save on postage in the manager's department, printing, envelopes, et cetera?
Yeah, we could. I did look into that last year after the meeting.
Thank you. You remember my question.
We can, we'd send out a preliminary bill, it would have like 2 coupons on it, and then send out an actual bill and would have 2 payment stubs on it. That is an option. It's just adjusting the town to that.
Sorry.
I mean, on one side,
So, Jill, my tax bill in Amesbury comes out twice a year.
Yep.
There's 2 coupons, they're both
Yep.
the same.
Yep.
It changes after the fiscal year changes.
Yeah.
But it's the same bill.
when I reached out to, it was Stoneham who I talked to last year that does it that way. Initially, their issue was the elderly that are looking for their bills. Their 4 bills was her response. I recently talked to her last week again, and she said it's just the adjustment period of it.
I'm elderly, I have no trouble paying them.
Did you sign up for e-bill? Because we offer that now, too.
I think it's definitely something exploring, and then
Yes,
part of that,
it
if it
is.
was something to implement, be a perfect opportunity for
Yeah.
Jill to partner with Matt Mitchell at the senior center to see how we can raise awareness and get the
Right.
messaging
Yeah.
out.
I mean, it's a small amount of money to save, but it all
It is,
adds
and I
up.
mean, considering half the bills we send out now are paid through the mortgage company, so, 5,000 bills are going out to homes that they're not even opening. So, yeah, I mean, it's something to
People
consider, I
still have
guess.
mortgages, that's too bad.
Yep, big
All right.
ones too.
I'm just looking, where can we save some money?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Good question. Gardner
No, I don't have any questions either.
and Mike.
Nope, no questions. Thank
Okay.
you.
Well, thank you, Joe. Anybody from the public have any questions? Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next, we have our debt service budget. So overall, principal and interest, the gross debt service budget is decreasing by $514,000. It's an 8% decrease. Most of that is driven by the payoff on the middle school bonding project from several years ago. Our usage of debt stabilization remains the same, as the debt stabilization is used to offset some of the Smith School debt. Eventually, we would like to take that number down, but in this tough budget cycle, we level funded the amount coming out of debt stabilization. So the net result is a 12% decrease in debt service. And then just looking long-term, this chart again shows the blue is the debt that, as you've seen this chart several years in a row, the blue is what we're locked into. Red is what our placeholder is. So for financial forecasting, we project roughly $1 million every year in borrowing. We don't borrow $1 million every year, but that's every couple of years. We may have a fire truck, we may have a roof replacement, sort of those non-major capital, but still we're going to borrow money occasionally. So we factor that into our long-term forecast. Again, happy to answer any questions on this budget.
And I know you've seen this chart a lot, but this is a chart that I'm going to be bringing back to you over and over again over time. I think really absorbing what this means, right? So the blue is what's happened over time, which means for new projects or any of the kind of larger facilities, whether it would be a DPW or a new school, that's what we have left, is the red. Right? So I just want to make sure the board sits with this for a little bit.
It's not that much, no. Okay, questions, Gardner?
No questions.
Dan?
Please. If I make a mistake on the numbers, please excuse me, but generally speaking, the next 4 fiscal years, including '27, I think we're going to pay down some $1.8 million, which is approximately 10% of the total debt, which means after 2030, we still have a lot of debt to pay. will we be able to build up the debt reserve funds the next few years so that when we get into 2030, et cetera, that we can easily pay some of that debt?
So right now,
Easier.
yeah. So right now, I mean, we have a healthy fund. We, as the plan was with the landfill project, excess revenue went into there. We put $5 million in FY26. There'll be an FY27 recommendation to put 2.7 in. So again, for the short term, that fund is solid. I think what we'll see, though, this debt, as you mentioned, not a lot of debt is falling off for the next few years, and that's part of how some of those prior projects, like the high school and middle school, were borrowed. They were borrowed on flat level debt. So we're strapped with those debt payments for many years out. So again, I think having that debt service stabilization fund properly situated is good. I also think we may need that fund to evolve to a capital and debt stabilization fund over the next few years because, as we've been talking about with revenues coming up, expenditures, us having to cut to balance the budget, that anytime you increase the revenue closer to the actual or you cut the budget, further down, you're borrowing against next year's free cash. You're borrowing against next year's free cash. And we do a lot through our free cash. We do our tech warrant through our free cash, building improvements, ground improvements, stabilization. So a lot of stuff happens through our free cash. So again, I don't know if that's an answer to your question, other than it's going to be tight over the next few years, and we're going to have to think creatively.
So at one
how we
point in
fund
time,
these.
we created the high school, middle school debt stabilization fund. Middle school kind of came off, made it the high school. Now we're just doing the debt stabilization fund by itself, correct?
Yes.
So are there any projects coming down the road where we can take a portion of that new growth and put it into that fund like we did with the state hospital?
I don't know if we have any specific projects in mind, but I think our continued recommendation would be, while we have free cash and while we have debt where it is, to store money away from there for when we do need to make, again, it sounds like a long time away, but we're probably 10 years away from another full-scale school build, so it's not, it'll
I
sneak
didn't
up
want
on
to
us.
ask that question.
Yeah. Sorry. Sorry to ruin your afternoon.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you. So we're all conscious of the debt.
Yep.
It sounds like cheap money now, but it's really going to escalate. From now to 2051D, you'll have to pay attention to that.
Let's start by the gym.
Do you want to go?
I'm all set, thank you.
Okay. Mike?
No questions.
Okay, Rodney is like Rodney, Financial Director, Actuary, right? / Actuary. All right, we're all set. Members of the public, would you like to ask any questions?
Motion to approve.
All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, none.
All right, and now next we have the retirement budget. So this was approved by the Danvers Retirement Board on January 7th, 2026. Most of it is driven by our actuarial valuation, which has us increasing roughly 8% until we're fully funded in 2035. So that's the bulk. That's, as you can see, 10.8 of the 11.2 million. The other are the salary and wages and expenses related to Corey Grace, who's here, our retirement board administrator, and Amy Steves, who staffs our office as well as the operating expenses, our investment consultant, legal counsel, audit service, actuarial services. So just to give you some color on that, we're 66.9% funded, still on track to be fully funded by 2035, assumed rate of return of 7%, and then we got the official word on our official number on calendar year 24, and we had a 13.8% return. So 3 or 4 years ago, while I was the finance director advising the board, and then when I became your appointed member of the board, we went through a transition on the investment consultant, and we brought in Siegel Marco, and not to jinx them, and I'm sure they're going to hate I say this, but 3 years in a row since we hired them, we've had double-digit returns on our retirement investment, so, which is good news, and we hope to maintain it, but happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Gardner?
When we do receive favorable returns like this, are you just working that off taking it off the principal so that at the back end we're going to maybe end early? Or are you forecasting and reducing the remaining debt load across?
So what we do is essentially anything above our target helps the next valuation cycle. So we're actually in a valuation cycle right now.
Okay.
So the January 1, 2026 valuation is being undergone right now. So they'll look at what we expected to make, which is our 7% return, and they'll factor in that we made, I think, 12 or 13% the year before, 13%, 13.8% this year. They'll say, okay, you have more cash on hand than we anticipated. Here's the other 15 million things that go into the pot on mortality rates and insurance rates,
Yep.
et cetera. All that other stuff will be factored in as well, and they'll establish a new valuation schedule from January 26th on through the life of the liability.
Okay, so the plan is, the target date still remains at 2035, the target rate of return still remains at 7%, but the following year after an evaluation, it's going to reduce.
Yeah, theoretically, if those 8s, maybe the last year that was going to be a 6 is now a 4, hopefully, just because you got the cash on hand, the cash is invested, it's also earning revenue, so.
Great.
Yeah.
And this might have been a question I should have asked earlier when we talked about insurance. I apologize. I was asked, do retirees of the town still have the opportunity to engage in the health insurance?
Yes, they do.
So at the 70-30 split?
Yep.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Mike?
No questions, thank you.
Dan?
All set.
Dee?
13%, do you have the list of the investments? No questions, thank you.
All right, questions to the public. Thank you. Please go up.
So I see the expenses in there, custodial expense, which I'm assuming means paying a brokerage house, essentially.
Yep. So M&T Bank handles our cash. Yeah.
Okay. And then you pay an investment advisor to decide how to invest the money. Like, makes sense. What are the employees that we're paying doing? Because it seems like we're paying somebody else to do all the things you would need somebody to do who's like managing money. It's the Bob's question from Office Space. Like, what is it you would say?
Managing money is only one factor. It's actually managing the people. We have 500 retirees.
Okay.
So I have the office right next door. There's not many times where there's not a retiree in that office getting serviced by either Corey or Amy. Both active employees need to be introduced into the system. Retirees need to be explained their benefits. A variety. Corey, I probably nailed 2 of the 15 things you do every day.
Go ahead, Corey. Go up and introduce yourself, please.
Corey Grace, I'm the retirement administrator. We also do the payroll for all the retirees. We manage inactive retirees, so annually, we reach out to them, send them letters, let them know that they still have money with our funds. The money can be refunded to them. It can be rolled over into another 401k. We pay all our own bills. We don't use the accounting department of the town like all the other departments do. Actually, it kind of rolled with me when I left accounting. I do payroll and pay all the bills for their retirement. There's something called 38C bills, which is a section of the Mass General Law, which retirees, when they were current employees, they moved around from system to system. So say Rodney used to work in Lowell. So when Rodney retires, we're going to bill Lowell for a certain amount of years that Rodney worked for them and earned money for them. They rolled his money into us, but it was only his money. They made money on his deductions. So we billed them for his portion of retiring. So if he had 20 years in, worked 10 years for them, 10 years for us, they would pay us 50% of what his retirement is. And then we do the same. We have to pay other systems. So we do all the billing for that. There's a lot of activity that go in. Every single year we send out letters. As Rodney had just mentioned, last week we had over 60 people come and stop in our office between Monday and Friday because we sent out what's called, it's an affidavit, but we all call it you prove you're alive form. So we send it out. They have to come in. Yep, they sign it in front of us. And that just tells us there's nothing fraudulent going on, and we make sure that our retirees are still alive and their direct deposit is going into an account that's owned by them and not being spent by somebody and they've been passed away for 2 years. So it would be nice if Social Security did the same. So, is that good? Okay, thank you.
So it's a member services, essentially, is one way to look at it. So,
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the public? Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, okay. Let's take a 5-minute break, if that's okay, if anybody has to make a phone call. All right, we'll get, where's Gardner? Gardner's on his way, I'm sure. To have Public Works.
All right. Let's see. So I'm thrilled to have our new Public Works Director with us to present the budget, Steve King. And with him, our
Congratulations, Steve.
Congratulations, Stephen.
And with them, our business manager, Angelica Medina. Thank you. Also, incredible resource, by the way. If you haven't had an Angelica conversation, I recommend it. So I think what I want to say about DPW is this is the department who takes the brunt of when we're looking at cuts. DPW is a large department, and we ask them for a lot. And this is one of those departments, and the chair and I spoke a little bit about this, and we've heard today, kind of more with less. One of those departments that can't necessarily do more with less, right? I think someone touched on that earlier. You either have enough fertilizer or you don't, or you have enough sand or you don't. So I want to make sure the public realizes, and the DPW team realizes, that we are very sensitive that continued 0% increases in DPW are essentially cuts. I don't remember who already said that today. And that we are looking forward to working with Steve and Angelica and the team. The DPW supervisors, as I said, are engaged in this conversation too, about reimagining services. How can we do things, find efficiencies, whether they're technology or not, so that we don't lose what is my understanding, as I've learned since I've started here, kind of the pride of Danvers, which is our DPW. So we've got a lot of work ahead of us under our new director. And I will say the short version of, so the decrease, so we've been talking about the positions that are not funded. There's an administrative position in the DPW Town Hall office that is vacant and will not be funded in 2027. And then the other decrease here is what we call the historical vacancy factor. My understanding, and if you need more examples, Rodney can give it to you because he was with you guys when you did this, but this goes back to, I feel like we're talking the same topics all over again today. We have a challenge in developing the workforce within DPW, so we have kind of chronic vacancy. So we've taken that into account in this budget. That is, but I want to say to that, and the DPW director and the supervisors and the HR department has also been told that if the HR department can find every single body we need in DPW, we will figure out how to get that funded and we will get it done. But historically, we have a consistent vacancy rate, so we took that into account. Operating expenses are driven primarily by utilities, trash, all of our favorite topic, and snow and ice, our other favorite topic. So from there, I will open it up to question, and if Stephen, if you want to give any of your highlights to start.
Yeah, thank you, Jill. Steve King, DPW director, still town engineer as well, so please, if you still need anything on the engineering side, I'll be handling that for a while until I can find someone to replace me. But I just wanted, before I get into any of the budget talks, it's been a great process. The team is unbelievable in DPW. Everyone's really stepped up this year and the past 2 years, working together, still making sure we get our projects done, still making sure we provide the services to all the residents amongst the major blizzards, trash strikes, everything. So just a big kudos to the team for DPW for able to handle everything over the past years. And I'm just excited to kind of start and enter in the new role and start trying to figure out how I can, provide some efficiencies and take a look at things and see how we can make it better for the town of Danvers. I would definitely open it up to you if you have any specific questions, or I can go through things that I've highlighted or saw in my review of the budget.
We can go right into the questions. I'm sure everybody's looked at it, and what a year for you to come in, right?
You can join us, Maureen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Dee, do you have any questions? You want to start it?
Yes, I could start. Sorry.
Take your time.
No, that's fine. I was looking more at the outline, like things that are. Where was it? I had my question right here. Oh yeah, that was the contract cleaning. So are we doing that in-house now?
No, so we still, we contract that out to a separate vendor. In the previous budget year, we were going into a bid. So we had estimated based on the cost of the services for each of the town buildings and school buildings, what it would cost. When we went out for that RFP, we got prices lower than what we expected. So we're seeing that in this first real year and going into year 2 for contract cleaning. So based on the bids that came back, we got actually a reduction in what we originally estimated. So that's why there's been a small reduction in that cost. Not that we're doing anything in-house, it's just the bids came in lower.
Okay, and then the inspection service, the inspectional services.
Yeah, so that's required of Mass Building Code. We're required to check all town buildings, public and school buildings, so make sure they're meeting their safety requirements for egress, fire protection, door security. So that cost is gone up for each of our buildings. So we're gonna have to record. That's a new thing that just involved over the last year. So that's gonna require us to have additional services come in and do the inspections, and then anything that comes out of those inspections, repair.
If I can just weigh in that, we heard a little bit about that as we were going through licensing, how there was some of the new changes in the building code. And then this year, we went actually through it, so Leaf was giving us, so this is Leaf's estimate of what it's going to take to meet the new state requirements going into the next fiscal year.
And would that be a yearly thing, or this is we do it
Annual
once
for
and
the schools opening, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Primarily for the schools' health and safety,
Yep.
so. I will say Tim, I guess nobody's left here from that team, but Tim and Leaf, DPW Inspectional Services, worked hand in hand to get us through it this year, because this was the first year of the new changes. It was a lot.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Dan?
Thank you. My observation in Danvers compared to other communities, Department of Public Works, the schools, all the other departments work well together for the town and not in separate silos as I see elsewhere. So congratulations to everybody in town and the staff for working together, all rowing in the same direction. Maybe not at the same time, but at least in the same direction. Jill, thank you for sending me that sheet yesterday about the snow and ice for the last few years. Do we have a figure for snow and ice for this projected fiscal '27?
Sure. So the budget is going from the total snow and ice lines from 616,000 in FY26 to 754,000 in FY27. It's a $140,000 increase, or a 22% increase year over year.
All right, so my observation, that gets us back to where we were in '22 and '23 for budgeting snow and ice. Interesting that in the last 6 years, including fiscal '26 that we're still in, 3 of 6 years we were over budget. I know it's hard to guess what the snow level's going to be, but consistently from '21 to '26, you lowered the budget. And I think you set ourselves up for these over budgets of 3 years. Most of the over budget in all 6 years, most of it was this year, unfortunately. And I'm glad to see that you're increasing it. Going forwards, I hope that you don't just take a 5-year average. You might put a little more thought into it, what to anticipate, especially with the increase in cost in sand and salt.
Yeah, we've also, obviously, to attract more plowers and vendors to assist us during larger events, we also increased our wage rates right before this winter season, too. So that was a 25% increase in the rates across the board for all their equipment. That's obviously another contributing factor to why there's such a delta in this year's costs and overages. But again, like, as you said, there's between the 5-year average, there are different avenues we can take a look at. Historical trend lines, kind of see what the weather does. It does have certain patterns. You don't know the expansion of how large those patterns are going to become. But just looking back to 2013, you kind of see somewhat of a trend in the events and how much we're paying for each of those events. So some more work to be diving into some of those numbers looking forward for next year.
I guess it's the perfect storm, and I hate to use an analogy, but
Yeah.
I just want to point it out. I'm sure you're looking at it. And those are the observations I have, but thank you.
All right, Gardner?
Just a couple of questions, specific line items. You dropped oil heating quite a bit, 16, almost 17%. Any idea why oil prices are not going to be going down?
Yeah, that's a great question. So some of the schools, we've actually converted over to some of the natural gas as well.
Okay.
So we're not looking to be fully committed to oil in those school buildings as well. So that's why there's a reduction in oil costs.
Okay. All right, so I look for anomalies, something up or down 10%, and then weigh it against the dollar amount. If it's a tiny dollar amount, I don't really need to dive into it. Same thing with hazardous waste removal. That took a pretty big jump.
That did. So that incorporates a few things. That involves some of our events where we do hazardous waste removal days within the town. Those prices went up last year, so we're accounting for those increases in the next fiscal year as well. And also that comes out of some of our equipment division as well. So some of those services for moving hazardous waste materials from the changing the fluids in the hydraulic fluids, oils, that's covered in that as well.
And it looks like you doubled trimming. And that's okay by me as long as some of it is down at the library.
We're definitely going to cut down the trees. Not down the trees.
I don't want the trees
We're gonna
cut down.
trim the trees at the library. We're gonna
I don't
trim
want the trees cut down, I want the low canopy
that
cut down. I don't want to lose the trees, I want to lose the low canopy. But again, it's just, that's your work plan, if you've got that much more work this year, or that's a focus this year?
Yeah.
Okay. Just make sure there weren't any under tax supported. Inspectional services went way up. You expect a lot more inspectional services.
Yes, that's similar to what we talked about earlier.
That's what we were just talking about. That was.
Oh.
State mandated, yeah.
Oh, the statement, okay, thank you. And I think everything else is okay. Thank you, I appreciate your time, and congratulations, well deserved.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Mike?
Yes, hi, congratulations, good to see you.
Thank you.
I'm just going to jump on Dan's bandwagon for a second. On the snow thing, if you, I mean, should we do like a 10-year, actual, and then make that the budget number so we don't end up, I know it's difficult because you're still stealing money from someplace, I imagine, right?
I think the truth would say is probably in the middle. I think we need to maybe increase that number a little bit, not
Yeah.
too much, because again, ultimately, if we have a bad winter, there's other remedies, whether it's free cash, existing surpluses. What we didn't want to do, especially this year, is keep cutting additional services in case it snows next year. So again, it's finding that sweet middle ground to take care of both.
Right.
And some days we're going to be right on it, and some winters like this winter, it's going to hurt us.
Yep, yep. All right, so do we have a new broken pump truck?
No.
We don't?
I'm assuming you're referring to our Vector truck?
Yeah.
Steve's going to ride with me to town meeting.
Okay.
One of us will get our CDL before that.
Nice.
We just had our first training with our vendor on Friday with the new vehicle. Obviously, it's a lot different than what we had in the past as far as the new onboarding and touchscreen sensors that are located on it and the way you operate it. So there's a lot of new devices that we need to learn. Obviously, through the training, we had all of our staff there from the Water and Sewer Division, myself, Rob Danvers was there as well. So we've gone through it about an hour and a half, 2 hours. I'm sure we're gonna have a few more trainings as well lined up. We're probably gonna start going through some test runs of some areas we know that are gonna be easy for us to maybe factor out a manhole or flush within our own site, just getting used to operating it and understanding the sequence of operation you need to do for the new truck.
And train several people to operate it?
We had all of our staff, about 20 members there.
Okay.
With the vendors going through every button, every touch screen, every lever, the maintenance on it, how to shut it off properly. how to clean it, how to winterize it, all that.
Once that gets in play, are we going to have to subcontract any other trucks out, or it still might happen, or?
It will depend on the event.
Yeah.
But most likely, we're going to try and handle everything in-house. But then again, some large-scale events where we need multiple assistants on site, that may be an issue where we have to call in an additional Vector truck. But we'll be able to be the first responders on the site for any type of emergency or backup.
Yeah.
That we can go out there first and not have to wait for an on-call contractor to come.
Another question, from what I could put together here, it looks like we're at like 2.888968 in trash. So we're a little under $3 million. Does that sound right for trash cost for the town? And if so, is there any negotiating with the company that's running the dump there? I know we get 100,000 from them, but is there any negotiating to
So
get?
I think this came up, sorry, Stephen, and I'm sure you can get into the
Oh, go
detail,
ahead.
but at the 2 select board meetings ago,
Yeah.
we will be initiating negotiations for the the transfer station operation. We'll start at the end of this year. We are on our trash contract. I believe we
Till
have
28.
28. Working with Weston and Sampson or some consultants to say, like, is there a benefit to us in any way to put them both, start to work on them both at the same time? So we will take a look at them. The numbers you see in here are multi-year contracts where we're in year.
You have 3, or we are, yeah, there are 3. For 2020, we started in 2023, 2024, so we're going to fiscal.
Just
So
assuming
yes,
that
we will negotiate all of the above.
Yeah.
We're just not at that. We're in contract now, currently in a contract.
Yeah, okay. What is it, 2 or 3 years that we have to sign a contract with them?
We have, so I
5
believe
years.
it's 28 for both of them?
Yep,
Yep.
5 years.
It's 5 years, okay. Okay, all right, thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's see, how many full-time employees are under DPW?
We're budgeted for 94 full-time employees.
And then temporary, what's that?
So temporary employment, that's our seasonal help
Okay.
over the summer, so we are allowed, we hire either,
That on average usually, how many usually?
we usually have 7 that
7?
come in,
Okay.
yep.
All right, that's good. And then, can you tell me, refresh my memory again, what's the support services?
Support
530110?
Support services is the town's contributions for assistance with, assistance from the electrical division in their services. So there's some sharing going on as far as help from the DPW staff on the office office administration over at 2 Borough Street.
Thank you. And then, the only thing that was kind of jumping out at me is the snow removal equipment. Can you tell me about that? Like,
That line item is strictly for any outside vendors that we hire to help us in a snowstorm.
the contractors and
Contractors,
things?
yep.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, well, that's it. That's all my questions. Members of the public, do we have any questions for Mr. King? Please go up and introduce yourself.
I'm hoping that we can get those trees at the library trimmed before Decades of Rock plays, because I don't want to miss any of it.
No one wants that.
But I guess sticking with trees, so about almost exactly a year ago, actually, we got a briefing from the DPW as a part of Resilient Danvers, and there was a solution. The problem hadn't been identified yet, but the solution was that there was going to be a database. It was going to be a database of every tree. It's how many leaves, how wide it was, where it was, its species. It's been a year. How's that going? And have you identified the problem that your solution will solve?
Unless Stephen has this is going to be the one question of the day that I'm going to have to email you back on. But maybe
Yeah,
you know.
we definitely will. There's some further clarification to that, but that is something we are working on within the engineering division. This is with the forestry department. So we are going to work on a GIS app collector to be able to collect every tree that's on the street, public right of way, categorize it, and then have a good inventory of where those trees are located. We have a overlight satellite imagery, but we don't really have a full encompassing because of the canopy sometimes when we do the flyovers. But yeah, that is a project that's going to be ongoing for the next year or so.
Excellent. Lauren? Bill, start walking over.
Good afternoon.
Get up now, start walking over.
You said there's 94 full-time positions accounted for. How many are filled? Do we know?
So we have 94 funded, 16 right now are unfilled.
Okay, so my follow-up question, and I don't know if this is possible, this is just an idea of, would it make sense to look into potentially contracting out some work rather than filling those positions? Could it potentially save on benefits and retirement and paying the salary and contracting out certain needs within the DPW? Just a thought.
Thank you. Like we've said, that's one of, all cards are on the table. In particular, we talk about that around the contracted services for building cleaning. In particular, not all, we have some still custodians and some contracted services. So that's part of the work we'll do in the next year. But yes, thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, you were supposed to start moving up there.
You were supposed to
Go.
Run. Why wasn't he ever at the front? Lauren's even a seat next to him.
Again, Bill Bradstreet, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. We're working on a solar farm. When is it going to be completed? And when it is the energy that it produces going to be sold on the market? Will some of it be diverted for the town's use to maybe save on, I don't know, gas or oil? I mean, we're trying to operate as best we can. Maybe save some money or not spend so much money, but the solar farm, I spoke to Wayne Marquis years ago when there was an article in the paper. Some community got a state grant to pay for this. Not us. That was a long time ago. We're working on it now. Is it going to generate funds for us? Are we going to share solar energy with whoever and ourselves?
So I'm happy to
As
answer the question.
long as the sun is out, we're all.
Well, it was exactly. So I think I announced at the landfill presentation that Stephen did that we will follow up with a solar array presentation because that's an ever-changing situation right now because of changes at the federal level. So I don't think we have all your answers quite yet, but you do have the two guys who are going to help make that presentation when we get there. So to be determined. We're working on it, but you will have a presentation in front of the select board. Clint and Stephen and I are working on. We don't have all your answers yet, so until we do, we'll hold.
Any other questions? Oh, please go ahead. Thank you.
Andrew Height, Precinct 4. Thank you, Ronnie, for answering my quick question about the budget. Is there a specific line item for snow removal? Because I don't see one. And what is the landfill consultant fee for?
So the snow operation is comprised of really 4 different line items. So you have snow removal equipment, you have snow and ice overtime, you have sand, and then you have winter chemicals. So those 4 line items combined will give us our snow budget. Landfill consultant, we own and operate, obviously, we're still in ownership of the landfill, and we still have to maintain a methane gas flare station to extract all the methane gas from the decombustion of the materials on the landfill. That's a MassDB permit. We're required to annually do inspections for soil gas, air, and quality monitoring, so that the landfill consultant item is what covers that cost.
Uh-oh, you had one question. All right, go ahead. Dan's got to leave, so we got to hurry this up.
As far as comes with the methane coming out of our landfill, is that something that we can use? It must generate some energy other than a nasty smell. Is there somehow we can use that methane for firing up something or making some money?
Would you be willing to capture it?
Stephen, can you answer that?
I'll answer that the quantity and the amount that you would need to generate some type of power out of that methane is not coming out of the landfill.
Any other questions? Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. We'll go on to capital outlay.
No, water enterprise.
I'm sorry, water, yeah, water and, oh. So what
And I,
oh,
and
yeah,
I want
water.
to say, Coley's introduced himself as a town meeting member, but he's also the chair of our Water and Sewer Commission, so thank you for being here, Coley. Water enterprise, let's see. Sorry, I'm just now. So I would say the short version, obviously it's an enterprise fund, so not subject to the constraints that we've been talking about the rest of the day. But of course, we always have an eye to the rate. Too early to predict what the rate increase will be based on this recommendation, but it will likely be somewhere between 2.5 and 5. The decrease you see there is, and I just learned this is the final payment of water and sewer paying electric back for a meter purchase. And now electric needs a meter, so. But that's where the decrease is. And maybe we'll just go straight to questions since Dan has to wrap it up.
All right.
Well, don't blame me.
No, no.
Well, no, yeah, it's not, you're the one who's helping us to
So,
move it along.
just disclose, I have to leave at 4:30. It's my granddaughter's 30th birthday. We have dinner reservations in Portsmouth, and if I'm late, I'll be Grampy Mud.
All right. Do you want to start with the question?
No, I do.
Okay.
I have none.
Okay, that's good. Dee, what about you?
No.
All right. Mike?
No questions.
Gardner?
No, I'm comfortable with this.
All right. Nope, we're all set. Any questions from the public, please? All right.
Motion to approve.
All right, do I have a second?
Oh, that was easy.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, opposed? Thank you.
Sewer enterprise. So this sewer enterprise, just I'll give you the prelude here. And I think someone brought this up earlier. Actually, I think it might have been Member Trask. We are a member of the South Essex Sewer District. There is a lot happening there. Stephen is our appointment to the board. There's a lot happening there around their budget and their capital needs, and we will have SESD come in and make a presentation to the board. Not to impact this current fiscal year, but will certainly have an impact on next fiscal year and going forward, which is, I'm actively working with the other mayors in the region and town managers. And so SESD is aware of our standing. Stephen does a great job representing us there. So I'll just put that there so that you can know that there'll be a time to ask SESD questions coming up. And then I would say the highlight here is it's the opposite of that big blue chart, that chart that never stops. It goes like this. Here we were able to take advantage of good rates, did shorter term debt, and that's why you see the debt falling off on the sewer enterprise fund.
That's nice to see. Okay, questions, Gardner?
No questions.
Mike?
No questions.
Dee?
No questions.
Dan?
All set, thank you.
All right, me too. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry, public. See, I'm getting tired. Anybody from the public want to get up?
No.
Okay. So do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And then we'll go to electric. And there'll be no motion for this.
All you, Clint. I'm going to hand it over to Clint.
Thank you, Jill. Good afternoon, Select Board. Clint Allen, Utility Director for the Electric Division. So I'll try to keep this as brief as I possibly can. We really only have 3 things we need to go over this afternoon. So, Mr. Bennett, we should have you out of here on time. I would like to start at the top of the table. We'll talk about the purchase power expenses. This is where I'd like to go back a year to when we were in the same room talking about the 25 budget. At that time, the Electric Division, over the course of a few years, had over-collected our power supply revenue. So we had set budget expectations. Mostly in 22, 23, we had the real mild winters, which is like unimaginable after the last 6 months. But We over-collected power supply revenue from the ratepayers and customers. Per the DPU, we are required to return that money. So last year, we started with a $4 million surplus in that power supply budget that we returned over the course of calendar year '25. So when we're looking at CY '25 versus this year, it is indeed up 30%. That's that $4 million. So we basically are back to the zero balance in that fund where we want to be, and we have set the rates back in November to collect what we are budgeting for and anticipating for the CY '26 power supply expenses. So that's the big one. We got through that pretty good. Does everybody remember what everybody's good? We can have questions at the end. The next one would be other expenses. We are up 7%. It's about $1.9 million from calendar year '25. The primary driver in that is actually our transmission expenses. So this has been kind of an ongoing year after year increase from the independent system operator of New England, so the transmission operator across the entire 6 states. They're investing very heavily in the transmission backbone, so we buy the power. We have to get it back to Danvers using various transmission owners' infrastructure. ISO's invested in that, and as a distribution provider, we're required to basically cough up our piece of that contribution. So transmission expenses for CY '26 are up almost $1.5 million. And then that leaves the third item I'd like to talk about under the other expenses that drive the increase over CY '25. We are line ops, line operations, technical services. We are fully staffed going into CY '26. We have a very aggressive maintenance and asset replacement program in place. We also have, a number of significant capital improvement projects that we are working on, like the Northland Substation over by the Liberty Tree Mall. You will see our crews out there all next week. We are starting to finalize the reconductoring of all the feeders that are coming out of that new substation and get that online later this year. We have improvements to our main substation down at Station 42 that we are focusing on. Then we also have a number of other circuits that we're rebuilding and making more resilient, more reliable. So at the end of the day, we are looking at 15% increase from CY '25, again, driven primarily by the energy and the transmission costs. We've set the revenue, again, as I mentioned, back in November to cover the power supply costs going through the year. Our goal, and through the municipal light board's goal, is we don't like to change that number a whole lot. There's probably some of you that remember a decade ago that number used to change every month. It would just float up and down, and it would just chase whatever the power supply market is doing. We try to stabilize those rates, so at the worst, we take a hard look twice a year, in April and November, and make the adjustments that are necessary at those times. We have on the scheduled, the payment in lieu of tax payment, we have a 5-year schedule that we've been ramping that up. I think we're in year 2 or 3 of that, so that number went up a little bit. And then again, just going back to our depreciation fund, you can see $9 million is basically to reflect all of the infrastructure upgrades and improvements that we're hoping to make going through '26. And I know every year I say it's an exciting year for this chart, but this year is particularly exciting. So we'll step through this one. As per tradition, we'll start with the Seabrook chunk in the bottom, the dark blue. That and the Millstone plant down in Connecticut, those and the other 2 blue Seabrook chunks, those represent about 55% of our total portfolio. Those plants are on 24/7. They're our base load. I like to joke that if you were charging your electric vehicle or your phone during the shoulder months, you can guarantee that it's running on nuclear power. So if that makes me feel better. Cruising around, we have a new addition to the '26 portfolio. This is the dark green slice. This is actually 4 separate hydro contracts throughout mostly western Massachusetts. That represents about an 8% chunk. That's like our intermediate load. Most of our hydro is the intermediate load. And so going around, we have our First Light hydro contract, our NYPA contract, our Brown Bear, and then our HQ Energy, which is another new one. That's coming down there's a new transmission line that was finally built through Maine coming down from Quebec. So we're buying power through that corridor now. Moving over to wind, that's the light purple. We have our Moscow, Saddleback, and Canton Mountain contracts that we've had in place for quite a while. And then we go to the yellow slices. That's our solar. The orange kind of looking slice is our big, we have a percentage ownership down at a large array down in Connecticut. That's our gravel pit 3. And then the light yellow one represents what we have in town for generation. So between the 3 schools and then the other PPAs and contracts we have with some of the customers that have glass on the roofs, we have about 1% of our total portfolio met. And then lastly, this is where it gets, I know everybody's hanging on here, but this is where it gets really exciting. We have our gray, so we have our the gray ones, that is what remains of our carbon-based electrical generation. So as you can see, right, as of 2026, we only have, we're only purchasing around 9% of Danvers energy from carbon-based resources. So we are well ahead of the state's greenhouse gas emission standards. This puts us above the 2040 target date, and we're on track to hit the 2050 100% municipal light plant requirement within the next few years. This also is the first year, this is the most hedged since in the 15 years or so that I've been with the division. This is the most hedged we've ever been. We like to keep it around 95 typically. Some of the timing of the contracts put us into this almost 100% coverage. But I will say that this past January, when the locational marginal prices, the market energy prices, hit a record high, and not by like a little bit, by like double, we were completely hedged through that. And in fact, our peaker plant that hardly ever runs because it's so expensive, it runs on oil, that came into the market and helped stabilize the grid for the entire region. And we actually made money off of being able to bring that onto the market in January. So very exciting stuff for me. And with that, do some questions.
Dan, you want to start?
Thank you. There's 7 pages of information for electric. I really would hope, Madam Chairman, that you could invite them back sometime during the year to go over this a little more in depth. We never have enough time during this budget hearing for the information that you have, and I know you want to share it with us.
You're very excited about it,
So,
yes.
but my questions today, a limit to, we spent $8 million on substation last year. Just remind us of what that was. Was it debt or was it retained earnings? And I see that we've got some $7 million in the fund for this coming year. What will we do with that?
Angelica, I'd like to invite the business manager to come up and speak to that.
Hi, Angelica, DPW and Electric Business Manager. So the $8 million, that was for the Northland substation. That was debt that we issued. I think we borrowed a little over $11 million total. So in calendar 24 was $8 million, and then I think another $2.2 million for CY 25. And then you said $7 million. So are you looking at the capital budget?
What was I looking at? Electric Division fund increased by 7.2 million. Is that for future capital projects, or where did that come from?
I think that comes from the ACFR, Angelica.
Yes, okay, thank you. I have that one. So that increase was primarily, we had a couple things. So you were asking about the ACFR, which was the net position increase of the 7 million. So that was, we had a change in our operating revenues due to the electrification, and then we had some favorable, sorry, I took notes on this. Electrification and large-scale system reliability and improvement projects, which increased our net operating position and revenue, and then also we've been able to capitalize more. So when we capitalize more, that spreads over the expense out over time. So we're able, it positively impacts our net position. And that's in preparation for our new financial system that should be going live within the next month or two.
A new financial system, okay. Thank you.
D.
Yeah, quick question. And I see the one coming from Quebec is only like 3% or something. Those contracts are existing, and I heard something in the news about like Canadian might shut us off from providing us with like electricity or something? Do we have existing contract that they can't change it? Is that correct?
Correct, yeah. So we have we have a secure contract with Hydro-Quebec it's a 5-year contract that we executed back in '24. So through 2029, they have a commitment through our power purchase agreement to supply us with that power. If they fail to meet that obligation, they have to reimburse us for what we have to go buy in the market.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Excellent. Mike?
No, I'm going to save them for a future night.
All right, I'll be back.
Thank you.
Gardner?
Quick question. I know that you had to reimburse $4 million, and that sounds like a real huge, scary number, but what would the average ratepayer have realized from that $4 million? Because it's spread over all of the ratepayers, and it may not, understanding that you drive your rates, you maintain a rate to help you with the ebbs and flows throughout the year of the purchase power. So when that $4 million is realized, more than you should have anticipated, and not through fault, just because that's how it happened, what would the average ratepayer have actually recognized that to be? I didn't mean to surprise you with a math question.
I actually have a pretty good answer for that. I think.
Okay.
Well, I hope I do. So the rule of thumb, based off of our total bulk sales, which is around 300 million kilowatt hours per year, if you spread that out, so every $3 million of revenue roughly equates to a cent per kilowatt hour per customer. And that only applies to the purchase power side of it, because based on our rate structure, it's different for the commercial and industrial versus the residential customers. So 4 million spread across all of the ratepayers, you're looking at 1 1/3 cent total.
Okay, thank you. I was hoping it would be, 4 million sounds huge.
Correct, yeah.
1 cent, 2 cents per person, it's kind of hard to get upset about being overcharged.
You'd be surprised.
Thank you. Those are my only questions.
I know, great job. Thank you, Town of Danvers Electric, for keeping our power on, too. Thank you. At this time, Bill, we're going to take questions from the public now. It's okay. Take your time. Just joking. You know that, right?
Vegas is changing the odds.
It's a simple question. Is there a tariff involved with the energy we get from Canada? Do we pay or receive money from just the transfer of the?
I can yell that if I was using the microphone, but I do it all the time. All right, thank you, Bill. So as far as the tariffs that went into place in the past year or so, is that what we're referring to? So those didn't have an impact on the contract that we had with the Hydro-Quebec generating station, because we executed that in 2024, so they have to abide by those terms. When we go to, who knows what's going to be going on in 2029, but potentially.
Thank you. Any other questions from the public? Okay, we do not have to vote on this, but we would like to have you come back. Yeah, we'd like to have you come back sometime. We'll work on that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And then we have the capital outlay, right?
One more
Yeah.
vote.
Page 86.
So for this one, we had fire turnout gear, which we already talked about earlier. Police vehicles, 4, we talked about earlier. And then Stephen King, if we have questions, 2 pieces. So again, like we mentioned, a lower capital outlay request than recent years. The 2 pieces for Public Works are a 10-wheel dump with plow and a 1-ton dump with plow. Happy to answer any questions on those.
Okay. Mike, do you have questions?
Nope, no questions. Seems pretty straightforward.
Okay, Gardner?
This is more mechanical. Why are some things warrant articles and some things capital outlay? Why this,
So capital outlay is basically rolling stock or specialized equipment in public safety. We've done capital outlay for an item where generally it's a smaller dollar threshold. So if it's something like, the Vector truck, we made a complete warrant article because it's $700,000 purchase. The routine changeover of vehicles and equipment, we generally consider capital outlay. So
very good. Thank you.
D?
And I should have asked the chief, are the 4 vehicles replacement vehicles or the add-on?
No, they're replacement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Just to point to the striving to stay within I don't know the way to phrase it, but it's late in the day. But we were due to replace 5 vehicles this year, and we're working with the chief and our finance. We decided 4 was going to have to be the number this year. So,
Okay.
yeah.
And are those lease or do we purchase them?
We purchase.
So the 4 that are going out, we gonna put them up for a bid or something
Yep.
and see
Yep.
whatever we can get from
Exactly.
them. Okay. And but that's not included here because we don't know.
We don't know. And again, but it's 3 years of a police cruiser running 24/7. It's going to be a minimal value, but we will try to get as much as we can for them.
Okay. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Any questions from the public? Going once, going twice? Okay. So we're going to take a vote. Can I have a motion?
Will we accept?
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Wow. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to everybody for all the hard work. I want to say thank you to Madam Clerk for staying the whole time with us, too.
I know she
Really,
might
you
not
didn't have to.
volunteer next year.
Yeah. And everybody, happy Saturday night, I guess, right? Yeah, yeah.
Skin of your teeth.